残酷な天使のように少年よ神話になれ青い風が今胸のドアを叩いても私だけをただ見つめて微笑んでるあなたそっと触れるもの求めることに夢中で運命さえまだ知らない痛いけな瞳だけどいつか気づくでしょうその背中には遥か未来目指すための羽があること残酷な天使の手で窓辺からやがて飛び立つほとばしる熱いパトスで思い出を裏切るならこの空を抱いて輝く少年よ神話になれ
Guys, welcome to the show. So nice to see you. Oh my, what a day it has been already. I might not be suited and booted like our lovely pontiff, but at least I'm wearing underpants and I'm wearing a shirt, which is more than what you can say about people co-hosting a Rebel stream that's going on right this second. Guys, welcome to the show. It's so lovely to see you. I just took a nice dip. I was in the gym, feeling good. We're going to talk about vintage watches today. We are going to celebrate a very special anniversary. And if the Pontiff comes by, and if Tim Wright also comes by, we will have much more to celebrate, much more to show off. Of course, we're looking forward for all the usual suspects to drop by. I'm just going to start by saying that it's been wonderful. It's been wonderful to see you all. It's been great to guest host this show. I've had a lot of help along the way, so I have nothing to complain about. It's been going so great. We are going to talk about what makes a vintage watch today. We're going to take it step by step. I just want to start by talking about a brand that, even though in their most recent iteration, they're of course not vintage, but I believe they have done so much for a certain recognition of a vintage aesthetic for a younger generation. Their watches are a great blend of a vintage aesthetic and a modern build. I'm sure you already know what brand I'm talking about. It's a brand that's very near and dear to many of us in the community. I am, of course, talking about Tudor. Tudor is celebrating this year in 2022 the anniversary, the 10th anniversary of their model Black Bay, right? The Heritage Black Bay came out in 2012 at their model at Basel World. And you know, until then, even though Tudor had long been recognized for their similarity and for their connection, for their proximity to Rolex as a brand, nevertheless, of course, they were lacking strong distribution and recognition in North America. And you all know how self-centered, how narcissistic we are here in the United States. You know how much we love our American exceptionalism. So it took until 2013, when Tudor Watch USA was established. And once they established that network, and once they also introduced Black Bay 58, which perhaps in its dimensions and its construction, its case size had more of a vintage feel, they have made their mark on the scene. They have printed their stamp, their etched their image in our consciousness in a way that made them inevitable. So 2022, it's the 10th anniversary of Black Bay. I want something from them that really presses a little further on this vintage aesthetic. I want something that belongs to the Black Bay line, of course, that has become their bread and butter, but something perhaps that is a little different. You know, people have talked about perhaps a model with the addition of the crown guards. I think they should go a little in a different direction. I love the snowflake hands as much as the next person, but perhaps something like this, right? I'm sure Mr. Tudor, to you and other Tudor collectors, would be familiar with this model. This is something they were flogging at the One Watch auction, right? It's quite a different aesthetic. Of course, the end links don't sit flush. Well, in fact, the end links don't even exist in this particular model, which kind of doubles down on its vintage aesthetic. And the stick hands, I think, really set it apart. I wish they introduced something like this, maybe again as some sort of special or limited edition, but at least in a more enlarged production. You know, they could perhaps give us a rose. You know, they could give us different kinds of hands. Perhaps a slightly different design like this one watch. Nothing too radical, but some little changes perhaps that would double down and emphasize the vintage feel and vintage aesthetic of this watch. Something that would give us some visual distinction within that Black Bay line. That's not only about playing around with case sizes and materials and colors of the bezels. So I wish them all the best for their 10th year anniversary. And I will, with that, invite everyone to join the show, join the panel, to talk about vintage watches. What makes a watch vintage? Is there a way to say objectively what counts as a vintage watch? What counts as a vintage Rolex watch? What are our preferences? What do we look for when we go into the market to purchase a vintage watch? What are the pitfalls? What are the advantages? What kinds of questions do we need to ask? What do we need to explore? What do we need to discover? What do we need to learn over time, over the years? We will try to answer all these questions collectively. I will just go back to the chat. Oh, hey, Sirocco, how are you doing?
Lord, very well, mate. Very well, mate. I just want to address something, if you don't mind, and then I'll either hang around or not, whatever you decide. People have been saying that I've been putting you down on Marcelo's chat. It's a big load of crap. Let me just say that.
You're not putting me down?
Absolutely not. I just said you're a good guy. I said I can't jump on your stream when you're talking watches constantly because I haven't got enough knowledge. I think that's a fair comment.
You know, again, look, I don't take things personally. If people are talking shit about me, that's just fine, and that includes you as well. I'm just working for the pontiff, and working is really a euphemism since I'm not paid for it. So I'm just serving the pontiff. If I'm doing anything wrong, if I get something wrong, if I'm not doing a good job, it needs to be addressed. It needs to be addressed critically. It needs,
Lord, I've said you're doing a good job. Seriously.
I know I'm doing a good job.
Yeah, you know you're doing a good job. Everyone knows you're doing a good job.
For sure. But yes, if I'm doing something wrong, if I'm falling short of something, it can always be addressed to my face. And you're always welcome to stick around for just shooting the shit or for conversation. This is not my channel, and you have always been welcome here, Sirocco. I don't think anyone kicked you out or made you feel unwelcome here. Yeah.
No, like I just, what I did say, and I'll stand by this, and there's an awful lot more watch talk than would normally be on the stream. Would you agree with that?
Yes, because if you may have noticed, this is ArchieLuxury's stream without Archie.
Yes, exactly. It's kind of important. My point is, if I haven't, you're talking watches. My knowledge on watches is negligible. I know what I like, and that's about it.
Yeah.
So the point I'm trying to make is, if I haven't got anything to contribute, there's no point in me sitting here. Fair enough.
There's always a point, but
oh well, not really. I can't. I'm not the sort. I mean, look, I've been outspoken about a few other things. You know this. It's made targets on my back, which is carrying on now with our little resident trolls.
Well,
I'm not the sort of person where I can just sit back and say nothing.
If there's a target on your back, try wearing a shirt, and maybe they can't see that target.
Good one. I like that. That's another reason why I haven't got my cam on, because I have to put a shirt on.
Mike,
yeah.
Welcome to the stream, man. How are you doing? You're muted, Mike. Unmute yourself if you could. I think it's the button again.
You hear me now?
Perfectly. How have you been?
All right. Just been taking care of my dog.
How's Scooter today?
She's all right.
Yeah?
Yeah, she's just hanging in there.
Yeah, I understand. It must be very difficult, Mike. So I appreciate that you are still coming on and sharing your time with us. It's very generous. Thank you, Mike.
Yeah. Oh, I love it. I mean, I love the interaction with people on the stream and interaction with people out in the real world, because I obviously don't get out enough. People on the chat are a bit brutal at times, but I read the chat too much. So that's my own fault.
You got a super chat, Lord?
Oh,
super chat. Right. Bring it up. Bring it up, Lord.
Kicking it off. Cheers, Lord. Great streams. Pure class. Pure class. Thank you.
I'd rather see more super chats than shitting on me on the chat.
Yeah.
No one's actually, Mike. Currently, no one's shitting on you in the chat at all. They're shitting on me. So I've jumped in. I've jumped in to take the heat off you, mate.
No, actually, they're not too bad on you, Sirocco.
I don't know. I wouldn't say that.
Talking is great. Watch talking is great.
I'm here for the comedic relief.
At the end of the day, all we care about is super chats, and what better time for myself
guys
to turn up.
How are you guys doing? Lord, I see Sirocco. Yeah. Listen, guys.
Marcelo, you've woken up 2 hours early today.
Yeah. I woke up because I said I'm going to walk a little bit outside in Tokyo in the morning. I want to try Gundam. Here, look, listen. Yesterday, it's true. I woke up a little bit late, but before I went to come to Archie show, I see you have a bear and Snake and a bunch of other people, and I thought to myself, well, I'm going to come to my channel to cheer up, because my channel, my channel was suffering quite a while, and I said, I'm going to stay there. Look, I didn't abandon you or left you,
Look, I'm just the co-host here. Explain yourself to the big boy. I have I have no reason to
Yeah.
say anything that you did.
I know. Look, I am.
Once you come back,
I
you can try to explain yourself to him. Other than that, I don't care. I don't care. You do
yeah,
what.
no problem. Look, I know with Archie, I'm
We
pretty
did
much
great
okay.
yesterday.
There is no problem there. There
Yeah,
is no problem there. Just
was-
you know,
If I may interrupt,
just
If I may
the thing
interrupt.
between us, you know.
Yesterday
Yeah.
it was just great.
The-
We did really well. I don't
you
think.
have another super chat from Humble
Yes,
Pine.
I just wanted to finish my thoughts. Yesterday was great. I don't think you were missed, Marcelo. So if you feel like your channel is being neglected, feel free to leave always.
Yeah,
Humble
that's what I said. But thank you so much.
supporting
You know,
the panel because of the great job you all are doing supporting Archie. Cheers, guys. Yes, kind reminder, as always, whatever you contribute here, either directly to Archie, ArchieLuxury72@paypal.com, and your super chats in their entirety after Google's cut are going to Archie as well.
Don't forget to upvote too.
Yep. There's a comment from M3 Carlino just 2 above that Humble Pine super chat, Lord, which I kind of like because it's basically about Archie.
Yes.
Be nice if you could highlight that and just
Of course.
read that out. I know we don't normally do this, but
Carlino, Archie enjoying London. He's a true gentleman, very nice person. He was in awe of Bond Street and the Rolls Royces. One chauffeur showed him inside a Rolls Royce. Arch loved it. That's what
I watched that. I watched that when it was happening live and spot on. Yes. Archie absolutely. In fact, Archie was dragged away, kicking and screaming, because I think he really wanted to spend another 3 or 4 hours looking at that car. Yeah.
Who showed where Archie Rolls Royce?
Oh, in London. They were just walking down in Bond Street, and they came across this chauffeur standing outside a Rolls Royce. Beautiful. Yeah, and the chauffeur was very accommodating.
Mike, since we started with talking a little bit about Tudors, if you have it at hand, could you show us your Tudor Pelagos, which is one of my favorite watches in the series?
I can go grab it really quickly. Yeah.
Yeah, I would appreciate that, Mike.
Hold on, I'll be right back.
Yeah. Of course, it's the 10th anniversary of the Black Bay. Pelagos doesn't exactly belong to that series. It's a different watch, of course. It's a real tool watch. It's beefier. It's heftier, but we love to see it.
Another super chat, Lord. Another super chat.
Mike, can we get a FU Tim? When he comes back, I will make sure to ask.
Cool.
What do I do for a living? I'm a rapper. Bullshit. I'm not gonna tell you what I do for a living.
He's in the CIA. It's a secret.
I work for a secret agency.
He is a secret agent. You've heard of Maxwell Smart? We have Lord Hellespont the Fifth. You drive a better car than the old Sunbeam Alpine, I think.
I have no idea. So, Sirocco, I think not with you, but you do have a Tudor in your collection, no?
No. I've looked at one the other week, but no, there's something about the hands on a Tudor that I can't get my head around. I think they're a nice looking watch. I just can't get my head around the hands. Whatever you call that.
The snowflake.
Yeah.
I actually don't have a problem with the hand. I actually have Tudor Black Bay 58, the blue one. And here is the thing. I have no idea where the hell I bought that watch. I mean, basically, I wear it in home only to compare it to the Smurf. And then I go outside and I wear the Smurf. I think it's one of the only watches that I don't wear outside. I mean, I wear my Omega. I wear my Panerai, of course, the Rolex, and that's it. I mean, it's like the watch. I think even the Longines, it happened. I wear it because it's kind of big and green and it show like it pops in the light. There's something with that Tudor is like kind of baby Smurf, baby Smurf, and then yeah, let's keep it baby home because baby need to go to sleep. You know, it's almost like this. I mean, I something weird in that watch, if it makes sense. I don't know. What do you think? Does it make
The
sense?
color blue is real similar to the Smurf Submariner blue.
Yeah,
No,
the
it's
shade
not. It's not. It's not. It's
of
not.
the blue is
Not
a little,
No,
the
no,
shade
it's
of
not.
the
It's
blue is
not.
a little
It's
different.
not.
I like it.
It, it,
This is very handsome as well.
I like this
I,
blue a lot. I like it more than the new version. There's a lot of
trust
things I
me,
like
I
about.
have the Smurf. It's completely different.
Okay,
Trust
fine,
me, completely
fine.
different.
I'm wrong. But there's a lot of things I like about the older version Pelagos than the new FXD that just came out.
Tell us more. Tell us more, Mike.
Well,
Tell us more.
there's two versions of this old version. One, the original started out with the ETA movement. Then they recently switched to the new collaboration Breitling / Tudor movement, which has like 72-hour power reserve and is like quartz accurate. And I'm mind-blowingly accurate. And a few other things I like about it. It's got it's more of a honestly a true diver. It goes. I mean, I'm sure they're both the same parts and movements, but this the FXD only goes to 200 meters. This goes to 600. And the bezel is unidirectional, and the bezel on this is the nicest bezel out of all the watches I own. It's nicer than my Rolex bezels. I mean, if you want to just listen to the bezel,
Of course. Nice.
it's just the clicks are so positive, and there's no backlash whatsoever. Um, it's just the sweetest bezel. I've got my camera on. You can hear the clicks on this bezel. So very similar. The Rolex has I think 120 clicks, whereas the Tudor's is 60 clicks. So a little farther space between clicks. But between this and the FXD, you have the ability to run a strap or the titanium bracelet, which is amazing, and it has this very special buckle with the springs in it that allow for expansion of your on your wrist, which no other not that I know of. I don't know of any other buckles that have that. And the titanium bracelet, it just wears beautifully. It's very supple, very smooth and easy wearing. People complain about titanium watches being too light. I weighed this against my my Seiko Samurai, which is a chunky monkey watch. This is not a lightweight watch, okay? And they weighed the same, okay? So when you put a Pelagos on, it doesn't give you that like I'm not wearing that nothing feeling. It actually has some serious weight to it. It's a big watch. And the old version Pelagos is also a millimeter or two bigger than the new FXD. And again, the ability to run a bracelet or a strap is kind of a big deal to me. I like bracelets. The FXD just has those solid bar lugs that only allow you to run only a strap. That's it. You have no other choices. I like choices. So, but other than that,
well, what do you think about the loom on the bezel, Mike? How do you feel about
oh
that?
my God, the loom on this watch is unmatched.
On the bezel too, there is some loom, right? If I'm
no, here I can turn the light out in my room and show you this. It's amazing.
Hey there.
Good evening, good people. Hi, Mikey. Hi, Marcelo.
Hey.
Hi, Sirocco. And good evening, Lord. Nice to see you all.
Love you, Bear. Welcome back.
Love you
Bear,
too.
g'day.
Thank you very
How's it
much.
going?
Good, sir. How are you? Enjoying Miami?
Yeah. Been out and wandering around the town today. I'm gonna head over to the beach tomorrow. It's a fucking fair hike to get there, but yeah, it's good. It's good.
I'm glad,
Good.
man. I'm glad.
I haven't run into Crockett or Tubbs yet, but I've seen some fucking spectacular motor cars.
Oh, I can imagine.
Yeah.
I can imagine.
I've never seen a Lamborghini SUV before today, and I saw 3 of them in the space of 10 minutes.
You know, they started out as a tractor company.
I know. I saw a Bentley SUV, which was absolutely gorgeous. Maserati SUV yesterday. I've just watched, when I was looking out the balcony window, I saw this convertible Rolls Royce drive past. There's some absolutely fucking spectacular cars here. I would not, if I lived in Miami, I would not buy a Porsche 911 because they like having a fucking Toyota Camry here.
Yeah, I figured that.
Everyone's fucking got one, and the same with Mercedes. I'd have to buy a BMW because there's more fucking Mercedes. Everyone's got a Mercedes, and there's not that many BMWs. But yeah, it's good. The weather's warm and it's humid, and it's actually very similar to being back home.
Yeah, I can see that. I'm glad you're enjoying. Marcelo, how are you, my man? Marcelo, how are you, brother? Okay, he's sleeping probably.
Yeah, we were just talking about the Tudor Black Bay and Tudors at large because it's the 10th anniversary of Black Bay this year, and our kind of common complaints, well, not complaint really, but the snowflake hands, especially in the modern models, are a little bloated for my taste. Super chat, Larry David, $4.99. Snake, that lined up super quick and bright. Y'all like Panerai? Tried one this weekend and seemed big and bland. I think we have some fans of Panerai on the panel.
Oh, I love Panerai. I absolutely love Panerai.
What about you, Bear?
I own one Panerai. I'll bring it.
Please, yeah.
I have to say Panerai is not really my favorite brand, but I do appreciate the fact that they are quite unique in their design. I appreciate the fact of their impressive history. This is 312, and I had to have one at least in my collection. You know what? When you see Panerai, you know it's a Panerai. So how do I feel about it exactly? I think they're a little bit too large for my taste because I tend to appreciate the watches that are slightly smaller. But then on the other hand, if it's not this size, it's not a Panerai. I do love their connection with Rolex from the past. I love their Italian flair. I do love uniqueness on the wrist. And I do like the fact that when you see a person wearing Panerai, they tend to be most likely watch geeks. Kind of tying to the conversation yesterday and the comments on Prof or, the whole discussion about Blancpain, and so on. So, am I a Panerai fanboy, Paneristi? No. But do I appreciate the brand, and do I hope their revival will be success? Yeah, I do think it's important brand in the watch industry, and I do see some good things happening for them lately. So yeah, I would say I am not hating it. I'm liking it. It's okay. That's my
the Panerai.
The Panerai, yeah, the Panerai.
Panerai kind of took a dive there. You know, they have their moment.
No
maybe
pun
5,
intended.
10 years ago when Schwarzenegger and Stallone, you know, kind of brought them into their big time, and then and there was that big watch phase, and then they kind of fell out of favor, or fell out of you know, the people's eyesight, you know, or the limelight.
Yeah.
And then for a number of reasons, I believe, you know, I think they were some people. What I've heard is they're very easily copied.
Yeah, because I do believe one of the issues is their movements are not easily manufactured, or whatever you want to say. Yeah, there was a lot of high-end replicas for Panerai that created a whole issue with buying Panerai on a secondary market because of the fear of buying a fake one, right? Which affected overall the brand itself.
I believe so. In any case, I love Panerai. I owned many. I lost them, but I plan to replace at least a couple. I really love Panerai. You know, I love their size, and yeah, for sure. They have so many models. You know.
I like
it is a big Fiker, man. That's a big watch. Fuck me,
brand. I like how they take after, of course, the original, you know, vintage Rolex Oyster case. It's a very nice design, and like Bear said, you know, who can get mad at a brand that has such instant visual recognition, right?
True, right?
Of course,
I mean, you can't miss a Panerai.
So they're also really easily replicated, apparently, which is a shame.
My boss, old ex-boss, was wearing one, and I said, "Oh man, cool!" And he said, "Oh yeah, my grandfather gave it to me," and I was like, "Oh man, I'm so stoked you're into watches." And then he came to me later and he said, "Man, I can't lie to you, it's a fake," and I was destroyed, you know. And so I ended up buying him a fucking $500 real watch, you know, that just wasn't. I mean, it wasn't super luxury, but it was a real watch. It wasn't a fucking fake. I bought him a Seiko Presage Cocktail Time.
Doc, welcome to the panel.
Thank you, sir.
Do you think? Hey, Doc, how are you? Do you think it's too big on like, seriously, like, all kidding aside, is this too big?
Does it make my butt look big?
It reminds me of someone wearing a Speedmaster, which looks a little big but not ridiculous.
Cool.
Joe, jump on. Joe Farmer, jump on and defend yourself.
Does this watch make my wrist look big? Or
what size is that, Bear?
It's 44. 44 Panerai. 312, right?
Yeah,
it is big. That's why I can't. But then you go smaller. It's not considered good Panerai. I mean, Paneristi accepted only if it's 44 and black dial. There was a Panerai white dial and 42 millimeter, and I loved it. But apparently, that's a dog. That's a dog.
I didn't realize that. You know, I didn't peg you as a size queen before.
Maybe. I don't know. Listen.
It doesn't look ridiculous, Bear. I mean, it looks fitting.
Yeah, no, it looks
appropriate.
Fine. It looks absolutely fine.
I really do.
Yes, Rocco, Doc, how are you
See,
guys doing?
hey,
Hello.
hello, Marcelo.
Now
Okay.
you guys suckered me
You,
in because the header says you're talking vintage. So
Yes, that's
Yeah,
I wanted
okay. I'm
we
to,
sorry. I'm
started
sorry.
talking about Tudor,
that's
and then that got kind of
that's why I wanted
broken.
that's why I wanted to wheel you in, because you have such a nice collection of vintage watches, especially Rolexes, especially Daytonas. But one thing that I wanted to ask you specifically is, what do you consider a vintage watch? Do you have a cutoff based on the year, or based on the aesthetics, based on what material is used? Larry David, sorry to interrupt, there, $499. You clearly got a collection. What's your favorite? I have 4, and I only want to wear the Hulk or day date. Never asked before, what's a perfect single? I guess, what's the perfect one watch for you?
I discussed it yesterday, and I did a video a long time ago on that. To me, that would be Rolex Sub, obviously, no date. To me, that's the perfect single watch. I know that argument could be, well, if you have only one watch, you would want to incorporate the date watch as well. But I just love the purity of the dial. I love the balance of the dial. And then the thought also came, the watch I don't own that I could consider as a perfect single would be SD4K, Sea Dweller 4000, the 40 millimeter one, which I truly believe is perfect modern Rolex. Unfortunately, I don't own it, and it's very hard to get. It was a short run of only, I think, 2 years, if I'm correct. So yeah, that would be how I feel. Now, my favorite Rolex, my favorite watch, that's not probably a perfect single, it always will be the Oyster bracelet ceramic Pepsi. To me, nothing compares to that watch. That's my absolutely favorite watch. I'm a huge fan of GMTs. I love my Pepsi design. I love GMTs. I love history. I love Pan Am, romantic story about it, intercontinental flights. I love how all this whole thing starts. I love different colors on the GMTs, and altogether, I think the GMTs, even if you want to talk vintage and you bring the conversation back to vintage watches, I dream about owning a Bakelite original Pepsi.
oh my
To
God.
me, that would be something I would not even wear. I would look at that dog, to be very honest with you, like owning a beautiful piece of art.
Doc,
Well,
so can you address that question for me? Do you have a cutoff date, or are you looking for something on the dial, some particular iteration of a model? Enlighten us and the audience, please.
well, I think a lot of it has to do with your personal attachments in terms of the vintage world, because I'm not as big a fan of the 30s and 40s watches as I am the 50s and 60s, and that's my sweet spot. That's just what I gravitate to and what I'm attracted to. And like you brought up Daytona as an example. Well, the 4-digit Daytona, the original Daytona, was designed in the 60s, but that same model carried through till the 80s.
Right. And
So
Rolex has those kinds of references. 5513, for example, is that kind of reference that has this broad spectrum, all
exactly.
sorts of iterations under the same reference number.
So for me, it's a matter of mostly aesthetic, and I have other vintage watches. It's just that they're considered shitters. So, I mean, one of my favorite that is a shitter is a brand called Monvis that I'd never heard of. Monvis, never heard of it. But my watchsmith had one, and it was in perfect condition, and it's 1969 watch, chronograph. I love it.
And you said you're looking for a particular period, and you're looking for a particular aesthetic. So when it comes to the Daytona,
That's you said 1969.
The Monvis that I picked up is 1969. I've seen one model exactly like it online on the internet, a photograph of it in terrible condition, and mine is in mint condition.
It's
And those
amazing.
are the only two photographs.
It's a watch from the year we landed on the moon.
It's exactly from the first year that they said that we managed to land on the moon.
Good
and they
one, Bear.
broadcast it.
Good one. I
Sorry,
like
sorry,
that.
I
Broadcast it
couldn't
live.
resist. I could
Perfect,
not
perfect
resist.
timing.
Doc,
But
Doc,
I am.
Walk
I'm
straight
actually.
into that
I'd
one.
like to. Yeah, I'd actually like to see. So spell it for me. Can we bring that watch up? I just want to see how it looks actually.
Super chat there. 10 pounds sterling. Went back band. The PAM looks good on you, Bear. It's a fighter's watch.
Okay, if you say so, Ben.
Can we get a growl with it, please?
I love being considered.
I think he's alluding to the Rocky Balboa in you, Bear.
It's not that bad. I'll wear it. I'll wear it, Ben. Thank you, brother. Yeah, I'd like to see that watch actually, if you don't mind. I do love vintage chronographs.
If you promise, Bear, that you'll actually let the guy answer my question at some point, I will pull it up for you.
Sure.
Monvis, Monvis.
Yes. I might be able to send a picture to the WhatsApp of that watch if I find it here.
That would be too circuitous because I'm not on the WhatsApp, but I think I found.
Oh, here, we got it. Is it a black dial? Is it yeah?
It's
okay,
a black dial, black bezel. It's got it's a dive chronograph.
White subdials.
Yes, but it's only got it's only got 2 subdials.
Exactly. Yeah, I see it. That's a pretty watch. You have a good taste. I gotta give you that. You have a good taste when it comes to watches. You bother me tremendously with frankening your watches. That really makes me cringe. But in the aspect of your taste, no question about it. Here, so it's a Monvis Landeron 248. I think,
Yes,
right?
it's got a Landeron movement. My watchsmith said if it had a Valjoux, it would have been like a $2,000 watch, but I got it for $500. True shitter.
I don't
but
know
it's in
what
mint
I would
condition.
call this shitter.
Super chat, Big Meech, the guy you just made fun of, Doc. $9.99 US.
Wait. I didn't say anything about Big Meech.
I'm just
trying
to stir up trouble, man. $9.99. Lord, given your love for vintage, why don't you own a Tudor sub? Seems like something right up your alley. Great suggestion. If I did not have if I did not have a 5513 from 1968, I would have gotten multiple Tudor subs. Indeed.
But you know what? The Tudor subs are going up like crazy to the point where you might as well just get a Rolex.
Yeah, Tudor subs are $10,000 now.
Almost, yeah. I mean, good. The ones in good condition certainly are touching up that ceiling for sure.
I've got a vintage question. I was just venturing through Craigslist today. Came across a number of vintage Omega Seamasters and pipe hand dials.
This is the Monvis Landeron that Doc is talking about. I think it's a very pretty watch.
That is a pretty watch. What is that?
Is it Monvis Landeron?
That's it. Now I have to wonder, where'd you get that picture from? Off the internet, right?
Yeah.
I'm wondering if it's mine.
It's a sharp-looking watch.
Because I only saw one that was in not so good condition, and I was looking at the time I bought mine.
And here is the moment.
Exactly.
Hand winder, huh?
Exactly.
Beautiful, guys. I would not call this shitter, guys. I would definitely not call this shitter.
Is it a recognizable
I'm using the term
movement,
loosely.
Doc? Is it like one of the known movements of that time for chrono, or is it a generic?
Oh, absolutely. It's a workhorse.
Okay.
It's right up there with your 7750.
Trading loss.
It's a workhorse movement.
Sorry for the interruption. Trading loss $5. Getting SLA 049 for birthday. Got it at 20% off. Did I mess up, Psychopaths? Thoughts, Lord, there, Mike, Doc. Also, how is AC3? The answer
AC3 is having time of his life. He was in the museum today. He had some great moments. He bought a nice little toy bear. He's eating good food. He's having a great time. He's feeling well, and he's enjoying just the way it should be. And he's meeting a lot of fans. Now,
And they're loving him.
They're loving him. They really are loving him.
Yeah.
Which I'm not surprised, to be honest with you.
It's just been a while since he's had that, so it's a nice recharge of his batteries.
This is Captain Willard, SLA 049. Hopefully I got the right die configuration. This is what Trading Loss just got. Trading Loss, I have
very nice.
Well, coming in next week. I'll show off something as well. This is I like Seiko's divers, man. Prospects is a great one.
I'm a big Seiko fan.
I had the original Captain Willard. I actually did a pretty nice video about it long time ago, in which I also did a bit of a touch on the movie Apocalypse Now, which I consider one of the greatest movies of all times. And my love for this watch is probably a result of that movie, to be frank with you. So
there's a lot of people. That's true for a lot of people.
I mean, to be honest, I was shitting on Seiko yesterday hard. I mean, I get like that. I'm a very impulsive, emotional guy. So when I get going, I get going. However, Seiko does produce interesting watches. And I think this is a very nice reincarnation of a very cool. Yeah, that's a GMT without the bezel, right?
Exactly.
Which is also such a unique story behind it. I mean, the movie has layers of meanings. But yeah, Captain Willard and the reincarnation of that watch, which is in this blue SLA 09, is a great watch, 049. And I think that's a good buy. It's a good value still. So I think you did good. I think you did good, Trading Loss. You will enjoy it. You will wear it. And you're never going to lose big money on it. It's a watch that holds a value pretty decent. It's a workhorse. It's a very usable. It's a great watch.
My Arch Monster. My Arch Monster, I paid $129. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
Ross Rachel Brady, $4.99 US. What are the panel's thoughts on vintage Tudor Prince date?
Well, what's the thought? I mean, it's a classic watch from Tudor. I prefer modern watches anyway to begin, but it's, I don't know what this has been a question for you and for Doc.
I mean, look, when they are in the so-called jumbo size, I like them.
What's a jumbo size?
I think
it's 39.
30, 38, 39, something like that. I do like them because they present something different rather than just another model for, for Rolex, basically, with an ETA movement. I think when it comes to vintage Tudors, if I were to go for anything, it would be a Submariner. But all around they are great. I just don't really like their vintage chronos, but I don't like chronographs anyway, so I'm not the best person to ask. I'd rather go for a sub, but
well, the interesting thing about the Tudor chronograph for that series is the placement of the subdials being a little unique, compared to what is expected of Rolex.
But I think the guy's asking about Tudor Prince date. To be honest with you,
right.
I don't. I mean, they're small, man. What's the size on the Prince date? Like, what, 34 millimeter? What is it?
No, this one is 30. This one is the jumbo case, day-date function.
Okay.
And it's 38 at least.
Okay.
And it has the aesthetics of the 36 Rolex.
Yes.
Okay.
Which makes
Okay.
it nice.
Yeah.
It's, let me. You know what I would call this? I would call this hipster day-date. Hipster day-date.
Datejust Junior.
Yeah, it's a little bit different than what you can come across in terms of vintage Datejusts. When it comes to Rolex, you get the extra function.
Samurai. Sorry.
Well, the dial aesthetic is not. The dial aesthetic is still more on the vintage side. So
Yeah,
it's like getting a 70s Datejust, but a larger case, which is nice.
OMMANEY, 179 pounds sterling. Had the pleasure of meeting the Pontiff today. A gentleman.
Ah, very cool.
Excellent.
Thank you, Rolex.
So is this Tudor Prince a modern Tudor Prince?
No, this is
this is a vintage.
19.
Okay, yeah, because the indices look vintage.
And that's the point. Yeah, that's what I meant. Is that you get the vintage dial and the vintage feel. You get that 70s vibe, but it's a larger case. It's larger than 36, so it's kind of a nice alternative.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
It's that's approximately from 1970. So
we were talking Seiko, and somebody in the chat said mentioned something about their Samurai, which I own one of and love to death, and as well as the Orange Monster, which is not to be discounted either.
you were not just randomly screaming like a madman. Thanks for clarifying the context, Mike.
Yeah, sorry about that. I know that was out of place. I apologize.
No, it wasn't out of the place at all. By the way, I will say that Orange Monster would probably be my absolutely favorite Seiko diver. I would put that ahead of Willard. I would put that ahead of Samurai. I would put that just because of its uniqueness, and it's actually a quite impressive quality of the watch and bracelet for a Seiko on that level. I like it. I like it a lot. There we go. Mikey has the nice sample of that watch. They are not cheap any longer. They have increased in value quite a bit.
They're $600-800 now.
Right. But I have to say, it's still a good watch for that price. It's still a good watch considering.
I agree completely.
What sells it?
But look at how the bezel, actually, the case incorporates into the bezel, like the divots. The divots in the bezel dig down into the case itself, and the case is not symmetrical. As you go around, you'll see on the crown side that it has this shield in front of the crown on one side only.
Super chat. Pavel, $10. Quality panel and content today. Thanks, gents. Upvote, you vicious fikers.
Thank you,
thank
Pavel.
you for
I'm
that.
upvoting as we speak. Thanks for reminding us. We have 125 viewers right now, and we don't even have 50 upvotes. Thank you, Pavel. That's a kind super chat from you. Much appreciated.
Yes, thank you, Pavel.
Sorry, that's me doing that.
No,
That's okay.
Anyways, I just wanted to throw that in. Somebody mentioned about the Samurai, which I have to show, and I also have the Orange Monster, which should never be discounted. I think this is the best diver Seiko has on the market. I think this is better than the Turtle, better than the Samurai, better than any of the others. Some of the others might look a little better, but this is the one. This is the one that will fucking last through the nuclear fucking, crash.
I don't know if we want to talk about nuclear.
I
now.
don't know.
No, I didn't mean that. When you get run over by a submarine or something, okay, or you get hit by a shark, and this is the one you want to be wearing, okay?
Right. With Mike and Bear's permission, can I finally ask my Daytona vintage question? Oh, Mr. Tudor, to you.
Right after Super Chat.
$20. Thought about OC during a pit stop. Pull it up, Lord. Pull it up. My Tudors are safe at home. While I pull up the email, Doc, what are you looking for when you look for a vintage Tudor? What is the aesthetic that you are going for?
Tudor?
No. While I pull up this email,
Yes.
you tell me about what you're looking for when you go for a vintage Daytona.
Well,
what are you looking for in terms of the aesthetics?
I mean, I'm evolving in terms of what I find most attractive about a vintage Daytona, but I tend to like the steel bezel more than the bakelite bezel. And lucky for me, the steel bezel tends to be cheaper. So there's that. I thought that I preferred the standard pusher rather than the screw down pusher. But after I picked up the most recent Sigma dial with the screw down pushers, I kind of like that. The screw down pushers give it more presence. Even though it's got the same 37 mil case, the screw downs just give it more wrist presence and make it appear to be larger than it is. So I think it's a personal thing, and even for me, it's personally changing from watch to watch. But
Which watch is this?
This is any of the 4-digit Daytonas I'd be happy with.
I see. Okay.
So this
any
is
of the vintage Daytonas.
This
Vintage
is
Daytonas, okay.
Mr. Tudor to you sent us his Submariner inexplicably about to flush down the toilet. Thankfully, he's hiding the turd with his hands.
Thank God.
And we are just seeing beautiful
'Cause
stuff.
that would be more information than we need.
Now, I started to ask this question earlier.
Let's try to keep up with Super Chat, guys.
Yes.
Please and thank you.
I will do that before I turn again to Doc for what next he is looking for in terms of the vintage Daytonas, because I know he's always on the hunt. Larry David, $199 US. Thank you, Larry. Pretty good. Do you all see rubber bracelets lasting? I want nothing but hate. I guess that's what you mean. If you mean, okay, so if you mean rubber bracelets, if you mean by that the Oyster Flex, I kind of think, I'm a Rolex.
Oyster Flex is not, Oyster Flex is not rubber bracelet. It's a completely different. It's a rubberized titanium bracelet.
Right. If you mean by rubber bracelet, Oyster Flex, predictably, I'm a Rolex fanboy. I really love them. I think it's an ingenious idea. When it comes to any other rubber band, I'm not so sure, but it depends on the type of a watch. I mean, for Seiko divers in the Prospects range, I think that's a beautiful option. What does everyone else think?
I really enjoy Omega rubber bracelets. They're high quality. Even if you have on a bracelet, as you should always buy on a bracelet, they're not overly expensive to buy as an additional option. I especially love my rubber bracelet on my Orange Planet Ocean, which is so cool and high quality, and they are lasting really well. Even on the cheaper options like my Longines Hydro Conquest green one, which is a fantastic quality rubber bracelet considering for the price. So I do find that the rubber bracelets on the modern watches are done right, and I don't think you will regret it.
So Finchy, £5 sterling. I had the privilege to meet Archibald Chesterfield III today. Absolute gentleman. He smashed it on stage with the other YouTube stars. He owned them all. And what did you expect?
All right.
And he probably wasn't even trying. It just happened.
Trading loss, $2. Better than Seiko Marine Master 300? I don't think so. He's talking about your monster.
And going back to the rubber real quick, let's not forget.
Oh yeah, Marine Master 300 is much more expensive watch, wouldn't you say so? I mean, guys, this is we're talking Seiko Marine Master 300, right? Is that what we're talking? We're talking
Seiko or Omega.
No, he's talking Seiko. I'm sure the trading house is talking Seiko.
Okay.
Seiko
Okay.
Marine Master is a higher ranking watch than Monster. So we're kind of comparing two tiers of the watch. That's my opinion. Anyway,
And
going back
if
to
you're
your
if you're going in that direction, for me, I fell for the 62 Moss, which is a ridiculously expensive Seiko. It's up there with
stupid,
a Grand Seiko in terms of price.
Yeah, but it's also
it's a very beautiful watch. I have
Right.
to say that's the one that gets my eyes, gets me
Yep.
feeling warm and cozy inside. I like the look of that watch.
I couldn't quite spend 5,000, but
Yeah.
just psychologically,
well,
but I
for
came
us-
close.
For those of us who like the vintage aesthetic, and I'm gonna pull up that 62 Mass series, it's
Yeah,
hard not to
I'd
be,
like to see it.
it's hard not to be taken by them.
Or the Marine Master 300. Is this the Marine Master 300 here? Seiko?
62 Mass. Mike, look at the screen, please. It says right there.
Nothing to do, Mikey. This is nothing to do with the Marine Master 300. This is different watch.
Okay. And these are vintage or no?
Well,
These are
it's a
new
reissue, essentially.
Reissue of the original Seiko diver, obviously done in those. That's one thing I always have to admit. I don't like vintage watches because I do prefer modern materials, modern quality, modern bracelets, and so on. But when it comes to aesthetics, oh my God, I love the vintage aesthetics. In a modern interpretation is my dream watch, always.
Yeah.
Always.
The hypocritical choice, basically.
I know.
Have your cake and eat it too.
Those
Yeah.
Seiko Mass, those pictures of those Seiko Mass watches, those look gorgeous.
Yeah, I love them, but I had the same experience with Doc. Basically, I love the aesthetics. I even loved the watches when I actually handled them. But for me, it was too much.
Well,
the Seiko. I hate to say this.
Yeah.
I do love Seikos, but for me, it was too much to spend on a Seiko.
And for me, I'm a vintage lover, so it's similar to even the Omega 321 in that the price of the reissue is about the same as the price for a good condition or original Moss. So then what do? If you're
I have no doubt what I do. I don't even look at the original, as you call it, because it's so flimsy and crappy and looks like an old piece of crap. I take the brand new one because it has the design and the architecture and the beauty of that in a modern materials, high quality, and it's shiny and pretty.
But for those of us who are attracted to the patina, you see, the original has a real patina. These have fake patina. Right. So the faux patina versus the real deal.
Doc, I mean, that being said, still, Hal, why did you bring them up? Look at that beautiful slate gray blue dial. I still love this one.
I still may get one.
Yeah,
I may still get one.
You know, I was hoping they are going to kind of go down on a secondary market and that you'll be able to pick them up much cheaper. But believe it or not, they didn't. Yeah. Yeah. It just didn't make sense. It's like, okay.
I think originally you could get one for like a little over $4, and now you have to pay $5.
Racing
something like that.
10 Brazilian reals. Bear, your thoughts on the Omega Seamaster 300 Heritage 2021?
Omega Seamaster Heritage 2021 is gorgeous watch. I love the lollipop secondhand. I think it's such a great reinterpretation of the original Seamaster 300. I am definitely not a fan of the Seamasters that are most popular from
you mean the modern
Omega,
ones?
The modern. This is a heritage Omega Seamaster 300 Heritage. That's the watch that Mikey loves.
Yeah, yeah.
It's a beautiful
For me-
watch. I love the sandwich dial. I love the absence of a stupid helium cone or whatever the crappy thing is. I love the bezel on it. I love it's a beautiful watch.
I love that
And
watch.
To me, this is an
Fantastic.
example of less being more because it's a leaner.
Exactly.
The vintage is leaner, nicer,
Mhm.
thinner lugs.
Yeah.
It's just a
the
prettier
bracelet
watch.
is gorgeous. The bracelet is gorgeous. So I would say that this is definitely a great choice. Price is right.
Yeah,
It's
I love
not,
the broad arrow hands. I could live without the fake
Mhm.
patina, but that's not a deal killer. But yeah, that watch rings my bell.
Yeah, definitely.
For sure. To the point where it's probably going to be my next purchase.
I hope so.
I came close. I just didn't have enough money, unfortunately. I thought I did. I got offered a nice deal, but I just realized, whoops, fuck, I don't have enough. I don't have to pull it off. I'm gonna have to wait a little longer.
That's why I was alluding to, I think yesterday, that
My
it turns
my-
out all you have to do is ask,
super
and
chat,
they'll increase your limit on your card
super
by
chat,
simply asking.
yeah.
super chat. Wristwatch aholic.
Now
Mikey,
I tried to ask this question a couple of times.
super chat.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
$199. Bear, thoughts on Drive the Cartier Extra flat?
Oh, it's such a
That's clearly a bear
under the
question.
radar watch. Oh, I love that watch. Listen, Drive the Cartier, beautiful, and you know what? It's a dress watch that is actually not overly dressy, if I may say. It wears so nice on the wrist.
Pull it up, Bear.
Well,
Pull
you
it up,
can,
Bear.
I mean, obviously,
Because
Lord
I
can
have no
pull it
idea
up.
what that is, to be honest.
Oh, it's the shape of the watch is gorgeous. The dial is clean, perfectly balanced.
That's beautiful.
I think it's a gorgeous watch. I think this is underappreciated watch, and I think it looks amazing on the wrist.
It's got
I
a
would
little of the
say-
Art Deco vibe.
Yes, but that's
Yeah.
a Cartier thing, Cartier.
I like the
is
squared
Art
off
Deco
edges
brand.
though.
Well,
I like the
when
squared off
they're
edges
combining
on
the
them.
square
Okay.
and the round, that's sort
Yeah.
of, to me, that vibe there.
When it comes to Cartier, my love goes to Santos, number one. My love goes to Roadster, number two. And my love goes to Cartier Drive, number three. Number four, Tank. And then for the ladies, Ballon Bleu. Those are my choices from Cartier. And it's actually, you can see, it's a nicely priced watch.
Nice.
Anyone that tells you that Cartier is not horological house is a person that lacks the knowledge, that lacks experience. It's a watch house. It's a prestigious watch house. It's a watch to be proud of. And this will be actually.
You don't like the Tank.
I
that
would
much
take this.
there, huh?
No, Tank is too feminine for me. I'll be very honest with you. I when it comes to dress watch from Cartier, I would take this over Tank all day long.
Super chat. SLA 043 28800 versus SLA 037 high beat. Try get these 25% off. Don't pay full price. Thoughts, Doc, Bear, and Lord. Let's pull them up.
Well, I'd say off the bat, I actually prefer the lower beat than the higher beat.
Me too.
Especially if it's truly supposed to be a workhorse watch, rather than a watch that you're going to treat delicately and bring in for servicing on a regular basis.
Is that just because the high beat wears out faster? Because it's running faster?
It's just going to require more attention than
earlier
a lower beat.
service. Yeah,
Yeah.
like a hummingbird. Right. The light that burns brighter.
Something like that.
Yes, burns for
And-
less
and-
time.
How nice would this watch look without the date?
Absolutely, Bear.
Yeah, I agree.
Absolutely. that's one of the things that has me not pulling the trigger. Is I wish, man, what if it
That
didn't
would
have
look
a
so
date?
good.
I like
It would be
the
beautiful.
speaking. We were talking about rubber bands. I like the
Rubber.
rubber
Yeah.
band of this watch. Honestly, I
Me
can.
too.
In fact, yeah, I would have to say I prefer it. I have, again, the common sense says high beat wears out faster and needs more service than lower beat, than the regular 28800.
So 4
Mhm.
years instead of 8
But again,
years.
look, it's we get taken by different aspects of these watches. For me, I've never felt like I was missing out on anything for 28800. I think, which adds up to 4 hertz, if I'm not mistaken.
How much do you want for this watch?
I'm not selling it, Marcelo.
Yeah,
This
no,
is-
but this is
Mostly because you don't own it, right?
yes.
No, this one. Okay, I know this watch. I know this watch. This watch is on the range of probably. No, it's impossible.
$6,300.
Yeah. Look at
6
this.
grand?
We're on
6
sale.
grand for this?
Yeah,
Yeah,
these are the
that's what
fucking
they say.
SLA line. That's expensive, man.
Yeah, you gotta
Yeah.
say, gotta give it
Again.
to Seiko though, man. They
I'm gonna
Seiko-
say that I prefer this 37 over 43 aesthetically, but I do agree with Doc that I don't need high beat. I don't fucking need high
No.
beat. I don't want high beat.
Yeah.
But you know what though? If we get to the $5,000 mark, there's more Seikos than I would consider than Grand Seikos.
Look, there is something I need to mention to you guys regarding Grand Seikos and Seikos. They have a method that they actually think this is actually suitable, is especially the ones with the dates, is that around the 10 o'clock in the night, you cannot see nothing. The dates actually break into half till midnight. That then they set to 12. So around the 9:30, 10 o'clock in the night, the
It
dates actually
starts
started
engaging.
to.
Yeah.
Yeah, it
Yeah,
takes 3
and-
hours. 3 hours to.
Yeah, and it looked like a breaking date. Now they actually.
Yeah, this by the way, this SLA 043 says it's a limited edition as well, so that makes it probably even more
I think
expensive. Yeah.
They're
Maybe-
both
maybe-
limited-
don't
maybe
worry.
pound cheaper.
they're both limited
the-
editions, but more than 1,000 produced, so it's not really.
Yeah.
Right. I was going to say
Bear,
it's like the
don't
62
take-
Moss. It's not really limited. I mean, it is
Yeah,
limited,
don't-
but
Well,
Exactly.
Do you think
don't get
they
dragged
sell
on
the
on
same
Seiko
model that's
persona
not
of
limited production?
Seiko like to call things limited. They basically make limited every week.
Just like
don't jump
Omega,
on-
right?
Yeah,
Well,
yeah.
it's-
You're right about that. You're right about
it's
that.
1,000 to
Marcelo. I know-
1,500 pieces limited. So
Look, I have two Seikos. They are super limited edition. They came out in 2020. It
Mhm.
was the Willard with the blue dial. Super limited edition for only 4,500 pieces worldwide. Now we are in
Mhm.
2022. The watch is still in the shelf. So already past 2 years, the watch is still selling. So no, don't get dragged on the Seiko limited. They actually like to
Super
make a
chat.
big noise about that.
Super chat. Elds, $2. Panel, Omega 300 Heritage versus New Speedy. Very different watches.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's like a
My
chrono-
comment.
chrono-
Can I comment?
I think the
on
real
this? I'm
question
gonna
would
comment
be-
on this. I'm going to say perfect two-piece collection from Omega. Done.
yeah.
Perfect two-piece
Yeah.
collection from
Both.
Omega. You got
'Cause-
your diver, you got your chronograph, you got two very iconic pieces. You cannot do wrong. And you cannot compare them. They're so fucking different.
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're so different
Yeah.
that it's
think-
not comparable.
I think it depends
know,
on what you
something
like
that-
Totally a
because
preference. It's a preference thing. Yeah.
Yeah.
I could see
You know,
people
something
mating
that
up a 300 Heritage with a first Amiga in space as an example.
Sure.
You know,
Depends on what
something-
you like.
Somebody,
Yeah, but
Somebody, I
he's
don't.
basically asking you to compare a regular 300 to a chronograph, and it's like it's hard to compare apples to oranges, you know. So
Well, no, it sounded like he was talking about a Heritage 300, and
yeah,
then he's talking about a
which is the
standard
300,
Speedmaster. But
which
you
is
can get
a
a
chrono.
Speedmaster with the streamlined case, like a First Amiga in
Yeah,
Space or a
yeah, no,
321.
You can get a Speedmaster with
yeah,
no chrono.
You can get a
What?
Speedmaster that doesn't have the. You can get a Speedmaster that has a streamlined case rather than the case that is protecting the crown and the
But
pushers.
we're
He's
still
he's
talking
being very
chrono.
specific, guys.
Talking
Guys,
chrono
guys. He's
against.
being very specific. When you say new Speedy, we know what he's talking about. The new edition of the Speedy. So he's asking basically, these are two new watches. These are the watches that just came out. The Omega 300 Heritage with the Lollipop second hand, the new Speedy,
Yeah,
two brand new iconic pieces from the Omega. And he wants us to compare them versus. It doesn't make sense comparing them. It will come down, do you prefer diver or do you
yeah.
prefer chronograph?
Apples
For
and oranges.
example,
It always
uh,
somehow makes sense to compare them, but I understand they're very different watches. For my
they
blood,
do.
I prefer the diver, and I like that. We were just looking at it. I like the Heritage 300, so that's my
Yeah.
vote.
Yeah,
Well,
no question about it.
it's literally comparing apples to oranges. You know, it's like a chrono, and you know, asking to compare a chrono to a three-hander, a diver is literally asking to compare apples to oranges. Now, if it just comes down to what our preference is, okay, then that's a different thing. You know, then that depends on
My-
all of us, which
Super
whether
chat,
we like chronos better or not.
super
Uh,
chat, super chat, Mike. $5.
Sure.
SLA 057. This one is limited to 600 units. I gave up hunting. You can't get a discount, and it's over retail now. Might be dead. This is what he's talking about.
Beautiful watch.
Yep. Well, even the
That's
Moss went like that. You know, you can't get that cheaper than what you'd gotten straight from Seiko because now they're up $1,000.
I wish these all
Not too
come
much.
with on bracelets and not in rubber.
I actually love this waffle design.
Yeah, I like that rubber.
I know, but I wish every watch came with a bracelet, so then you had the rubber option, but you still came with a nice bracelet. You know,
You
it's like
can't always get what you want.
No, the high limited editions of Seiko Prospect actually come, unfortunately, only with the rubber. The lower ones, like the SPB that I have, they actually come with a bracelet and a rubber in a set.
yeah. They come
Yeah,
with,
they actually do.
now,
But they
Doc,
don't need to lie and
Doc,
call
what
it
is
limited
the
edition.
what is the reference you and I like, Doc? The one that we like. I'm trying mass what? What's the reference? The one we like.
62 Moss, that one?
Yeah, that's the one. Yes, that to me, this is the one I want. All this is kind of settling. All this other stuff is, well, okay, I cannot get mass, so I'm gonna get this. To me, you wanna get a Seiko, you wanna fucking get a Seiko, you get this. I take this over Grand Seiko. I'll take
Absolutely.
this over Grand Seiko. Honest to God, I actually think it's a very honest watch. It's a proper Seiko watch.
You know why?
Tell me.
Because this is
Tell
real.
me.
Because this is real Seiko. Grand Seiko is something like is a creation name on the same watch. That's why also. The real
There is
watch
something
Seiko is
very.
Seiko.
It's such a beautiful piece. It is perfection, and I do admit, guys, that it has a lot to do with that design that is original, that is the vintage design, which is amazing. Amazing.
Well, keep in mind, they don't usually do a reissue on their, on their bombs. You know, they do the reissues on the ones that really were the big hits in their line, and this one was a big hit. It was perfection, if you want to say that, and that's why they did a reissue of it. So it's not a surprise.
Yeah.
This
I wish I
reissue is
got it.
already third generation of reissue that I see from Seiko. Jesus. Even the winner, they actually released like 5 of them.
Here's a decent example of a
Of
vintage.
the original, eh?
Yeah, decent.
How
Not
much it goes for?
almost 5,000.
Yeah.
So cheaper than
The real one?
the original.
No,
Really?
that's the real deal. That's the real deal. It looks in a great condition.
Was that
I
a
have to admit.
Seiko Submariner or Seiko?
Seiko 62 mass. 62 mass.
Oh,
Look,
okay.
if you want a Seiko that is really, really important for Seiko, and there is something until today that is very, very special. I don't know if Bear know about it. Is the Seiko Marine Master. What is special about that watch is that the whole watch is structured
it's like a
from the
plop-prop.
front. Yeah,
Yeah.
and the back
It's like a plop-prop.
yeah, I think it's the only. I mean, I hope I'm
It
not
does,
wrong, but
frankly,
I think it's the only.
it doesn't do shit for me. It doesn't aesthetically do shit for me.
Yeah, but
I'm
it's the
sorry,
only
but
watch
I
I
have
think that they make that, right? It's the only one that actually do this kind of case.
Look
I
at
don't
that.
think there's another watch that do that.
Look at that
What
plastic.
plop-prop?
Look at that crystal, Doc.
And you
But
know,
Bear, do I am right? Is the only watch that actually do that? Is the only watch that actually make that unique case in the back, or there is another brand that actually do that as well?
Well, plop-prop is
what's
done in
unique
a
about the
similar.
case back?
Okay, so basically, if you actually want to get to the movement, you have to remove the dial. There is
Exactly,
no
yeah.
access.
Oh.
There's no access to the movement from the back.
Rating,
Okay.
Ross, Super chat, $5. Grand Seiko hasn't made anything that calls out to me, and this is coming from a Seikopath, right? Seiko is raw creation. I know a lot of you Seikopaths would agree. I do also prefer Seiko and Seiko Prospects to Grand Seiko. Yes.
Well, like I said,
So Bear, you said the black
all the way up to
So you said
$5,000.
that
Seiko has models that.
Hang on. Let Mike finish what Mike wants to finish. Finish, Mike.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Mike.
All the way up into the Grand Seiko price range. Seiko from $400 to $5,000 plus. Seiko, not Grand Seiko. Seiko has it covered. And they fucking have it covered solidly with solid models, like, you know, lower end models like the Samurai and the Orange Monster, all the way up to these mass models or whatever that are $4,000 and $5,000. Those rock too, and I would consider those before I'd start looking at Grand Seikos, just because Grand Seiko they don't make anything that calls out to me.
Okay, Mikey. Now let
you
Marcelo say what he wanted to say.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm done.
Yeah. The question was to Bear. So you say that Blapan actually did it as well? It is kind of
No. Blank Pan never did that. No, I don't know of any other brand that did a monoblock thing. That to me is not. I mean, Plop-Prop has a similar approach, similar thought, but it's not the same thing. Okay, it's not the same thing. This is a monoblock watch, and I just, to be very honest with you, even though I can appreciate that and I can appreciate the whole idea what Marine Master is all about, they're the only, if I'm correct, I'm not a Seiko expert, they're the only Seiko watch that has a spring movements besides the Grand Seiko, as far as I know, some of them. But long story short, the size and aesthetics of this watch are obnoxious to me. So this is why I returned to this look of the watch that we were talking earlier with Lord and Doc, because I do love how thin they are, how elegant they are, even though they're divers. I do appreciate divers, but I don't see that they necessarily have to look like beasts. I love the diver that has a nice design, like Rolex Sub and like this SLA watch. So that's just my personal preference.
Yeah, by the way, Bear, they did in this unique case, they have the Marine Master one, and I think in 2020 they released a limited edition free piece for the 65 years anniversary for the diver. And one of that free pieces, yeah, one of them was they reissued it like they released it now, and one of them was also with this uni back case. That watch, they wanted something like nine grand for that watch. And it was with a high beat movement inside, and yeah, I saw that watch. I put it in my hand. Come only in a rubber strap. That one.
It's interesting, Lord. If you follow, I know you usually follow the conversation in the chat. That majority of people agree with you that they prefer Seiko over Grand Seiko, and I think I find it interesting because I actually find Seiko enthusiasts to be way less obnoxious than Grand Seiko fanboys.
Well,
I just get so sick and tired. The moment you talk to Grand Seiko fucking fanboys and they start with their Ziratsu fucking polishing, I get fucking nauseated. Nauseated.
I'll tell you this.
But by the way, the Ziratsu polish go also in the Rolex lineup. They also do the Rolex. You can see this. They actually say.
Hang on. I asked Lord the question, if you don't mind.
Sorry.
So for me, it's a generational difference because I think the kind of person you're talking about learned how to dress by the internet, how to be a gentleman by the internet, and how to like watches by the internet. For me, I grew up with Seiko around me. I also have some older, quartz dress watches that my father left me that are also Seiko. So for me, Seiko had a brand image that was etched in my mind that provides a certain kind of quality at approachable prices where you can have a world of options. So for me, once that brand image is etched on my mind, it's hard for me to stray out of that. I know that certain Grand Seiko watches are quite impressive. They had a limited edition diver that was a boutique exclusive giant with that waffle dial, 47 millimeter, that wore really well on my puny, stupid wrist. But it was it was tax inclusive. It was like almost $8,000. So I couldn't wrap my mind around it. It's just me, but I love Seiko when it is around that 500 to 1,000 grand. Marcelo, you mean SLA 039 trading loss. Thank you for your contribution.
Seiko started in on me at 3 years old. This is my father's 50-year-old Seiko 6139 Pogue. My wrapped around my ankle every night before I went to sleep. I wouldn't go to sleep without this wrapped around my ankle. And my father used this flying jets, and so Seiko was my first watch, and then he gave it to me 50 years later when I got into watches. This is my most prized watch that I own. So Seiko's been digging into me since the age of 3 years old.
Yeah, Seiko is great.
Yeah.
And this watch,
I think Bear's the one person here who can speak to the Grand Seiko.
Yeah. I did have. I own 3 Grand Seikos. The first one was a horrible mistake, which I made by trading my white dial OP39 for the Snowflake, which is one of the most hyped mediocre watches. I disliked a lot of things about the Grand Seiko Snowflake. I disliked the only thing I liked was this dial. I do admit the dial is cool, does give this appearance of the snow cover, and it's done in a very interesting process of applying layers and layers of the lacquer. So, okay, respect to that.
So you have the original
The whole,
snowflake. The
I had
first one.
originally. Yeah. And the titanium on this watch made it feel very plasticky. The bracelet quality was embarrassing. The clasp, frankly, embarrassing quality. The spring movement never grew on me. It feels very unnatural and artificial, and the fact that it's a fusion movement with the heart of the digital quartz makes me feel that I'm being cheated. At least that's my personal feeling. The other watch which I kind of liked a little better was the High Beat SPG H001, which was a beautiful white dial. It was kind of like a very Datejust feel, but then frankly, I'll take a Datejust over it all day long. I did like the steel on it. It was nice. Polish was nice. I mean, that Ziratsu bullshit doesn't really make that much of an impact on me. I look at it as it's a good polish. Okay, it's nicely polished, right? Movement is a movement. To be honest with you, the architecture of the movement on those older ones was not that great, and it's kind of like a level of Tag Heuer. To be very frank with you, I mean, many people will get pissed at me, but that's actually they have a historical connection with the Heuer when it comes to their movements.
Yeah.
And then the last one was the green ceramic, the green ceramic bezel GMT, which I kept for a week to come to realization that I'm done and over with Grand Seiko, because in all honesty, they just don't do it for me. There is a lot of things that I dislike about them, and I'm not saying that you cannot be a fan of Grand Seikos. You certainly may. There is a lot of positive things about it. But I find that it's not a watch that satisfies my aesthetic likes. It's not a watch that leads to my appreciation of a mechanical movement.
Super chat.
Big Mitch suffer from Grand Seiko.
199. Grand Seikos are just overpriced Seiko Presage.
You know what, Joe? To be very honest with you, I can see your point there. It is in a way, but I'm not putting them down. I just say that I through this conversation, even today, I can appreciate, guys. I can appreciate Mikey's Seiko Monster more than my Grand Seiko Snowflake. I really can. I owned both watches, and I don't miss my Snowflake, but I don't miss my Monster. I actually miss my Monster, and that to me tells me that Grand Seiko has got nothing that impresses me. So it's not a shitting on a Grand Seiko. It's a more of my personal thought, my personal discovery of the brand.
I'm going to say something funny, and it's going to sound funny like crazy. Everybody in Seiko lineup want, how we say, the diver Seikos. They want the big Seikos. They are the diver and the big
Super chat.
The big watch.
Dan T, $499. Love divers. Good Seiko 2 meal Hunger Buster. SPB 143 steel. Seiko King Turtle green grenade rubber strap. Nice. Let's pull them up. Continue the conversation.
Dan, my Macedonian brother. Love to you, brother.
There is one more super chat.
Thank you. I want to thank Dan, by the way, for buying me Mitros on Fire shirt. He ordered it today for me, and I am very thankful to you, my brother. Thank you.
Mr. Tudor to you, $5. Shocker. I own one Seiko PSX. SPB 183 Blue Turtle, just like my friend Marcelo. Honestly, haven't worn it since purchase. And the timepiece font SLA 023 Blue Dial 8L movement monoblock diver bracelet. So let's
look. I'm going to say like this: in a world that I hope I'm going to have more money than I own now. It goes like this: everybody talking about the Seiko as the divers, the big Seiko. Everybody want the big Seiko. In Grand Seiko, everybody looking for Dejas. I don't
Do
know
you
why
mind
everybody.
pulling up? I'd like to see, because I'm not familiar with references, guys. Forgive me. I would like to see my friend Dan T commenting to Seiko Neo Hunger Buster.
Absolutely.
SPB 143, please.
That's what I'm doing.
Yeah.
SPB
This one. I have
143. So this is the SPB 143 steel bracelet,
I have
right?
the SPB 145 with the olive green. It's much more striking. It's the
And what's a
boutique
turtle?
edition.
Green grenade turtle. What Seiko King?
I'll pull that up as well. So this is the first model Dante talked about, the diver.
Nice.
Prospect.
It is nice.
1,200 list price. Great.
Yeah.
Great. And then
but Bear.
SRP.
Hang on, please, calm down.
SRPE 05. This is the King Turtle that I'm gonna pull up, and our friend Oshin named it the grenade watch because the waffle dial makes it look like a hand grenade of sorts. So this is it.
This is a big watch. It's a big watch.
45 millimeters. Absolutely.
Yeah,
I like it. That's
me too,
okay.
But here is the thing: why we are so much obsessed on big Seikos like this, and in Grand Seikos we are obsessed on the fucking Dejas ones. They actually make beautiful a Grand Seiko diver that look not less striking than this one, if not even more. And I want a Grand
We have a
Seiko
new
diver,
super chat
actually.
from Ross Rachel Brady,
Right.
499.
So Ross Rachel Brady, why 499? Why is it that lower level watch models such as Seiko automatic movements instead of their own? I've always wondered this.
Because Seiko makes a great movement.
And they don't have access to ETA any longer, so you kind of have a choice between Selita and Seiko.
Seagull.
And Seagull, yeah. And Mikey is right. Those are very solid, robust workhorse movements, dependable. They're good value. And
they're also a bit of gold standard.
Yeah.
To be honest.
So you know what? I'll be honest with you, Doc. I agree. And if I'm gonna go with one of those lower tier watches that is outsourcing the movement, I'd rather see Seiko based movement than Selita. To be frank, I don't have a problem with that. Actually, I don't have a problem at all anyway, because you don't buy those watches for the moment. But if that's going to keep their price right, why not? Why not?
This is our friend, the Timepiece Fund, who shared a wrist shot SLA 023 blue dial 8L movement monoblock diver bracelet right here.
No, I would go to a
Seiko with an ETA movement. A Seiko with an ETA movement.
What are you talking
Who
about?
said? What are you talking about, Mikey?
Isn't that what you just said?
No, Mikey.
Oh, okay. I misheard. Excuse me.
Yeah, this is this is our friend. This is Timepiece Fund.
Yes.
Okay. You know what?
Watch.
It looks very nice, manly, robust. Cool.
Okay. So if you guys like this, go pull it up.
No, let me answer this
Seiko.
because we have somebody confused. Guys, Seiko does not use ETA. Seiko has their own in-house movements from the Seiko 5 all the way to Grand Seiko. What Mike misunderstood is my communication, and this is what I said. Lower level brands, non-Seiko brands, lower level brands, micro brands, lower level brands don't have access any longer to ETA movements. Therefore, their choices are Seiko sourcing movements or Selita movements or Seagull movements. Therefore, it is common to find lower level movements in the other brands, Seiko movements. That was the confusion. Okay, did we clear this?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yes.
And
Yes.
the Seiko
Now
movement
wait.
is right up there with an ETA movement in terms of reliability and desirability.
Yes.
And
No,
that's the point.
when that picture of that last watch came up and somebody was
We
just
have a super
describing
chat.
it,
Thank you,
Trading
Mikey. Hold on.
loss.
Hold on.
$5. Good chat today, guys. Glad to see all the watch enthusiasts and Seiko paths come discuss and agree that Grand Seiko still has work to do. Thumbs up,
yes,
upvote punters.
Thumbs up.
Thank you.
that's
Okay.
that's. I think we're all in agreement on that.
Upvote and support the pontiff, guys. Come on.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Look,
No.
upload the watch that I'm going to tell you is going to be a Grand Seiko Diver 600 meter. I think
Oh,
it was limited edition
so
for
much.
500 pieces.
Pull it up.
I hate,
Let's see it.
Pull it up. You're going to see that.
I despise Grand Seiko divers. I think first their
Why?
hands are
Well, you guys actually like the Seiko divers. They are very similar, if not a little bit more beautiful.
every Grand Seiko diver I've seen to begin has these horribly fat hands.
Is it the spring drive?
Disgusting.
Yeah,
all
it's a spring
spring
drive
drive,
for 5 days. It's a special spring drive because it's a spring drive that still didn't went to the new lineup. They're still working on transferring this to the new lineup. They did, I think, a test on 500 pieces.
Look at this.
They also have, they
Look at
almost
this
always have
degenerate-
the knockoff of the Rolex maxi case.
Yeah.
No, Doc, I just look at this obese hour hand, and it looks so disgusting. It's so ugly. It is absolutely. What is it? Obese cathedral hand. I mean, what the fuck is that?
Look at the price.
$11,000. Fuck that.
This is what the This
You
is
could
what
buy 50,000 for that.
Let me tell you something. Willie, I'm going to be very objective here, very honest. Personally, I don't give a shit what people think about the watches. When I put that in my hand, I actually really like it. I thought it's beautiful.
Well,
really.
a lot of this is personal taste, but
nice.
Right.
It really looks nice.
But
I tell you the truth. And
I think that the 62 Moss has more
like,
success than these.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But look, everybody liked the Datejust versions of Grand Seiko. I tried that Seiko. It didn't look appealing to me. It looked like a kind of fake Rolex Datejust that I cannot get the Datejust. I'm going to buy the Seiko Datejust.
Part of the Grand Seiko problem. What is Grand Seiko trying to address? I thought it was a higher quality Seiko. Well, why would you want that for your dive watch? I guess maybe if you wanted a gold Seiko dive watch, maybe it would be a Grand Seiko to do that or something.
But look how nice. It really looks nice. Guys, you have to put this in your hand.
Okay. I'm gonna say
it looks like
I
a Hublot style, you know?
Okay. Hey, shut the fuck up. Men are talking now, okay? Listen, I understand and I agree with you. God forbid if we all have same taste. Holy shit.
Hey,
That would be
guys.
disgusting.
Hey,
I agree with
Who
you.
is this? This is ABC, not impression of someone else, but the actual ABC.
This is ABC with an ABC impression. How are you?
Hey, Lord, is that a good idea if I get a Seiko and put Grand on it and sell it as a Grand Seiko?
Just
That'd be a
don't drop
good
it.
idea.
Just don't drop it, Cameron. Trading loss, $2. GS doesn't have Seiko diver history. I have spoken.
Hey,
To me,
hey,
Cameron,
Cameron, is it true that you're the first person of color on this channel? Is that true?
Oh, yeah.
What about me?
Yeah. And guys, what's all this watch talk about? Why is there all this watch talk? What's
I
going
know.
on?
This is going to be shocking to too many
Mr.
people,
Thorpe.
ABC.
Mr. Thorpe.
Why did I?
What show going, Mr. Thorpe? Mr. Thorpe?
Sorry?
Oh, he wants you to do Mr. Thorpe.
He wants you to do Mr.
Oh.
Thorpe.
Oh, welcome, watch people. Welcome, watch people.
You're good. You're good. You're very, very good.
Did you have a decent time with AC3, Mr. Thorpe?
Actually, on a serious note, I'm hoping to go down and see him either Monday or Tuesday. So
Nice.
Yeah, watch this space. Yeah, I've got to go to London one of these days, so let me go and meet Arch as well. I'm not sure if Tim will be around as well, but let's see what we can do.
Are you working on your
Brocus-
Tim impression, by the way?
Super chat, guys. Brocus Pocus, $5. Great show again, fellas. You have 10, 15K USD burning a hole in your pocket. What new watch do you buy today at retail? Once again, not Rolex. You didn't have to say that. We can't buy Rolex at retail anyways, except for Bear.
Correct. Guess what?
Certainly
Guess
not
what?
at 10 to
I'm gonna
15.
bring.
Come on.
I'm gonna bring and show you what you should buy. I'm gonna bring and show you what you should buy. You guys.
I know what I would get.
Give your
I would get a
suggestions.
321 reissue.
Yeah,
I would
you
get-
can't. You
Yeah,
can't.
that'd be one option.
I'd get what Bear has in his collection, the silver dial and blue text chronoscope Omega.
Oh, nice. Good choice. But I have
Beautiful
another
one.
one that I want to suggest. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
it's a nice
Isn't
one.
the 321 though? If you got it at retail, isn't that right at about 15,000?
Yeah, right
Yeah.
around there. Right around there. I concur, actually. I always
But you'll
want-
never get it.
I always
Ooh.
and that would hit
So,
the right spot for me. As
I'll
well.
tell you the watch that I bought. It's in that price range.
Do we need a
And
super
I don't
chat?
regret. No, it's okay. We people are being very supportive. To be honest with you, Doc.
Actually, you've had a few, yeah.
Honestly, the people are nice. I can't complain. This is what I recommend buying at that price
Oh.
range.
And we love Zenith.
I'm gonna
Oh,
say
there
to
you go.
you, this watch has not disappointed me. This watch is gorgeous. I own Panda Daytona, which this watch is supposed to be homage to. And I'm gonna say that this watch,
I think it's a
besides
better watch.
the clasp, which is kind of not on a Rolex quality, this watch I like better than Daytona. I'm gonna say I think the aesthetics, the design, the movement, the look of this watch, that would be my recommendation on this super chat.
Can I make a statement about this whole homage business with Zenith? Keep in mind that the second generation Daytona used the Zenith movement.
Yes, it
For
did.
everybody who has to say that
And,
that this is a ripoff of a Daytona.
and also
Keep in
there
mind
are-
a lot of the DNA
Not
is
a
intertwined.
homage. It's a
there are
A lot of the DNA is intertwined.
And there are also
Yeah.
many different narratives, of course, but Zenith was one of the first in the world to design an automatic chronograph movement. So that's that's why
That's right.
I went to
there was
them.
a race. And they all hit within months of each
That
other.
looks gorgeous,
Seiko,
Bear. You got me
Boulevard.
thinking.
I
Yeah,
love
and I
this
need to do
watch,
that.
guys. I love this watch.
That watch is
I
gorgeous.
genuinely love it. I bought it more as okay. Let me see what's this all about, and then I fell in love just by looking at it.
I have a
this watch
crazy
is
question
going
that's maybe
nowhere.
not so crazy.
Hmm.
Instead of comparing it to a Daytona, and you've already mentioned that, how would you compare it to a Speedmaster?
This is way above Speedmaster. I'm sorry, Doc. You're talking
That's-
regular
yeah.
Speedy, like
Yeah, regular Speedy. That's
way-
what that's what I wanted to
Yeah.
know.
Way above Speedmaster.
It's way above.
But
Way
you know
got
why I'm
the-
asking,
it's
right?
got the El Primero movement.
No. Why you asking? Why you asking?
Well,
Trade-
because if you
trading
look
law.
at it, the-
$2.
in-
Sorry, super chat.
Go
Want
ahead.
to vomit? Pull up C Stern 62 mass. Okay. Let's see. Continue the conversation, guys.
I don't know what that means,
Yeah.
but certainly in terms of pricing, right?
Yeah.
You're closer to a Speedmaster than you are to a Daytona. So
Oh,
in terms of somebody
certainly,
trying to
yeah.
figure out what to do, that's the debate.
Oh, see, the Speedmaster is next to Sub the most iconic timepiece.
Sure.
Like it or not like it, that's the fact. And it comes from the brand that stands much more prominent than Zenith. Okay, we have to be honest about that as well. So those are the advantages when it comes to Omega Speedmaster versus the Zenith that I'm wearing, right? However, if you ask me this specific watch, and I can only talk about this watch, this is the only Zenith I have. It is, if I'm gonna do from 1 to 10 on Speedmaster, I'm gonna do probably 5. This watch is gonna be 8.
Quick reminder, guys, we have almost 200 people watching and not even 100 likes. So please upvote and support the Pontiff. It's the least you can do. This is your entertainment for the day. At least give us a thumbs up. It's for free.
Thumb it up, guys. Thumb it up. Thumb it up, guys. Thumb it up.
Sounds like Michael Jackson.
Super chat, guys. Super chat. Super chat. Yeah, I have to agree. The El Primero, anything with an El Primero rocks. I had a
No,
Panerai.
there's some ugly pikers with El Primero.
What do you say, ABC?
I had a Panerai with El Primero.
Golly, $2.99 Australian. Zenith is excellent. Better than Daytona, has dates.
I still like my
Actually,
Zenith.
that one part, to be honest with you, Jarve, I wish it doesn't have a date.
Me too.
I don't need a date, especially chronographs.
Yeah.
Leave me without the date. I can check my date on my iPhone. Okay, no need for date.
You can
When
check.
I've
Okay,
seen the pictures of
okay.
that, though, I've always thought it's a stunning watch, despite the fact it has a date. And
Yeah, it is.
and
the
now I know
colors,
I need to
that
have one.
blue, You're talking.
I
this
like the
dog?
Zenith.
I'm
I
talking about
always
that
say
one.
that.
Yeah,
I like the
Dog,
Zenith
dog,
you
this
get
is
when you.
This is you. This is
I
you.
know.
This is
I
Bear
like the
approved.
Zenith you get when you visit their factory. I've forgotten what that's called, but that's a nice watch.
Yeah.
You mean they actually give you a watch when you visit the factory?
There's a special
like
one they
the-
give you when you visit them,
Wow.
and you can only. I think you can only buy it when you visit their factory.
Oh yes, yes, yes.
What watch is
But it's not this one that Bear has. It's
What
the
watch?
No, it's
the
not.
vintage one. Look, it's the vintage look.
Ah,
Watch is that? ABC, could you repeat it?
Yeah.
I don't know.
It's
There's a
only
special one.
available.
vintage
They don't
one.
give
Yeah,
it.
yeah, yeah, that
You
one
can
is-
buy it, but it's only available when you go to the factory.
And what?
Well,
what
you know
name or
what to
reference
do
number does
the.
what name
do-
or
I think it's.
what name or reference number does it go by?
I don't know about the reference
know.
number, but it's a Zenith El Primero.
But it's
Maybe
it's the,
put
it's the
some like
tricolor.
factory special. Yeah, tricolor.
Well,
something.
Are you talking Zenith Tribute 1969?
Could be.
Because that's not factory thing. Can you bring the Zenith Tribute 1969?
Well-
I think that's what he's talking about.
I believe
Just bring it
one
up
of
and
the
make
version,
it in.
one of the dial
You know-
versions you can only get by going to the factory. One of the dial versions. You can still get the others,
Yes.
which look very similar.
Zenith did a limited edition El Primero, I think in gold, I think a couple of years ago. That was very limited edition and I think very demanded in price.
Oh,
This one
timepiece-
isn't gold. It's just a variation of the dial. I think a variation of color.
The timepiece
And you-
funds $2. One more for Seiko fans. I think he sent another wrist shot. I will pull it up. Sarks 055 baby snowflake. Let's see that. Pick it up, guys.
I know this one that he's talking about. He has a beautiful watch. Yeah. And
I had a
it's a
Panerai.
homage for the snowflake in a very affordable price.
Yeah, it's
I had a Panerai with an El Primero movement.
Which El
Really?
Primero do you have, ABC? Which one is it that you have?
It's called the Class Sport.
Class.
Is this the one you're talking about, by the way? What's your name, ABC?
Marcelo.
Thank you.
You just went to
Timepiece
Tiny
Fund.
Me.
This is his massage.
It
snow.
might be, but I
That's
seem
the one,
to
eh?
remember it having white hands on the subdials.
Yeah, I love
Can you
this
put it
one,
up
by the
again,
way.
Bear?
This is-
Because you were on a tiny screen before.
Yeah. Okay, sorry about that.
So it's one of those variants. It may not be that
Yeah, that's a
exact
tribute.
model.
That's a tribute 1969. That's a beautiful watch. It's a 39 millimeter. It is gorgeous colors of the dial. This will be my second choice from Zenith.
You know what my
And
first
they did
choice
a
of that
limited
would be?
edition.
Bear.
Super.
They actually made one, the very last one, with no date.
Super chat, guys.
Yes.
Very cool
Yes.
to know.
Yes.
Super chat. Guys, super chat. Mr. Tudor to you, $5. Bear, have you noticed the cutout under the crown back case for your nail to pull it out? Nice touch. Show the panel.
What?
I haven't noticed. Are you talking on the Zenith?
I think
What is
so.
he talking about?
He says under the crown, back of the case, you can. There's a cutout to help you pull out.
Oh, I can see it.
Just so you can get your fingernail in there.
Oh yeah, okay.
Yeah.
No, I haven't
lots
noticed.
of watches
But
have
okay.
that.
Look at this nice movement, guys. Eh? Beautiful.
Yeah. Zenith.
Beautiful.
That
I love
may
this
have
watch.
to be.
I love this watch.
That is may have to go back on my list.
Yeah,
Gorgeous
you know,
watch.
I actually like Zenith more than I like IWC.
Yeah, Archie had that Zenith open heart that he sold, I think.
Oh, I hated
Yeah,
that
he did.
hillbilly fucking thing. That's a hillbilly tourbillon. That's such a fucking low end shit.
Humble Pine. Humble Pine, $4.99. ABC is talking about Zenith Chronomaster Revival Manufacturer. Let's check that out. Another one before I pull that
Thank you,
up.
Humble Pine.
Super
Thank
Neutron
you.
$10. Ulyss Nardan, Enigma code. Bring it up, please. Interested in Bear's comments. So Ulyss Nardan, I will pull up next. First, pull up Zenith.
Yeah. Listener Dan is very famous for the freak one. If you buy one, you should buy a freak. Actually, you should not buy a listener Dan at all. But if you already buy one, only the freak would be kind of the famous one.
Right.
What do you think of the El Primero Rainbow Flyback? That's a nice watch. Not necessarily the colored one. Even the all white version, well, all black and white.
ABC, is it this one? By any
Yes,
That's the
it.
one.
Oh, that's a stunner.
Well,
And if
that's
you-
a stunner,
it's-
but honestly, ABC, this is not different than the one I showed you, and the one I showed
It's
you,
not,
you can
yeah.
get it for a decent price.
The subdials.
Yeah.
The subdials are a different color. The subdials are a different color.
Yeah, and they're all three different shades of
Three
blue
different
as well.
blues, yeah.
Different from each other
Yeah.
as well.
Could we see the stunning one that doesn't have a date? I think that is the best. That would be amazing.
I
That's a
thought
true
they
limited
both,
edition.
Marcelo, I thought they have date, but one has the date at 6 and one has the date at 4.
The very last of this series has no date, and it was
I want to
extremely
see
limited
that.
edition. I tried to get
Mhm.
one. I saw one for 15,000, and by the time I tried to get it, it was gone.
The lug to lug looks very long and thin.
I don't think this is a
date would be
completely a
amazing.
reissue, but it's very close to the original.
Yeah, it's very elegant.
So I think the original had that long lug to lug.
Kind of
Okay.
like a pre-ceramic Submariner style lugs.
Hmm.
Let's pull up the next super chat. This was the Ulyss Nardan. I think it's the dual time automatic blue. Let's see it.
No, Lysia then actually released very interesting and complicated watches, but the only one that actually is everybody is known for to talk about is the freak that is ugly like fuck, but is a kind of a watch that if you're thinking about selling, probably the only listener there that you could somehow get rid of. Not necessarily, but
Can we talk about the watch that was asked by the $10 super chat rather than any random thing? Is that okay?
That means fuck off, Marcelo, and shut the fuck up. Just to translate, because the Lord doesn't speak your language.
What do
So
you think about this? Bear? You were asked the question.
To be honest with you, I don't hate it. I like the. I'm kind of like, you know.
skeleton hands. I don't like that much.
Mm,
I'm
yeah.
not a fan of those. I can't say I don't like them. I'm just not a fan of skeleton hands. The
How about
the
this? I don't hate it, but I would not pick that watch. I'm going to show you actually, you
yeah.
listener Dan, that
I'm with you.
I like, which is
Got the
unusual. And I
buttons
think
on the.
Doc, I'm going to surprise Doc because I believe that this is going to be, you listener Dan, that Doc's going to approve. Is there such a possibility,
got a
Doc?
cool
Do you think that's
smell.
even possible?
Well,
on,
I
let me-
almost bought one from the 60s a couple of years ago.
Wait, I'm going to
So I
show
don't know
you,
if that's what
Doc.
you're talking
This
about.
is
A reissue of
the
some
watch.
kind? Or...
It's a cool looking piece. What the fuck? Why can't I open my pictures? Okay.
They did a listing of them that was white gold, the full white gold, that it was way cheaper than a Rolex, the white gold. That was actually worth it for the value of gold.
Unfortunately, I can't find it, Doc. If I find it, I'll let you know.
Do you remember
If
what
I find it, I'll
brand
let you know.
what model it was within the
The
brand?
No, it's a diver. It's a very much diver that has this aesthetics of blank pan or sub, or I don't even know how to explain it. It's a very cool watch.
It
Yeah,
seems
they
like
did
one
do
of them
something.
resembled a JLC diver.
The Polaris.
Here
One
it
of
is.
the Ulysses Nardin.
The Navy SEALs.
See, I could live with that.
Oh, calm. €4.99. Did you see Tim's Instagram with the Pontiff and his new watch? Very cool. B&D to give him the watch. Arch deserves it. It's a Lifetime Achievement Award.
He
Yes,
got the-
Archie has received a Lifetime Achievement Award from Bonds and Bondage, who kept his word. True gentleman. If you want to bring Tim Wright's Instagram, we can actually show. Archie does the Schwarzkopf picture. On one wrist, he has his GG Lacoute Reverso, and on the other wrist is his newest Lifetime.
Okay.
Lifetime.
Now,
I'm so happy
So he's
for
doing a
How
Storm
can
and
we-
Norman and wearing two watches.
okay, how can we
Yeah.
stop Archie from swapping this for a Calatrava? Remember
I
with the
think he learned
Daytona?
his lesson.
You're joking,
I
but
honestly,
we should be.
Yeah, you joking. You're joking, and it's actually every joke carries a lot of truth in it.
Exactly.
I think he learned his lesson. I think he has enough fucking Calatravas. This is such a cool watch, and I mean, I'll show you if. Are you bringing it up? By the way,
I
You know
Lord,
what?
or no?
Bring it up, Lord. Bring it up. Bring it up, Lord.
I can, but read the private chat for a second.
That's a
Just-
good point.
Just an idea. There, look at the private chat, and then if you want me to bring it up, I have it ready.
That's a good point. That's a good point. That's a good point. Leave it go for now. That's a good
So
point.
Archie,
Cool watch, man. Cool watch.
Yes, yeah. Thank you,
Archie
Lord,
did
for.
get a
That's a good
Sky
point.
Dweller. Archie did get a
Thank
Sky
you, Lord.
Dweller, correct?
We're
I
going to
have
talk
no
about it when
idea what-
Archie is
Allegedly.
in
I have
Australia.
no.
Allegedly.
I have no
Allegedly.
idea what you're talking about, Mike.
Allegedly.
Again, you sound very confused, and I want to explain once again to you. Seiko does not use ETA movements, okay? Once forever. Seiko does not use ETA movements, Mikey.
Okay,
So,
thank you, Bear.
To summarize the whole thing, fuck off, Tim. Fuck off, Tim Wright.
Yeah. I just
Anyway.
wanted to talk to
Thank
Snake
you,
Dog,
Bear. What are you
was
trying
I
to tell me about
able-
Seiko?
Was I
I
able
just want-
to? Did you see the Ulysses Nardin that I like?
Yeah.
I saw it and I love it. And I
Me
don't
too.
normally love
I might
Ulysses
buy it.
Nardin, but
I might buy it. I love
It's
the
very
round-
50 fathoms. Very, very
what
50
ballpark
fathoms.
price wise is it?
Probably about 6-7 Canadian.
That's not
That's
bad.
not bad. That's a pretty good
I
price.
just wanted to mention.
Yeah.
I just wanted to mention the two models of Seiko that actually using the ETA movement.
I love you.
Oh,
I
you know
love
what?
guys.
Maybe that's my next mod. That can be my next mod. I can get a Seiko and swap in an ETA movement. What do you guys think?
Oh,
only
I am
said
so
that 'cause
against. I'm so against mods, but I am so tempted. I am so tempted, and I showed you, Doc, and you agreed that it looks amazing. To take my 58, I want to buy actually another 58, the black version with the gilded dial, and I want to mod it. You
Oh,
seen they
yeah.
do it to perfection with the Mercedes hand.
And you know, on the Rolex forums, they swapped the crown too. They went really crazy. They swapped the crown
Oh!
too.
Yes. Oh my God. Oh my God. How
Gorgeous watch.
gorgeous that looks to me.
Gorgeous watch.
I mean,
paint it.
obviously Tudor will never do that. They won't be allowed to do that for obvious
Lord and
reasons.
Company have no idea what we're talking about, Bear, but maybe pull it up, Lord, pull it up.
Tell me what we are looking
Cool watch, man.
You-
Cool watch.
Smurf.
You put in that's a nice
How-
ABC. You put in Black Bay 58 Mercedes hands,
Okay.
Yeah, I think you'll be able to find it.
and it'll come right up.
And
No, what
they actually
what
did
I
a
want what I want to show before that, because
Lindsay
I was
Nadian.
when I opened the show, I was thinking about this watch they did for the 2015 one watch auction for charity, and that
Mhm.
that had these stick hands that I really
yes,
loved.
me too. Me too.
Well, I think the Mercedes looks more appropriate.
Of course.
You
Now,
will
now
see it when you see it. Oh, fuck.
plastic.
Yeah.
Actually, Mercedes hands better fits the markers, the hour markers, doesn't it?
And also the history better fits, because when Tudor first popped on the scene with its diver, it had Mercedes hands. It didn't have snowflake.
Yes, it did.
This
Yes,
is
it
supposed to
did.
be a vintage. This is supposed to be a vintage piece, in essence. It's like almost a reissue. So why does it have snowflake hands? Doesn't make
It does.
sense.
Well, it's got straight.
And also, the other thing that bothers me with the snowflake hands, guys, is that snowflake hands look much better with square indices. There you go. That's the
Exactly.
one.
That was
Who's
yeah,
watching?
that was
That's the-
ABC's point. Yeah, exactly.
Um,
No,
Exactly.
I actually got it, guys. Okay, I got it. No, sorry for the noise before, but here is the thing. Check out. This is for Bear actually. Check out.
Look
the
at this. Just
listen
hang on. We're talking. Hang on. Relax. Your listener didn't come next. Look at this, Lord, and tell me that this is not the way this should look like.
Look,
Yeah.
I never, even in the vintage version, I never quite warmed up to the snowflake hands on the Tudor Submariners. I know it's very characteristic. I know it's part of their repertoire, but I do.
But
prefer-
only recently.
yeah. Well, I
Yeah,
mean,
yeah.
they had the snowflake hands
Thank you, guys.
for the stuff they did for the Marine Nationale in the past, for example. It's not entirely modern. It was part
No,
of
okay, yeah.
the toolkit, but I do prefer the Mercedes hands for sure.
Yeah,
For someone
plastic.
with no dog
Yeah,
in the fight,
absolutely.
that looks absolutely fantastic.
Okay,
to
guys,
me.
guys,
No
I
dog
have
in
here in the
fight,
front.
this looks good.
Hey, you like it? Oh, hi, Plastic. Look at that.
What's up,
fucking thing.
plastic?
That's gorgeous.
Yeah.
That's gorgeous. Look at that.
Hey,
Honestly,
plastic.
guys, that
Yeah,
configuration there is a really classy, classic configuration. It looks great.
Yeah.
It's
So
always
this
nice to
one-
see you in a
Wow.
good mood. Plastic,
Who's
you're
this?
smiling and everything. It's nice.
Who's this clown with a mask?
Good. Look.
Hey.
I have here.
Decided to come on
eh,
natural
eh,
today, guys. I've got
you
my
see,
skull,
I-
my crystal skull.
I think
Holy
this
shit.
is
You know what
Muscle.
else? By the way, Plastic has a good connection. He doesn't fucking sound like talking
Guys.
from the well, from the cave.
Guys, this
Yes,
video
yes.
is Team Muscle talking about the difference between the Smurf and that Listen Arden. That video is about almost 4 years ago. And the Smurf accordingly, it was selling a bit cheaper for $36,000. And the
Okay, I'll make
Lucien
it
Ardennes-
easy. I'll take a Smurf. Okay, I'll pick Smurf from those two.
I'll
Thank
take the
you.
No,
Smurf
no,
too.
no. But listen.
I'll take the Smurf.
Check. This Lucien Ardennes is more gold, and he already was selling for a very big discount. Let's see how much he's selling today. The name is Lucien Ardennes. Actually, is Maxi Marine Diver limited edition. Check it out. I think it's a very worth it. It's a beautiful watch, by the way.
Well, we all know
So,
Ulysses Nardin
so-
is known to be soft.
Yeah, but a full gold. I mean, I think it's like a 300.
It's as soft
grams
as
of
AC3
white
after
gold.
his third booster shot.
Okay, check it out. Let's see how much they sell it for. How much they sell this watch
but
for now?
check it out and tell us, okay? Check it out and tell us, okay? I don't want to spend all day
cannot check
looking
it
at
out.
Counterfeit.
What do
Why
you mean you
can't
can't check it out?
I can check out, but
Check it out,
It's more
Marcelo.
easy.
Check it out. Check it out,
It's more
Marcelo.
easy
Check it out.
to tell you guys, because I need to write down. I write the listener then with mistakes. You know, then I need to write down in the laptop, and then I need to write down. Hey, you guys
No
do it faster
talking.
than
No
me.
matter talking. Shut the fuck up.
Guy, hey Bear, you've got the Pepsi, haven't you, mate? The Pepsi.
Yes, I do.
Okay, I got a party trick for you. I was watching the initial.
Ooh, did you do a mod on it? Did you do a mod?
Not quite.
$50
Not quite.
super chat. Very happy Bahrain watch collector. Thank you. Very happy the Pontifical
Wow, big one.
in London. He finally got to meet his fans and got the recognition he truly deserves. Also, thumbs up for Paul Thorpe, Bondage and Discipline, Bear, Tim, and all who contributed to make this happen.
Fantastic.
As
And I think we really
Matt
need to thank Paul Thorpe,
What about
especially.
me? What about me? What about me?
Everyone,
Yeah,
actually,
yeah.
This
that's
group
it.
of
What about
people
me? I
here,
was there.
we all, the people in chat, the people who super chat, the people who stood by ArchieLuxury at a difficult time, those are all the people that are part of this. And Bahrain Watch Collector, you are one of the main people that is made this possible. Let's be honest. It is the Archie's fans, Archie's friends and fans. I hate to use the word community. I despise the word community. So I'm going to say the Archie supporters and friends.
Do you hear the
What's the
static
party
of
trick, mate?
ultraviolet
Okay.
plastic? Do you hear the static that comes out of the ultraviolet when you turn it on?
Can you see? You got the red and the blue, right?
Yep.
Okay.
With the ultraviolet,
Yeah.
it should all go red.
Oh,
Ooh.
I never knew it did that.
Yeah, because the base color is red. So the ultraviolet gets rid of the blue.
Very good.
Ooh.
Interesting.
Weird, wild stuff. That's
Oh,
weird, wild stuff. Plastic. Weird, wild stuff.
Okay. Who is that? Now I remember. Who is that? Weird and wild stuff.
Oh,
Who
that's-
is that, dog?
That's Dana Carvey doing Johnny Carson.
That's right. Oh, I love
Weird
Johnny
and
Carson
wild
is
stuff.
right. Those were good old days.
I
Nobody
did
like
not
Johnny.
know that.
Johnny was the best, and then David Letterman. Those guys, I tell
Okay,
you,
guys, I'm going to do
not to
my
compare.
Michael Jackson. If you got to beat it, beat it. Open up the food and eat it. Don't need hot sausage.
Is that what you're doing? You're making fun?
Hey, everybody, I love you all. Where's Bubbles? Bubbles, where's Bubbles?
Hang your baby out the window.
Mm.
ABC, as easy as 1, 2, 3. We've been doing late night karaoke on Marcelo's show, haven't we, Marcelo? I've been making money for him, mate. Sling $1 to
Yeah,
plastic.
he
and
did.
I'll
He
sing
did.
whatever
It
you
was
like.
amazing. It was amazing. You know, ref. Two dots? No need to touch.
Bear, quick question, Bear. Did Archie get the Sky Dweller?
We're not going to talk
I
about
don't
that.
know. I don't
Okay.
know. I don't know.
Okay, F
All I do know is that Seiko
to
does not
zero.
use ETA movements.
Slash.
Hey, Plastic, check
Yeah.
out the
I'm
chat
never
along
gonna
the
live that
side. You'll
down.
see what we're talking about.
Slash.
Bear.
BM.
And yes,
You might have to
contrary
put a
to
few
rumors,
things- You might
Seiko
have to
does
put a few
not
things in the
use
private chat because I
ETA.
came in late, so I won't get all the comments yet. So you might have to.
Oh, it doesn't show up?
Or just
We'll
WhatsApp
take it
me.
offline, Plastic. We'll,
Just WhatsApp me. Just WhatsApp me.
yeah. You're talking.
I
You're the guy.
I think he gave up on me. I mean, now he showed me Oris. Fuck. I mean, I told you guys, I'm not good in this shit. Exactly. Oh, show me.
Oh, we
completely
actually went over 100 upvotes, which is really nice to see, guys. Thank you very much. For those who forgot to upvote, please do support the best live stream. I know that we don't have our main guy, our pontiff here, but we are keeping the fort together here. We are keeping it going until he returns, and with him back, this is again the greatest live stream on YouTube, guys. Thank you.
We got the best
Thank you
freaks.
very much.
We got the best freaks. We got the
Hold
best
down the fort.
animals. It's like
Yeah.
a circus here, guys. It's a circus.
Yeah.
Who's this clown? Who's this fucking clown?
What circus would be without a sloth, right?
That's right. Hey,
Yeah.
Sirocco. Sirocco.
This is a little Meech. He says, "Hey Archie, I'm glad you're having a good time in London."
Thumb it up, guys. Thumb it up.
Pull it up, Archie. Pull it up.
Guys, again, thank you for your support. We have had a lot of upvotes. No reason why you shouldn't upvote more though, but I'm glad we made the 100 threshold, and thank you so much for your consistent support with the super chats. Again, if you have any vintage watch related questions, Rolex, Tudor,
I do.
Omega.
Are we not talking about the
I've been
incident?
trying to ask it all night long.
Go ahead,
the
Mike.
doc.
I think you have been exceptionally patient. You have only interrupted people like about a dozen times rather than 100. So,
Well, I mean, that's what I do. All right. So
If anyone wants a plastic opinion
Doc,
about anything
I'm-
that's
I'm
happened in London
curious
the last
about-
couple of days, feel free to ask.
I'm curious.
Yeah,
about-
are we not talking about the incident that happened at the watch
Oh,
show?
We did.
The
We did
unfortunate
yesterday
incident.
with
how does it feel, Mike?
No.
How does it feel? How does
Yeah,
it
it feels
Mike?
great. Lord, thanks for rubbing it in.
Yeah.
That's
Yes,
funny.
please ask your question.
That's funny.
I've been seeing and looking at a lot of vintage Omega Seamasters with the bump automatic movement, and all in the reasonably priced ranges. Are those watches worth collecting?
What era are they?
60s and 70s, 50s.
Oh, right.
70s.
That is vintage. Proper vintage.
Mikey, I wouldn't go near it if I was you, buddy. I stick to modern, man.
I
Yeah,
think that it
I mean-
depends on why. So if
Just
you find
because, for like
Super chat. Michael S. $2. Don't let him mess with you, Mike.
I
Yeah,
think
well-
if you find a watch that the dial speaks to you, because they made such a wide variety of
they
dial
did. They had the
versions.
pie pan and the there was one or two that had just the most perfect patina, and were just old and rotten looking enough. They were about $450, I think, is what they were asking.
Well, you can't go
that-
wrong with that, Mikey.
That made me
Just-
want to consider, inquiring about.
Well, I was about to say,
And-
if you find one that speaks to you, you're not breaking the bank, and it doesn't
Yeah.
matter if someone else named
None of these
AC3
were
calls it a
$10,000
shitter or not.
or anything. They were all 400, 450, right around there.
Another super chat, $20. Bahrain watch collector. Thank you so much. Everyone likes Mike. The guy is a legend. Let Mike speak. Please don't interrupt Mike.
Well, no, I got my question out. That's all I was trying to say all night long. Now I got nothing to say.
Except you were also talking about Seikos with ETA movements, but
no, I wasn't. I heard somebody say that. I was never confused about Seiko having an ETA movement in it. I thought somebody brought up a picture and they were describing this watch and they said blah 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 ETA movement blah blah blah, and I went, what? This watch has an ETA movement? And then
Mike, I think you were mishearing. I said HL movement, and you suddenly said Seiko with ETA movement. That Seiko has ETA movement.
But he was responding to what was in. He was responding to what was in the print.
I heard it wrong.
Right.
I heard it wrong.
Oh,
That's all.
guys, Mike, are you near
I-
Fresno?
Yes, fairly near Fresno.
Well,
Yeah,
like
I saw
5 hour
this
drive.
Louis Theroux documentary on the BBC about. It's basically a town that's got a high rate of crystal meth addicts.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Oh yeah,
Mad.
that's Fresno, and well,
But it's nowhere near
anywhere
me.
in the
I mean,
Central Valley,
Fresno's
really.
4 hours away from me. It's 4.5 hours away from me down Highway 5.
ABC,
I would-
that's
I
actually
hate
very
that.
easy to figure out. Wherever the Democrats have a long established power in a government, that's where that is. So that's kind of like, and they keep moving and they keep moving and taking. It's like a cancer, like a cancer.
Fresno's a
Mike-
flat
I want to
agricultural
ask Mikey a
wasteland.
very quick question.
Hey
That's
Bear,
right.
How's-
hey
How's
Bear,
Scooter?
hey Bear.
How's
Let's go,
Scooter?
Yeah.
Brandon.
Chats. $2.99.
Yeah, well,
Australian.
let's go,
Shall-
Brendan. Agree.
Super
I
chat.
agree.
Shall we? $2.99 Australian. Shout out to Bondage and Discipline Legend SD. Wow.
Fucking legend, fucking history, he makes it. I mean, this is it. There is nothing above that. That's the bottom line. We leave it at that.
Bondage. Thank you so much.
Exactly.
Plastic.
Is Green Room doing the show editing?
I think so.
I'm doing it all on my own.
Oh, right. Where's Green
okay.
Shroom?
He's taking
Yeah,
a little
he's
break.
around.
He's
I
taking
think
a
he's
Okay.
recovering. He's recovering from taking a photograph with the pontiff. That's what I understood.
Yeah.
do everything all the time, so it's okay. Yeah, Plastic. What were you saying earlier?
I'd just like to ask Mike how his lovely little scooter's going. How's Scooter?
The dog?
Yeah.
Well, yeah, but he's on mute for the
You
moment.
muted himself. You muted yourself again. Thank you.
She's doing fine. She's resting quietly. She's been eating a lot more food, and
Super chat.
seemingly doing fine. So thank you very much for
Always a
asking.
good sign.
Sorry to interrupt. Mike the Snake's snake, $2 Australian. Interesting. Travis was blocked on Thorpe's stream chat.
Bracelet.
Interesting.
Who is
May
Travis?
I offer?
Exactly. That's what I was
prayer?
going to say.
May I offer a prayer for Scooter, Mike?
What's that?
May I
Oh,
offer a prayer for Scooter?
from the Reverend
Oh,
Plastic.
dear God,
thank
there
you.
goes
Yes.
Evelyn. There goes
Plastic.
Evelyn.
Please
It's a prayer
let me
time.
let me
Oh,
pick
shit.
her up. Hold on.
Oh my
We'd like a
God,
pre-
Reverend.
We'd like a prayer from the Reverend Plastic.
1 second. I will actually remove everyone but the two off the stream for a second, all right? Including my. Let's go, Plastic.
Thank you.
Okay, are you ready, my son? We have the beautiful little Scooter here. I have a little prayer. Dearest,
Oh, thank you for that. Scooter says
dearest
thank you
God,
very much.
Dearest God, Heavenly Father, maker of all living creatures, we ask you to bless Scooter, who brings so much joy into our lives. By the power of your love, enable him or her, not sure what Scooter is, to live according to your plan. May we always praise you for your beauty in creation. Blessed are you, God, in all your creatures. Amen. Prayer for Scooter.
Thank you, Plastic, very much.
I think Plastic really wants to be a reverend.
Thank you
do
for that
feel
Plastic.
wonderful prayer.
Yeah.
Plastic. I thought you were going to chant it like this.
I can do that version. Are we ready for that?
Please. Yes, please.
Okay, yeah, let's do
Sure.
that version.
Scooter will take as many prayers as she can take.
Encore prayer.
God, Heavenly Father, maker of all living creatures, we ask you to bless Scooter, who brings so much joy into our lives. By the power of your love, enable him or her to live according to your plan. May we always praise you for all your beauty and creation. Blessed are you, God, in all your creatures. Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Plastic.
Oh, that was nice. You're a good singer,
Very
Plastic.
nice.
You're
Thank
good
you
I
singer.
very
think the
much.
prayer is especially interesting with that particular mask that you've chosen for us, Plastic.
And we
It's very
pray,
pretty when you think
Yeah.
about it.
we pray for peace amongst the world and our brethren, wherever they may be. We pray for the right decisions to be made by our world leaders to end this chaos and this madness, and to bring us all together to hold hands and sing that wonderful song we know as Kumbaya, my Lord. Sing with me. Kumbaya.
Kumbaya.
Kumbaya, my Lord. Kumbaya.
I think we pray for clarity and moments of thought
DC
in a world of dementia.
DC Ray super chat $9.99
Well
US
put.
dollars. DC Ray for chanting prayer. Thank you.
Nice.
I'll chant anything you guys want. You tell me for a super chat, I will chant anything for you guys.
Can you chant "The Men Are Talking"?
That, that,
The men
that.
are talking. Shut the fuck up. The men are talking.
Oh my God.
Can you chant Anagata Davida?
Turkey Vulture $2. Thank you, Plastic. Bless you, Scooter. Bless her.
Let's have a
Bless
super
you,
chat,
Scooter.
and I will
Bless.
chant. I will chant "Inagata Davida" by Iron Butterfly.
All right. I'll send I'm sending. No, you know what? Fucking last time I did that, I knocked myself off the fucking channel. I'll let
Listen,
somebody else do it.
if Mikey asks for that, do it for him without super chat. He's
No,
done
you don't-
a lot of work.
Okay.
Yeah.
Inagata Davida, honey. Okay, I've got to chant it. I was just going to sing it, but I've got to chant it.
Yeah, you gotta
Inagata Davida, honey. Don't you know that I'm loving you? Inagata Davida, baby. Don't you know that I'll always be true? Oh,
You are
won't
very
you
strange
come
fellow,
with
Plastic.
me and take my hand. Okay, who wants me to sing it? Karaoke style.
Solus €1.99. God bless Plastic.
I will sing.
God
I will
bless
do a
Plastic.
Thank you, Black.
karaoke Inagata Davida plastic style if someone wants a super chat.
I love it.
MCM $2. Bear.
I'll be right back, guys.
Super chat. Bear, you know snails have a high percentage hermaphrodite.
Ooh, that's true.
Interesting. Yeah, actually, that is true. That is true. So Pigsley might be a snail. Pigsley actually might be a snail. He fucked himself. He fucks
What a
himself.
theory.
By the
What a
way,
theory.
you are all these people asking, you know, I want to attend the Church of Plastic. You are attending the Church of Plastic. Plastic is our reverend. He sits very close to the pontiff. The pontiff, unfortunately, is not with us today. So we have Bear, we have Plastic, we have all these important.
I shall channel Archie.
Loose
I shall
tooth,
channel Archie.
199. Do Reverend Evil Wizard.
Evil
Right after
wizard. Evil wizard.
Right after I channel Plastic, I've got to channel Archie. Archie, super chat now, fuckers. Super chat now, fuckers. Super chat now, fuckers. I give you juice. I give you shampoo. Super chat now, fuckers. Oh, jeez. Oh, that was Archie. It was in me then. Oh, wow. Okay.
What about the super chat Plastic?
Evil wizard. Okay.
The Reverend. Evil
I
Wizard.
do love Evil Wizard. I
Hey,
love
fucking
Evil-
OG. I fucking love you, man. Where the fuck? I love you, OG. Oh, fucking hell, man. I never talk shit about you. I never talk shit about you, partner. I fucking love you, man.
I actually have a serious question. Did he once do that? Did he do that once? Ever?
Because it does sound like him, but I don't remember him doing it. So
I can't tell.
Where is the coming from? It just happens, right?
Was that channeling, or did you actually copy him doing that? I don't know what happened.
When these things happen, I can't explain it. I just can't fucking explain it.
It's just the spirit moves you.
Oh, boy.
Spirit moves you. I do love Evil Wizard. I do love both Evil Wizard. There's two versions of Evil
One
Wizard.
time, their evil wizard was going up against the evil wizard. That was wonderful.
Yes, there was
Turkey
three.
Vulture.
There
Super
was
chat.
three
And the
wizards
real
on
wizard
the
was
set.
there.
Super chat. Turkey Vulture. Laughing his butt off. Super Neutron Star for the Plastic Grammy Award Fund. Thank you for your thanks, Plastic. Reverend, you are great.
Oh, boy.
Hey, guys. You put it up there for a super chat, I'll fucking sing anything, man, with my own plastic interpretation. Anything for the
I don't
planet.
want. No, actually, never mind singing. I want the different characters. I want Pigsley character. I don't want a singing. I want your best material. You're like fucking when the rock groups come and they start playing there's new shit, you know, that nobody wants. I want the classics. I want the best.
He wants vintage
So-
plastic.
I want vintage plastic. Exactly.
He doesn't want any of this ceramic plastic. He wants
Yeah,
vintage
fuck
plastic.
Fuck
Sexy
ceramic
plexi.
plastic.
Sexy plexi. This is what we want.
So guys, super chat for Pigsley version. That's my favorite. I love the Pigsley version.
Plastic has so much material he's brought to this channel. Most of us don't even think about it.
Yeah.
I mean, when we go, pull it up, man, pull it up. That's plastic.
That is that. Okay, pull it up the Pigsley. Is that the Pigsley interpretation by Plastic?
Yes.
Right?
Yes.
Okay,
Plastic did
because
that the first time.
it's
doing
amazing
his-
how he instills in your brain.
He
You
gets in
actually
all of
start
our heads.
hearing,
That's right.
hey, I go in a normal day, I pull it up. What's going on with my brain? Oh my God.
There's so much that we're doing that's plastic and we don't even realize it.
Yeah.
He's one of the best. One of the best.
Hey, let's not underestimate the ocean that comes occasionally on this channel. That's a good one. Oh. We have a Bobby Boo Boo. Bobby Boo Boo is joining.
Hey, Bear, it's
Hi,
great to see
Bobby.
everybody. Hey, Bear.
Hi.
Hey, Lord. How are you, everybody today? Is everybody okay? Hey, Bear, where's my pig sub? I want to buy my sub back. Bear, I
No,
want to buy my
sorry,
sub.
No, sorry, little hermaphrodite. I got the pig sub and I like it. You're not gonna have it back. You can do a fundraiser and maybe buy another one. Just do another fundraiser.
Lord, I'm really pissed off at you, Lord, because you've got my gig. I should be hosting the show, not you. What's he paying you? I'll do it for half. I'll do it for half price. I'll do it for half price.
Look, the pontiff told me behind the scenes that your face is too fat. If you do a weight loss program with me, maybe you will come back to the fold. What do you think?
I'll do it for I'll do it for $1. You know, $1 an hour. I don't give a fuck. I need the break. Come on, guys, give me a break.
All right, super
Fuck
chat.
me.
Super chat. Loose tooth. Do Austin Daniels talking about his tutors, guys? Let's not make fun of people on the spectrum. But yes, Austin Daniels talking about his tutors.
Well, it's not Austin Daniels. It's Autism Daniels. Autism Daniels. Okay, let's create it as is. Okay.
Hey, can somebody full screen me for 2 seconds?
No,
Sure.
he has to super chat first.
Oh, okay.
All right.
That was Bobby.
There's
Bobby
just been a
Boo Boo.
request.
Bobby Boo Boo. We have a super chat from Zhao Wei. Zhao Wei.
Of course. Fats, by the way, I don't have the rights to give anyone wrenches in the chat. I don't have mod rights for the YouTube channel, so I can't do that, unfortunately. Otherwise, you know, you and 3H are my friends. Zhao Wei, do Bird Brain and Mr. GMT plastic.
Yeah, I really like my tutors. Yeah, I really like my tutors. I took it to Rolex. For service. I counted the beats. It didn't come back. It came back one beat short. I was really upset about that. Yeah, I took my Rolex. I took my tutor to Rolex. It wasn't quite right.
Sounds like a Rain Man.
I've never heard this before.
That sounds like Rain
good.
Man. Yeah.
That sounds good. That's actually hang on.
How about
What do we
Bird Brain and Mr. GMT plastic? Which one would you like to do? It's a super chat, by the way. Please don't launch on me for this.
No, your chili shit. No, your chili shit.
Hello,
Are you looking after
you
the channel,
sexy
Bar?
guys. Hello, you
Are you keeping
sexy
people
men.
in check,
I love
Bar?
you sexy men.
Oh yeah, the sexy man.
Hello, I love you sexy men. Hey, I'll give you a chica roll. Look at my fake Kermit. Is my Kermit real? I don't know. Is our Kermit real or is it fake? Hello, you sexy men.
He does say that quite a lot. Actually.
He does say that, man. You fucking know this shit that I don't. How does he do this, man? It's true. Is your Kermit real? Is your Kermit real?
We don't know. Apparently. Apparently, there's
God.
some question.
Wizard, you sold me a fake Kermit, brother.
That's a bird brain.
He's muted.
Wizard, you sold me a fake Kermit, brother.
Turkey Vulture, $2. Give me a Woody.
Oh yeah, that's one of the.
Oh, yeah.
best.
I fuck the community. Fuck the community. The community fucking fuck everybody. Blow the fucking world up. I hate that fucking dog trainer. Fuck everybody. I hate them all, you cunts.
You forgot the Hugo list, though. You have to.
Yep, pretty much. That sums it up. That sums it up. That sums it up.
There you go, left guy.
Woody, are you there, Woody? Woody, can you take your
Hey, you've got to keep people in check. Come on now. You've got to keep people in check.
Oh,
I
there's
just
one.
want to talk watches. Have you seen the new Zenith? I love the community.
Oh, God.
I just want to talk about you.
Don't you come in for drama, Woody?
I don't want any drama. I
What
love
do you want,
the
Woody?
community.
Mm-hmm.
I just want to talk watches.
I thought you enjoyed talking about conspiracy theories.
I love the community.
That's
Have you
you,
seen the new
BBW.
Senate?
That's you, mate.
I love the community.
Oh man.
By the way, Dog, they did go to the moon, you know.
People choose to believe that. They have a strong attachment to that theory. You know.
Have you been telling people to aspirate the jabs to make sure that the mRNA vaccines don't go into the bloodstream?
I don't know about that. I just avoid getting the jab altogether.
Look, everybody, we have my faithful assistant Tattoo.
Hello.
The
Hello.
plane, the plane.
I've been trying to get the pontiff to get a tattoo of me. Tattoo.
Oh my God.
Where's my friend
Tattoo.
T and Tickers? I think I want to see who's the tallest out of me and T. Who is the tallest?
Tattoo,
I've
what do you
got
think
him.
of Tattoo? What do you think
got
of
him by
buying
1
a
inch.
NATO strap for your Rolex?
Oh, Oisin is here. Oisin is here.
Yeah.
No, this is Adrian fucking Jack.
Oh, Adrian, I'm sorry, Adrian. My apologies. My apologies.
Tattoo, what do you think
How are
of
you?
buying a NATO strap and make some coffee?
I love it,
That's
but
fantastic.
I think it's a little short for me.
I just love having Jack and Bark on the show.
Turkey.
I love it.
$2. ABC, give me a TG.
Oh, that's his best. That's his classic.
Tristano. Toma vai.
Capolavoro. This quality is a masterpiece. It's iconic.
Sounds exactly.
There's so much history and heritage in this pure class diver. Squale.
Well done. Well done.
Then it exactly
Bravo.
sounds like him. That's
It does.
crazy.
Yeah, you just
Off
nailed
And
it.
the award goes to.
Up on Smash, $1.99. Can Tattoo start some drama with tea and tickets?
When he comes on,
I'm the
happy to talk a
real
bit of
thing and
smack.
tickers. Get this fake fucker off. I'm the real thing and tickers.
Or else
No, I'm the
stick this
original.
here.
I'm the OG. I'm the original T. It's me, not you. I'm the original.
Fuck off back to Mexico.
I was here first.
Fuck up or I'll stick my dick in your ear.
Oh my God.
You spied on James Bond whilst he was making out with that lass, weren't you? You were stuck on the ceiling, weren't you, you pervert?
Woo!
Right,
You have
now,
an interesting variety.
look, Doc, just be quiet. You're not a doctor. You talk about turmeric. Talk about crappy pizzas. Talk about
Oh my
people
God.
going to London with their crappy backpacks, going to
Oh
Trafalgar
my God.
Square, feeding the pigeons. Fuck that shite. It's
Oh
all
my God, that's
shite.
good.
What
is
No
the king?
question. The
IBC
two
is the
bastards,
king. IBC is the
TGV and Ocean. Fucking. So you could do, like, you can literally talk and I would think it's them. It's like amazing.
ABC, let's see this. Oshin, can you tell us about these Dam Busters, the Zero West watches?
Oh, these watches are a hark back to World War II and the Allied forces defeating the Nazis. on the beaches of Omaha, where we took the Nazis down and liberated the world.
Wow. Wow.
Box and Docks, do Bobby Hill, Plastic.
Everybody loves Bobby Boo Boo. Bobby Boo Boo. Bobby Boo Boo.
He goes and changes his avatar and comes back.
And he actually takes this professionally. I know there's no fucking
Off-
around. Yeah.
Off on Smash, $1.99. Tattoo should accuse tickers of giving ear herpes.
Ooh. There's Bobby.
Hey, everybody.
Bobby Boo Boo.
Hey everybody,
Hi, Bobby.
how you going there, guys? Hey, can you take me out full screen? I want to address the panel. I want to talk to everybody. You know, I feel like a little bit of you know, I just want to get.
I want to disturb Bobby.
Hey, Marcelo, shut the fuck up. The men are talking. Shut the fuck up, Marcelo. The men are talking. Shut the fuck up, Marcelo. Bear used to love me like a son, Bear. What happened, Bear? Then you told me to go fuck myself, and I actually fucking did. Oh, Bear, I love you, Bear. Give me my pizza back. You know, since you told me I could go fuck myself, it's been the best thing in my life, Bear.
You've been enjoying it. You've been enjoying it.
Lord,
oh my God.
Lord, you should give up your spot to me, Lord. You know, I'll do it for a lot cheaper than you. I know Archie's paying you at least $20 an hour. I'll do it for $5.
He doesn't actually. I mean, can you?
You can subcontract to me.
Can you do cheaper than nothing? Can you pay me to take my free spot?
Mike the Snake, I love you, Mike. You know, I don't know if we ever met before, but Mike, I lose sleep about your CNC machine, Mike. I really do.
Me too. I'm worried about it. It's in a bad state.
Oh man.
Doc BBW, I love you, Doc. You've been here since day one, and you've always looked after me, you know, Doc. And I think you might have told me to go fuck myself too a couple of times, which was the best thing that ever happened to me. And ABC, I love you, ABC. You're great.
Sometimes I don't speak up.
Don't worry,
okay,
Pigsley. We're going
to catch up with you all. Love you all. Bye.
Bye.
Bye, Pigsley. Bye, Pigsley. Matt Pigsley is the best.
Golly gee.
Pigsley is the classic. Man, what a characters. What a fucking characters.
The men are talking.
I mean, that man of talking part, like, that's just...
That's talent.
It's amazing.
I love it.
That is just pure talent right there, man. That's just...
Yep, the Academy Award goes to...
You gotta go to school
in all
to be
honesty,
that
Plastic,
talented.
serious question. Which character is your favorite to play? Like, what is your favorite character to play? And why?
Wizard, because I get to go...
Wizard, you're the snake.
And I love Wizard. I love Wizard because he's the fucking funniest guy on YouTube, but everyone's starting to work it out. His mother jokes are the fucking best. The guy's got balls of steel for doing what he does. He's come back from a fucking heart reconstruction and he's still out there giving shit, taking shit, looking after Archie. He's a fucking genius. And no matter what we say, we all give him a bit of shit. But I'll tell you,
and never boring. He's never boring, right?
No,
He's not boring guy, which is
two super chats, guys. Super pitchy, $8.99 New Zealand dollars. ABC and Plastic.
Yes, yes.
Loose Tooth, $1.99. Bobby Google, Jake the Cake, and Carmelo arguing, please.
Carmelo, we didn't see for a while. We didn't see Carmelo.
Who's Mike? Oh, Mike the Fake. Mike the Fake and Carmelo arguing. Okay.
I want Jake the Cake actually specifically. You know, not
Jake
just
the Cake?
any other real.
Well, we'll do Jake the Cake as a combo because that's also like Mike the Fake. Then I'll come back and do the arguing.
Okay. Hey, Plastic is having it's a Plastic.
I can't even remember everything.
Hey, take it away.
Plastic, it must be something with your connection. Plastic?
We have to have a scorecard.
He goes to change he changes
his
The
avatar.
profile picture.
Yeah, he's taking Plastic is doing this in the most professional way.
He's like one of those old impressionists from the '60s that turns his back to the audience and gets ready and does his next impression.
Yeah. I like that. That's exactly the way I see it too.
Like Carrot Top when he reaches into his
thing
box for
Do
a
you
new
mind that
prop.
that background noise? I think it's Joe Wright. If
Jay
you can,
Wright,
if you can
yeah.
just can you mute it just
There you go.
because it's thank you.
You okay, Bear? You're looking after the show.
Okay.
Yeah, it's very bad song.
Thank you.
All right.
Do we know Jay Wright?
Yeah.
I don't know.
He's been on
Do
a
we?
few times.
Who is Jay Wright?
It's the seventh time. Yeah.
Yeah, he's
If I
been
see
on
the
a few
if I see
times.
the avatar, I probably would know. I mean,
I
the
think
name
Right.
is
he's the one that went out with this woman who was a friend of his, but then, yeah, it didn't work out or something like that.
Is that
Is
you
that
want
the
to with
one?
Blondie? You want is he
No,
the one
no,
that
no,
with
no,
Blondie?
No,
no.
that's someone
Oh,
else.
okay. Oh, all right. All
Yeah,
right.
it's actually in London selling shirts about all the watch community with all the logos and the so he's actually doing very interesting things.
We have a super chat
like
from
plastic is
our
really-
great friend and supporter Hoff
All
on
right.
Smash.
Off on Smash, $4.99 US. Speaking of Wizard, has anyone heard from him lately? He said he had a big doctor appointment right before LWS and was hoping for clearance to travel, but disappeared. I hope he's
No, the Wizard was not planning to travel to LWS. He actually said he's not going. He thought about it at one point, but he wasn't, and he had a regular checkup. So I'm sure that he's fine. I mean,
Yeah, I think the confusion is there. When he was saying, like, he was toying with the idea, he was saying, I will go to my doctor and maybe ask for clearance. But I think he's
Yeah.
I hope he
I
comes
don't know.
back.
When did he have his
in
operation?
his condition, he had the operation only maybe a month ago. Like I
Oh.
don't think that would be good for him to travel anyway.
I've
Ooh,
been through
Jake,
the same. I've been through the same operation, and at 1 month, you're still not ready to go doing like long-term traveling. At 1 month, you're just barely
you have a super
coming
chat
back.
from Mom.
MCM, Bear and
MCM.
Hal. What are the chances of Arch getting the purse from Cars and Chrono after buying the debts of Tim? 0. That Birkin is not showing up for anyone.
I don't think so either. I agree with Lord. We have a Jake the Cake. Who is a Jake the Cake?
Welcome
I'm
to
sorry.
Hi guys, it's me. It's Jake the Cake.
Jake the Cake.
I'm a long lost relative of Mike the Snake. Just wanted to come on the show and talk about my easy peach cobbler recipe.
Yeah. Well, I'm Blueberry Mike at my favorite fish and chips joint that makes famous pies. And Jake the Cake, you're my distant cousin.
Shut the fuck up. The cake is talking, okay? Shut the fuck up.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Excuse me.
This is an easy peach cobbler. What could be a more perfect ending to a summertime meal than an easy peach cobbler? Savor the flavors of summer with sliced peach. Fresh peaches cooking away with butter and spices.
What a fucking crazy guy.
The topping made from pantry ingredients you have on hand, and peaches can easily be substituted with any fruit you have depending on the time of year. The tang of the lemon juice paired with the sweetness of the peaches is perfectly balanced with the crisp topping. Want to make the dessert even better? A fresh whipped cream of cold vanilla ice cream truly makes it the perfect way to end a summer night.
Was he reading this or what the fuck? How do you come up
Hey,
with this
Jake,
shit?
if you sell me a CNC machine so I can go and sell it to someone else and make a profit.
Hey, you shut the fuck up, you young cunt. I'll fucking come around there and I'll fucking stick a knife down your fucking throat. You keep giving me shit about my fucking CNC machine. I'm gonna reach around that fucking monitor and I'm gonna cut you from ear to ear. I'm gonna rip your fucking throat out and I'm gonna shit down your neck, you cunt.
Are you
And
sure
put
that's a
in the
good
CNC machine.
idea?
Hey, stop fucking with Jake the Cake, alright?
Jake, please continue your recipe, Jake. I don't think you came to the end, but you're rushing through it a little bit. Slow it down a little bit.
Yeah, Jake.
Yeah, that's what my girlfriend always tells me, Lord. I happen to rush a little bit too much. Shut the fuck up, Marcelo. The cake is talking. Shut the fuck up.
Shit. Okay.
Ingredients you need to make peach cobbler. You need a half a cup of unsalted butter. You need 1 cup of all-purpose flour.
Somebody muted Bear.
2 cups of sugar divided. 1 tablespoon of baking powder. A pinch of salt.
Jake, super chat, Jake. MDW 199 in US dollars. ABC, do the Jack and Bark impersonation.
This is from Bark and Jack, where we talk about coffee, watches, and photography.
Hang on now, Marcelo, please let me enjoy this. Let me enjoy this.
Marcelo, the men are talking. Marcelo, the men are talking. Please, be quiet. Men are talking. Thank you.
Fuck, he's good. Go on,
So I
Bart.
sold all my Rolexes. I sold all my Rolexes because I realized I wanted to flog them and make some money.
Bark and Jack, how do you like Bremont? What do you think about Bremont? Would you recommend that as a better choice than Rolex?
Well, I thought they were a shit brand first, but then they schmoozed me, and I thought, not so bad.
And that's why you recommend them?
Well, I actually got their narrative, I got their journey, and I bought into it.
Journey, wow. So do you feel they're horologically ahead of many other brands?
Oh, absolutely, they're really keeping the British watch heritage alive.
I see. I understand.
Is there an expanding Belmont community?
Well, so far it's just me. And yeah, just me.
Bark, are you still there?
Yeah, I'm trying to think who else is part of the Bremont community.
Well, okay. I wanted to ask you, how do you feel as a Brit, not drinking tea, but rather drinking coffee?
Well, if we go back to the Boston Tea Party, where the Americans protested about taxes and levies, I bought into the journey.
You are very much impressed with the word journey, aren't you?
Absolutely, because everybody's journey is different, and then why pay somebody to review a watch collection when you should buy what you love?
Well, I kind of wanted to ask you to tell us a little bit about your journey from the expert of putting IKEA furniture together to becoming a watch expert.
Well, I think it all started from when there was an AD that sold me a Batman because they knew that I wouldn't flip it, but then I flipped it.
Wow!
Good
for you.
And then I started buying all these views and subscribers.
And you became famous and popular.
I got the YouTube plaque for number of subscribers very, very quickly, record time.
Would you consider that your greatest achievement is becoming a rodent number 2?
Well, I think that's a little bit harsh. I don't think I'm a rodent.
You tell the Danny boy he's a fucking little cunt. Play all my steam engines, the little cunt. Fucking silver on here.
Who the fuck is this now?
Bloody silver on.
Oh my God.
That's the Roadmaster. That's the Roadmaster.
Oh my goodness gracious. Bark, do you see
Thank you, Sovereign. Thank you, Sovereign.
Yeah, how's it going? G'day, mate. G'day, Plastic. You doing well, mate?
Thank you, Sovereign, for the new mic.
You're welcome, you flaming bastard. It sounds me your fucking years.
You aged terribly since your last showing on the panel. What happened to you?
Yeah.
It's that fucking plastic driving me fucking crazy. That flaming
Everybody,
bastard.
yeah, that's a common experience. Yeah. It's amazing that you managed to have the glasses exactly like a sovereign. But you are a sovereign after all, right?
I am the bloody sovereign.
Yeah. Are you going to show us any steam engines or anything of that nature, or?
They're all out of puff, bro. All out of puff. There's no fucking steam left.
So what's your favourite movie, Sovereign? What's your favourite movie?
I fucking forgot the name. It's a bloody. I like the bloody Neighbours.
Is there a Neighbours movie coming out?
I don't know, Madge. You know, Madge. Anyway, guys.
What do you think of Al Stewart? What do you think of Al Stewart from Home and Away?
He's a bloody flaming bastard. He's a flaming bastard. Man, anyway, I think Madge calling me now. I gotta go. See you later, guys.
Hey,
Bye,
Sovereign.
Sovereign.
Drop by
See you, Sovereign.
Bye, fellas.
Yes, you guys.
This is the maddest show ever.
Gentlemen, my
Guys,
battery is
I also going to go.
draining
Yeah,
out,
yeah,
so
I
I'll bid you adieu.
I
Adieu.
need to take a
All right,
shower.
Doc.
Bye, Doc.
Thank you so much for being part of it.
Yeah.
man. Thank you
Doc,
so
it
much.
was a good
Blast.
watch Doc until Plastic showed up. I enjoyed the watch Doc, and then Plastic came on.
And then it became hilarious.
Then it became a show.
Ben, I
Thanks a
also
bunch,
going
guys.
to go, guys.
Take care.
See
Guys,
you,
and,
Marcelo.
Yeah, don't forget to
See you
drop the
guys.
link in case you guys forget.
Thumb it up, guys. Thumb it up. Thumb the show up, guys. Thumb it up.
Thumb it up, thumb it up, thumb it up.
You want us to drop the link to your Rebel stream, Marcelo? Is that what you just said?
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to. I'm going to stream. I don't know if I'm going to stream later today. I know 8 o'clock. I am streaming on regular basis. My 8 o'clock in the evening. I think is 11 o'clock GMT time in the morning. How 11 o'clock something. But yeah, if you guys drop my link, it will be great. I mean, I basically changed a little bit the platform of the style of the streaming. It's not exactly 24 hours, but basically whoever is admin can open the show. So it's more something like that. But I actually appearing in my 8 o'clock in the evening in regular basis. So something like that.
I'll drop a link to your channel, Marcelo, in the chat.
That would be wonderful. Great, guys.
No, we're not wrapping up. We're not wrapping up at all. We're going strong. It's only been 3 hours, guys. We usually pull
Only 3 hours, right?
I do 4.5 usually. So
And let me tell you, the one thing that counts is good today.
we're all working for Pontiff, and by working I mean we slave for free. So it's been a pleasure. Guys, keep them coming. If you would like another impression, if you have a prayer request for Reverend Plastic, or
Hello, Shroom. Nice to see the Shroom.
welcome to the program.
He's always in the background.
Yep.
He's taking care of us. But it's nice to occasionally see him on a live stream.
Yes, it is.
Hey, Shroom.
Thanks. Yeah, hey. Yeah, look, I'm still recovering from my time meeting him. You know him. You know what I'm talking about. Yeah, man, it's been exhausting. It was a lot to take in.
Him.
I didn't write
Did you
that.
go for coffee?
Yes, we yeah, a lot happened. I'm still piecing together what the events that took place. The 3 or 4.
Did you have tea or coffee?
We had coffee. Archie's got this special trick where he goes to his bank in the city and he gets free coffee.
By the way, Lord,
Yes.
with all the characters that Plastic has, you can add 20 subscribers like this.
Thomas,
Like that.
Thomas Burnett, Mr. Burdett, $8.99. Shout out to Jay Wright. We had a great meal with the punters this evening. Archie signed some of Jay's shirts that he's selling, and I bought one of them. The Pontiff and Tim were on top form today. The Pontiff and Tim Wright, classic couple already, a match made in heaven. Yes. Jay Wright, just to clarify something, Jay Wright, of course, now stop being a fucking ingrate. I'm sending the link to my channel. Go and subscribe and stop bitching in the chat already. All right?
Oh.
Well, what is Jay Wright upset about?
Of course, I'm trying to promote my channel. What the fuck do you think?
Of course, why not? Please, Plastic, can you do 20 subscribers to our friend Lord?
Mr. Zoso, super chat, $10 for Plastic versus Green Room. Wizard battle. All right.
Sure.
I will leave.
Oh, wizard versus wizard.
Oh.
Where the fucking ass clown? Where's that fucking ass clown? Who the fuck? The fucking Green Room. Oh, I'm looking for that fucking ass clown who's always taking the piss out of me. Where the fuck is that cunt?
That fucking green shroom is taking his he's changing his picture. You need to change his picture for a minute. Hang on.
I'm the fucking OG. I'm the OG wizard, and I only want the best for the Pontiff. I fucking love the Pontiff. He's the greatest, man. I fucking love that guy, you know. He's fucking unreal. I really want him to succeed, guys. Yeah, I never talk shit about him on any other stream, man. I fucking love the OG. So the other day, I was having a fantasy, and I got Marcelo's bird, and I cooked it live in a pot of boiling water. Fucking bird brain. Oh, get that bird brain. Who the fuck? I'm the fucking wizard. Who the fuck are you, cunt? I'm the wizard. Who the fuck are you?
That fucking mask off, you fucking clown.
I'm the wizard. I'm the real fucking wizard. I'm the OG wizard, not you, motherfucker.
The fucking wizard hates being disturbed, being forced to perform at very short notice. He's not prepared.
Those fucking glasses off your face. Now fucking stick them down your throat sideways, cunt.
Disrespectful little piece of shit.
It's my medication, guys. It's my pills, man. I don't always remember what I say, but I remember this. I'm the OG wizard, and I'll fuck anyone up who thinks they can take my place.
Take that fucking disrespectful mask off, you piece of shit. You fucking degenerate piece of shit.
Where the fuck is that ass clown, that motherfucker? And that fucking green room thinks he's take the piss out of me. I'll fucking get you, green room, you cunt.
That fucking green shroom, he's got the social grace of a newt.
I'll take that fucking quail and I'll make quail soup out of it, the motherfucker, if he keeps fucking with me.
I spent half the money on the airfare for our wonderful pontiff, and
I spent all the money on the fucking airfare. I flew the fucking plane. I flew the plane to fucking London. You only gave him half. I flew the fucking plane. I built that plane, motherfucker. I built it.
I designed half of London. I designed that London Bridge myself back in 1812.
Oh, I built the hotel he's staying in, man. I fucking designed that room, man. It was me. Oh, me, motherfucker.
Yo, Mike, how the fuck are you?
Hey, Mike, who's the real wizard, man? Who's the real one, man? Come on, Mike, pick one, Mike.
Oh, your old buddy, the wizard. He'd never betray you, Mike. He'd never betray you.
You're the real wizard, man.
Thanks, Mike. Thanks, man. Appreciate it.
Yeah.
Wizard, you're a snake, cunt.
Yo, you're a fucking snake.
I'll fuck you up, Bird Brain. Hey, I'm gonna fuck up Bird Brain, not you, motherfucker.
Fucking clown.
You talk shit about Archie on other channels.
Oh, that's a hard medication, man. I can't always remember, man. You ever take the red pill, the blue pill? I can't always fucking remember, man.
And you talk shit about your girlfriend.
Come on, man. It's not my fault, man. I gotta take these meds, man. I don't remember, man.
You talk shit about fake girlfriends.
My girlfriend's real, man. She's fucking beautiful.
Yo, I gotta get to bed soon. I gotta my plane for the London Watch Show next week. It's I gotta.
I gotta go. I gotta build another plane to fly to pick up Archie. See you later, guys.
Love you.
There's also $5 left. This right, green room, give it to him. And then we have Box and Docs agree with plastic. Wizard is good. Turkey.
I hate being paid to do this on short notice, so I'm never doing this ever again.
Oh, shut up. With the right you will do it. Of course you will do it. Shut the fuck up, man. You'll do everything for the pontiff. Come on. Turkey Vulture, $2. Hey, Wizard, you pick up that JZ watch?
JZ. Is that the AP?
Tiffany.
Royal Oak.
I thought it was a Tiffany Paddock.
Oh, okay, you got one of them. Why not? I guess you're that loaded.
Jay-Z the one that picked that one up?
Jay-Z has one, yeah. He has one, I think. Plastic, you know what gets me more than any impressions? Like these nods, random nods you do when you wear.
That's my shtick. That's the shtick.
Yeah, you're perfect, man. Plastic is perfect. Perfect plastic.
We've spoken about Zenith, El Primero movements and Grand Seiko, and then all of a sudden it became this crazy comedy show. It's amazing.
Has anybody seen the plastic movement? That would be great if somebody actually made a plastic movement.
£2 sterling from Saber MK42. You guys seen the TPG masseuse Rumor.
I'm gonna draw a broad stroke and make one comment about that whole thing. If he's done it, who fucking cares? I think it's funny either way. I think both WN and TPG, I think they're enhanced by each other. Believe it or not, I think one helps the other out in a lot of ways.
Yeah.
And the other thing I've got to say is, if he did that, if he went and worked and that was his hustle, and I'm not going to judge him for it, that shows how fucking motivated and how fucking deep he's into this whole scene and how much he wants to succeed. So that's a huge hustle to do what he did. I couldn't do it, but if he's done that and he's made money and seed money to fund his ventures, then fucking fair play. Fair play.
€2 box and dogs. Can we get a bear growl from Plastic?
I fucking hate everybody.
I haven't heard the rumor about TPG and the hookers.
Look,
I don't know if it should be repeated or not.
But listen,
but I'd
if
like
it's
to
true,
know.
if it's true, he's literally worked his ass off.
Well, I believe that. I mean, it's obvious the guy's highly motivated, and I mean, he works out. He's got a regimen, daily regimen. He's boom, 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 boom. He's a workaholic. He's highly motivated guy. You can tell that about him for sure.
Did you say he's fucking?
Did I what?
Did you say he's fucking?
He's fucking motivated.
Oh, okay. All right.
I'm sure he's fucking whatever he can get his hands on. Just like any of us probably would.
Hey,
count me out, Mike.
If that's his hustle and he's killing it and he's making good money, fair play.
Absolutely.
Oh, he worked as a masseuse and one of his clients became his sugar daddy and funded the business.
Allegedly.
I can believe that. I have a friend. There's a town near me called Guerneville that's basically a gay town, and I've seen it. There's lots of guys that got picked up by elderly men as their young sugar baby, and these were straight guys that just kind of pay for play, and or gay for pay, yeah, but shit. Next thing you knew, they're driving around in a brand new car.
Mike, you seem to have some intimate knowledge of this matter.
Well, I knew the people.
Tell me more, Mike.
One of the guys was actually murdered, along with the sugar daddy.
Tell me more.
And I ended up going out with. He was girlfriends with this girl who I had gone out with previous, and then he was murdered, and then about 6 years later I hooked back up with her and went out with her for another 5 years, but this guy that was murdered was gay for pay for sure, and he was up there at Hans's place and got murdered along with Hans in some sort of weird I believe it was that area is ridden with a lot of people that do meth, and I think it was just some weirdos on meth, pulling some military op in their stupor, and they broke into the house. Psychosis, and there's a lot of that in that town. But yeah, gay for pay, but not me. No, that's not for me. I'll work for my money a different way.
You work hard, but you don't work your ass off.
Exactly.
Unlike Timmy, who's been working his ass off all week.
That's for sure.
Yeah, huh? Boy, last night, he was live streaming, and Archie just looked he was sitting there, kind of staring straight forward, and he looked like he'd gotten too drunk, and he was just like done for the evening. And I typed into the
£2 sterling. A toast to Mike the Snake, a gift that keeps on giving. Yes.
that's me, man. I will keep on giving forever.
Yeah. Thank you, Stieber MK42.
Apparently, Tim said he wasn't drinking. He was just really tired from the day. But I was telling Tim, like,
listen, Mike. I don't want Tim talking for the big man. Like, just he doesn't have to fucking talk and say, "Oh, he's tired." Just say nothing. Like, just let it be.
Oh well, I mean, this was last night with the big dinner.
Oh, Archie's just tired. Oh, he's not his fucking. Archie's not his bitch to talk about him, you know.
No, I was trying to get Tim to take him up to the room because Archie looked like he was like not having a good time, like Archie was about ready to keel over, kind of thing. I was concerned for Archie.
But Archie's a grown man. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, I know, but I've been caught out like this before. A hot day, running around all day, you drink too much. Dinner time rolls around, you haven't eaten. Next thing you know, you're just like, you're kind of a zombie, like you're looking right now. And it's time if you had a friend with you, it's time they escorted you up to the room and laid you down to sleep, so to sleep it off. And but then apparently he woke back up later, and I saw him later on, and he'd woken back up and was having the time of his life. So I'm glad he recovered well, and it looked like he was having a great time. So I'm just glad Archie's there and having a good time. And yeah, I think he just really needed more than one day to recover from jet lag. And that was day 2, and getting towards the end of day 2, so he woke back up later that night, and I think he's probably full strength today. And yeah.
So, who is taking who up to the room again? Mike, is the story you told us earlier?
Tim was live streaming, and it just Archie was sitting at the dinner table, I guess at the big dinner. I didn't realize this, but Archie really looked.
It was the feast. It was the feast of the prophet. The feast of the prophet.
Archie did not look well. He did not look well. Okay, he looked like he was kind of hurt. And so I was trying to urge Tim to like take Archie up to the room, man. He needs to lay down. And just out of concern for Archie, but Tim said, no, he's not drinking. He's just tired. And I said, okay, then forgive my assumption for that he was drinking, and just take care of him, keep an eye on him, Tim. And I left it at that. And then later on, I saw that Archie had woken back up, I think after maybe he got some food in him, and looked like he was having a great time later on. So there you go.
Well, I mean, wouldn't you have a great time once you had 1.5 pizza pies?
Sure.
Sounds
You
like
bet.
to me.
I think that's what he needed. He was missing 1.5 pizza pies. He hadn't gotten them yet.
Right. I mean, all that back and forth. He needs some carbs to refuel again.
Yeah, you bet. You betcha. Yeah. Mike the Snake would give his life story to a stranger who asks if he had breakfast this morning.
Hoff on Smash, $4.99 US. Can we talk about Cars and Chrono secret tapes on ArchieLuxury channel? Tim and Arch are go together. I can't stop watching. A match made in heaven. I don't say it lightly.
Good, it's good stuff. It
Quick
really
comment.
is, man.
Plastic, what do you have to say?
Quick comment. I think everything that was mentioned in the secret tapes is valid. I think Cars and Chrono would not be offended by anything said in those secret tapes. I also believe Tim will honour the deal, and if a Birkin becomes available, he will make sure Archie gets that Birkin at retail. And I also believe Cars and Chrono was a bit of a stingy asshole for not shouting Timmy for that night out. That's plastic comment on
Can,
the
can, I,
Sabbath.
can I ask a question?
Yeah, I agree. I agree.
I agree. If all that's true, fuck
Plastic.
yeah. He
Just-
should have
just
just
help you-
hosted the table.
Just to help
Fucking
you elaborate, Plastic, I want to ask you a question because you and Sovron had this thing going, you know, a little jealous of bondage, a little jealous of Cars and Chrono, all these American vulture capitalists coming to basically wrest the pontiff away from you.
Yes.
What do you think
Yes.
about that?
Yes, well, we love our pontiff. We don't consider him property of us at all. We see him as a communal gift for the whole watch community. As his Brisbane brethren, we all live in the same city. We feel a moral obligation that no matter what Archie does, no matter how much trouble he gets into, we are going to be there for him. And exactly what Sovron said, neither of us are jealous. I wouldn't say we're overly protective. I think that we actually didn't mind the fact that Cars and Chrono was looking into this whole venture capital thing. We thought it was a good positive step for Archie. I think Bear as well is an amazing contributor to Archie's channel. And what we like the most though is we like our Archie to maintain a healthy chat during the stream, because we both believe that a healthy chat in the stream makes a healthy show. And the one thing that happened last year that annoyed the shit out of us was that everything got censored. People couldn't even fucking say anything in the chat without getting blocked. There were so many people who were blocked. It's not funny. And I don't think it's a jealousy thing. I think the fact that we both believe we got our chat back, and now the Archie show is going from strength to strength. So good on Archie, fair play. If he goes to America and becomes a star, he'll always have a place at the table at the Inala Noodle Bar, where me, him, and Sovron will dine together and share wontons and share noodle soup.
Plastic, I'm kind of hurt by something you said though. You are not being overly protective of the pontiff. How fucking dare you? You have to be overly protective of the pontiff.
He's a grown man. He doesn't need protection. He's a grown man. No, we've got his back. He's a grown man.
Well, when you get famous, sometimes you need bodyguards and you need little people to watch your back though.
His back is watched.
You can't deny that. You can't deny that.
I'm thinking of getting one.
His back is watched, and his back is washed by Tim.
That's
watched and washed.
That shower had all the accoutrements, honestly.
That's why they got that special shower set up, so they could sit there and bathe each other. And
you got that special sponge and everything, all those car cleaning products. I think you brought those along.
Was there any juice involved in that shower?
There's a great movie called Caddyshack where the guy walks in and the judge's wife is bathing, and she goes, "Can you loo for my back?" That's what's happening every night in the Archie Tim boudoir.
Caddyshack is one of the most classic movies ever made, ever. The little fucking gopher, and Bill Murray just spends the whole movie trying to kill that gopher, and oh yeah, I remember.
It's just a chocolate bar.
Yeah, the swimming pool. Or when he has that the other main character in the show, and he goes, "Son, do you do drugs?" And the kid goes, "Yes, sir." "Why, yes, sir." And he goes, good for you."
The thing that none of us want Archie to stop being is being himself. We want him to remain authentic. I guess some of us would love to see more commentary, more videos on the London Watch Show. Some of us would like to hear more about the alleged disappearance of watches that happened. We'd love to see a lot of videos about that. But we got to remember the one thing Archie has always been this: a lazy motherfucker. So he's over there, he's sleeping, he's eating, he's drinking alcohol, he's having a good time. Let him have a fucking holiday. The guy's worked his ass off for 10 years. Let him have a holiday.
I for one actually like the fact that he's enjoying himself. That's the reason I'm so happy to be hosting this show, because it allows him to just sit on his back and collect the checks, just rest in his laurels, get all the praise, get all the recognition, and
lie in his crapulence.
And he will come back next week and be re-energized, revitalized, and continue giving us so much more entertainment.
And I'm sure there's going to be a lot of stories to tell, explosions on the trip. There's got to be
a lot of drama,
and we can't wait.
Yeah, no, it's going to be good stuff. Yeah, and
Sirocco.
Yeah,
Bastard.
Sirocco.
Welcome back,
Mike. Thank you. Had a phone
buddy.
call which went on forever, and I went, "What happened to my fucking dinner?" So I've been out for dinner and found a nice little bar with some music. And I thought, that's
Beautiful.
enough of that. I'll end up getting pissed, and I don't want to do that. So I might get the Miami-Dade fucking cops onto me as I'm trying to stagger home. It's not a good thing.
Yeah, you get some guy whipping up in a Ferrari, in a Lambo.
I haven't seen one Ferrari. I haven't seen one Lambo sports car, but I have seen 3 Lambo SUVs today, which fucking look amazing. I've never seen one, and then I've seen fucking 3 in a row.
Wow.
Amazing. Yeah. Yep.
Very cool.
Fucking yeah. There's some fucking awesome cars around this place. Anyway, what are we discussing? What are we discussing? I've jumped in and I've no idea.
Plastic.
We're discussing the importance that this momentous week has been for our pontiff to have a well-earned break from everything.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And even better, the money is as good or slightly better than the week before. Thank you,
That's
Lord.
got to be a good thing. That has to be a good thing.
And thank you, Marcelo, wherever you are. Thanks, Marcelo.
God only knows where Marcelo is.
Oh, we thank him. We must thank him too. Thank you.
Yep.
He was
on before, wasn't he?
He's supporting us spiritually. He's supporting us spiritually.
Yes.
Actually, he's helping more when he's absent than he's present. So.
Listen,
I think that's a bit harsh.
It takes a lot of flavors to make a nice cake.
Oh, apparently I'm a snake. Fight
pinch
cancer
of
calls me the
Lord,
snake.
a tablespoon of snake,
Yeah.
a little spread of Sirocco, a dumpling of green room, a
Couple
tiny
drops of
little
snake
dab
venom.
of plastic. Yep. A ladle of bear. Stir it all around, and we've got our AC3 cake.
Yep.
Yeah,
With AC3's cherry on top.
Little bear musk.
AC3's what on top again?
The cherry on top.
Okay.
Yeah.
I mean,
Some
he can
whipped cream or
Yeah.
vanilla ice cream, right?
He has to stay on top of the cake, unaffected by all the cooking process.
Yes.
He can cream the cake.
He probably would like to cream that cake.
Yeah. He has a special
But
platform.
I'll only listen. But I'll only let him share the wontons. Nothing else.
Oh yes.
I saw that highlighted, very brief highlighted comment from Three-Hander. By the way, Tim the Chin has been freed, and he was been talking on the fucking chat. And when he was about to be banned, I suggested that maybe that's not a good thing, and he actually thanked me for that. So, Three-Hander, get up with the times, mate, and we're all going to get it along.
Yeah.
Fuck
Super
me dead.
chat, $2. Good job, Lord. Instant Arch Classic without Arch. Bravo. It cannot be an Arch Classic without Arch, but I'm trying my best. Thank you for recognizing that, NCM. I appreciate you.
And I'm trying to help as much as I can.
And everybody, if you can, please go to Lord's channel and subscribe. Give him a few subscribe and comments on his videos. The guy deserves a little bit of support after this week. Amazing.
He does. I agree with that. Like, subscribe, and tell your friends. I agree.
Before we know it, Lord will be rebel streaming against Archie, and we all want to make sure we play a little bit of a part in that.
Yep, I agree.
Because we need more drama.
There's not been enough drama this year. We need fucking
AC3 versus Lord. That's going to be great. I can't wait. I'll
my
go
God.
front row tickets.
That's never gonna happen. I'm his attack dog.
That's what they said about Pigsley, JJ, and Timmy last year, man. It happened.
Yeah.
Well, I have a dog inside me. I've been already barking at people. I'm just a hired gun. Absolutely.
No, you're a good man.
Yeah. I'll never say a negative word about Archie. Never have, never will.
Well, I talk all sorts of greasy shit about Archie in the open, but I won't
What's that?
frame.
What's that?
I do talk all sorts of greasy shit about Archie out in the open. He's the big boy. He deserves
I say things about him and his threads and stuff, and things that I like about his threads, and things that I like about other people's threads, and the differences between the two. But nothing that I wouldn't say to Archie if Archie weren't right there. You know, nothing that I wouldn't say to his face at the same time.
Yeah, I put that idea in Marcelo's head that Chin was everyone.
You did. You did too.
Like Spartacus. It's like the Spartacus. I am Spartacus.
This is Sparta.
That's a little different, but all right. We'll go with that.
Guys, for Plastic, it's been a great show. I've got to go get lunch for the boys. You take it easy, everyone. Lord.
See you, man.
Plastic.
Mike.
Thank you for Scooter prayers.
Sirocco.
Scooter,
we shall talk soon, Plastic. We'll talk soon.
Definitely, I'm looking forward to when you get back. We'll have a big lunch date, man. Me, you, and the boys.
Yeah, that'd be good. Be awesome. Four of us. Be fucking great.
Blessed be thine.
Thank you so much.
Blessed be thine, followers of our pontiff. We wish him safe journey back from London.
Amen.
Amen. My God, what a performance. Thank you, Reverend Plastic. Thank you for blessing this stream. It's been amazing to have you. Thank you for genuinely praying for Scooter. We all want the best for her. We want the best life for her, a longer life for her. We want the best, of course, for our friend Mike the Snake. And thank you for entertaining us, playing tag team also with ABC and Green Room. It's been amazing. And the community appreciates you. Thank you. Diego is Tim. Mike is Tim the Chin. Who is Chin the Chin? By the way, that's the actual name. Actual name that Marcelo uses is Chin the Chin. Chin.
Well, I'm honored to just be on the stream. So I try my best. I know I'm the butt of a lot of jokes, and I try not to interrupt. I swear to God, when I do, I'm not trying. I'm just trying to get a word in, and somebody starts talking at the same time. But
it's always someone else's fault, Mike. I know.
Of course. I mean, when you're in jail, you're everybody's innocent, right?
By the way, that's you must have watched this movie, Shawshank Redemption.
Yes,
one of my favorites.
Oh yeah, great movie.
Best movie ever made.
Yeah,
on record.
Yeah.
That's what they say. Brilliant movie.
Great movie. Fantastic movie. Yeah.
But carry on, Lord.
Yes. I mean, look, that was one of the moments where I fell in love with Morgan Freeman's narrative voice. And that's one of my inspirations for learning English as well. Because James Earl Jones and Morgan Freeman narrating things, that was to me, oh my God, this is the coolest language in the world. I have to learn it.
Wow.
So it's been, but the plot itself, with all the twists and turns it has, and the reason I was reminded of it, of course, is when he first comes in. Of course, why am I forgetting the name of the character? Jesus.
Which
let's pull it up. Hold it up.
Oh, you mean I've forgotten his name as well. I can stop it.
What did he play?
All right, Dufresne.
Dufresne.
Andy Dufresne.
Yeah.
So Tim Robbins' character, Andy Dufresne, when he first comes into jail, of course, he swears that he's innocent, and this is what Morgan Freeman's character says to him. What's his name? Red, right?
Yeah, Red. Yeah.
So Red tells him, "Oh, that's everyone is innocent.
Yeah. We're all innocent here. What are you in for, Oz? What are you in for? Lawyers fucked me."
Yeah.
It's one of the best revenge stories ever made.
Yeah.
It has such a beautiful but also bittersweet ending. Like the turns it takes right at the end. It's for a minute it's very heartbreaking, and then it kind of picks you up again. Yeah, I don't want to spoil it, even though everyone knows this movie. I'm sure you have already watched it a dozen times. If you didn't, please do.
If you haven't seen it, it's worth spending, about 3-hour movie, if I recall. 2.5, 3 hours. It's absolutely worth grabbing a 6-pack of beer or more and just sitting down there with some popcorn or chips and watching the whole thing. No interruptions. Fucking brilliant movie.
Do you guys ever watch Family Guy, the cartoon?
No.
What's up? What about it, Mike?
They do a fantastic version, a spoof on the Shawshank Redemption movie.
Do they?
Yeah, they basically Peter, Griffin is Red, and you got if you get a chance to watch that episode of Family Guy, you'll just be on the ground laughing. It's hilarious. That's all. That's my only point.
Righto. We're gonna have to take your word for it. I don't think we're allowed to show any episodes.
No, you're not. You can't show it here. You have to just catch it sometime on TV.
Yeah, guys, if you feel so inclined, please send in your super chats for movie reviews by Mike the Snake. I think that can become an important attraction for us.
Sure.
There we go.
Even movies I haven't seen.
OC, the original douchebag Rolex collector.
In the flesh.
There you go.
Now you guys are approaching your, you're into your 4th hour, heading into who knows how many, and I thought I'd give you a second wind.
It's been easy, having all these wonderful people, Mike the Snake, Plastic, Sirocco, coming in at the beginning and then joining us again after his dinner. Sovron joined us in his wrinkled flesh. That was amazing.
Yeah. Well, it works out perfectly because I'm actually getting to the end of my ability to remain.
No, stay.
So, I'll stay for a few more minutes.
Okay.
But OC, you're the perfect replacement. So
you're irreplaceable. Everyone on the panel is irreplaceable in their own way. And,
of course.
But I'm here to support Lord, who's supporting the Pontiff, and help him out because this is hard, guys. But I'm glad you had an easy day, Lord.
Yeah, Powie in the chat. Thank you very much. That's a really nice thing of you to say.
Yes,
appreciate it.
Today was a great chat.
And Diego, I was absolutely fucking totally gobsmacked that you were taller than I am. Fucking Diego, he comes across tiny and he's a big guy.
Oh yeah.
That's very suggestive, Sirocco. Would you like to tell us more about that?
We had dinner the night before last, and he was in the driver's seat of his Audi. He is taller than I am.
Okay, so you're
taller than I am.
Yeah, okay.
That's hey, give me a break here. It's late.
Look, I mean, I keep saying this.
It's late, and I've had a couple of beers. Okay.
now that Archie and Timmy are a couple, I just thought you guys were trying to steal the limelight.
No, absolutely not. I left Diego. He bought me dinner and he tried it on a bit, and I said, no, I have to go home now. And I have another date next weekend. Which day to be confirmed, with Mattis.
Legend.
Oh.
Mattis.
Yeah,
Legend.
Mattis in Fort Lauderdale. So that'll be probably Friday or Saturday, I think. Sovereign in the house.
Sovereign, how are you doing, man?
Hey, gentlemen. How you going?
Sovereign.
What's happening, boys?
Good to be with you.
You still have
Wasp,
but you look refreshed. Did you just feed on something?
He's gone out and had a facial. That's what
No,
happened.
it's the ArchieLuxury T-shirt. It's the Wasp T-shirt. Archie christened me the Wasp, so I thought I better have the T-shirt to match.
What was that about the facial? What kind of facial did you receive?
You're looking very dapper.
No, it's the wrong channel. You need to go to someone else for that.
Look at his skin. It's not half as wrinkled as it was a bit before.
Yeah.
Got one of those
How
acid
are you,
seals.
Rocco? Good to see you, mate. Mike, what's
You
happened?
too, buddy.
Is Scooter sick, mate? What's happened? I just came on when I just heard about Scooter. Tell me about Scooter.
Scooter's 19, and I think that she has a tooth issue, and she's not been eating their dry food, and so she's been getting really skinny. And lately, I've been feeding her wet food, and she's just been, gulping down 4 times as much food as she normally does without issue. And she's seemingly got more energy and doing better. She had a couple of seizures a couple of days back that had me kind of worried.
Is she drinking more as well as eating?
Yes, she's drinking, eating,
Okay.
sleeping a
So
lot.
if I can just jump in there, it may be a form of diabetes.
Maybe Tuesday, I'm taking her into the vet.
And the seizure could have been either a hyperglycemic seizure or a hypoglycemic seizure. They're both the same thing. I've got diabetes. Yeah. But if she's voraciously eating and drinking and taking a seizure, that could be the result of a hypoglycemic seizure.
The seizures happened because she's being overwhelmed, getting in dog fights between the fence with the neighbor's dog and in playing too hard with the puppy. And she just lay over and kind of lay there and give up. And it wasn't the rock hard, stiff ground mal like my other dog that had epilepsy. She just kind of laid over and gave up. When I picked her up and took her in, set her down, she was fine. But she really worried me. And she has been getting very skinny. And so I've been feeding her wet food, and she's been gulping it down. And I think the problem is she hasn't been eating enough.
Well, there's two things Rolex men love, man, and that's supporting Archie and also looking after their dog. So, man, I prayers Archie comes back safely, and prayers that your dog makes it through, mate, and has a wonderful rest and reigns of life. She's
seemingly doing fine now.
That's good, man.
And was it Plastic did a wonderful prayer for her, she's seemingly doing really well. She's 19 though, so
whatever your faith or religious beliefs are, every man loves his dog. So yeah.
Oh yeah. No.
Anyway, what's happening? Did I just miss Plastic? Did I?
You did.
Just had to leave to prepare lunch for the boys. Prepare lunch.
You were on. Weren't you on earlier with him?
Yeah, you did come on though. So
No, I didn't. I was in the chat room for a couple of secs. I was just out mowing the lawn.
You came on the panel and spoke. That wasn't you?
No, that was Sovrang. That was Sovrang. That was a different guy. That was his quite elderly brother.
Because I could swear it was the same specs thing. It was
No. This is my first visit for a couple of days. Yeah.
Okay, you fooled me. Whoever that was. Yeah. Hey,
Oh, well, what's the Archie,
it did have a very similar hairstyle. Let's be fair.
what's the ArchieLuxury show without an impersonator? We've all taken the piss out of everyone. It's good fun. I embrace it. I embrace it. You're nobody until someone's taken the piss out of you.
Could have sworn it with you, Soph. It looked with a double you, mate.
Yeah.
Danny.
Oh.
I didn't see Danny come in.
Danny, how are you, buddy?
Not bad, are you?
Yeah,
good. Thanks, mate. Good to hear.
Thank you for joining us today. It's nice to see you finally. You don't drop by that often, unfortunately.
No, what, Sov or Danny?
Danny.
Oh, no, Danny's around all a lot. Danny's okay. He's all right. He's around the traps.
Danny's a bit like the Scarlet Pimpernel, where you seek him here, seek him there, but you seek him everywhere.
Yeah, we miss him.
I'll have to get the timestamp and see what a good job they did on the Sov impersonation.
Shouting out about a fucking Madge or something.
Yeah, I doubt that it was an impersonation, honestly. It was very compelling to me, so I'm not even sure if it was.
In today's stream?
Yeah, you look like you could do with some sleep, but you look
perhaps 40 minutes ago.
I'll have to check it out. Check it out. Sounds like good fun. Anyway, so what's happening, gentlemen? Anyone heard from Archie? What's the latest?
No, not yet.
Has Archie found the missing watches?
No, there's a rumor that apparently Lord wants to keep under wraps for now. So
no, it's not. It doesn't have anything to do with me. But I think he was a little hesitant before he left to London to speak about that subject. So I said maybe wait for him for the big reveal if he wants to have that reveal. But he's having a lot of fun. This was his first full day of the show. Yesterday was the preview and the VIP dinner, cocktails and finger food, which he despised, of course, because it's small and it's not fried chicken.
Archie's first big reveal was when he used to stand up without any pants on. That was his first big reveal on the show. I'm just really happy he's having a great time over there. He's having a good holiday. I know a few people are just badgering him because he's saying he's not getting any more content and that. And he's the most hardworking, laziest bloke I know, right? He's just over there. Let him. He's been locked up in ISO for so long. You know how much he loves to travel, and that's his life. So if he's over there, he's over there. And if he's a demigod at the moment, let him have his minute in the sun. I'm sure he'll come back with a lot of stories.
With all due respect, what's all this?
What's what?
If it's not content, what's all this?
Content? Oh, we're just here to pop into Archie's place to water the lawn and feed the cat and make sure the washing up's done while he's away. Yeah.
Make sure there's no food rotting in.
There's an old saying.
We know there's no leftovers.
There's an old saying, man. There's no show without fucking punch, right? And you can't have Punch and Judy without Punch and Archie's Punch. So there you go. So I'm just happy to pop in and say good day to everyone, have a bit of a chat, and go from there.
Good deal.
Hey, is Green Room still around? I had a question to ask him.
Oh, Green Room. How did the date with Archie go? Is Green Room there, man?
That's where I was alluding to. I was going to.
He's not in the background for the moment, but I'm sure he can pop on if he is still available.
If he's still around, that's fine. We'll wait until
he commented on it
for another day.
He commented on it the other day and said that he was very honored to be in the presence of his hero, and he had a good time.
I just want to know if Green Room had any leftovers and if he just offered them to Archie, or did he torture Archie like I did?
Let me tell you, there's two things that Archie cleans up. One's his plate, and the other one is everyone else's wallet.
And everybody else's plate if he can.
The two things he said was, he's still kind of, reveling in that presence of the pontiff, but they also went to one of the sponsors of Archie's channel in Sydney to Luxuria Watches.
Yes. Went to see Cove. Wow.
Yeah, so they
Didn't know
wanted
that, yeah.
they looked for watches specifically
yeah.
for Green Room, and he actually has his eyes now on this beautiful OP36 with a blue dial from Luxuria Watches.
And he's
Sydney.
officially on the list.
No, it's a great dealer. He's not on the list. It's, if one comes in, mate.
Well, I think they also went to the AD and they got a catalog for Archie and they put him on the list, but they're not really holding their breath to get it at retail.
So, Lord, did I hear you say that English wasn't your native language? Wasn't your first tongue?
English is my fourth language.
Oh, well, you're doing a good job at it, mate.
You're one of those smart guys, huh? I speak un peu de français. I lived there for a little while.
Oh, c'est vrai? Tu parles français?
Je parle un peu de français. I lived there for a little while. When
In fact, I would hasten to say it was a très petit peu.
Hey.
So, Lord. I'll test out my French. La poubelle. La poubelle.
Mon crayon est
Très bien.
Mon crayon est brun. My crayon is brown.
La petit déjeuner.
Voulez-vous coucher avec moi ce soir?
Je pense non.
Parle français.
Un peu.
Mike, would you like to now try to carry on a conversation with Lord in Hebrew?
Shalom.
Shalom. And
Shalom.
I don't even know. I mean, I know in Spanish, I can speak Spanish as far as like taco, burrito, tostada, taquito.
No.
But, you know, gracias.
So just to butt in here, the most important thing we've got to say is how's the super chats going in his absence? Do you have a performance review? Do we? Yep. Yes. Have you made the performance? What is he expecting? 50%, 75%? What is he expecting?
Okay, so he didn't expect shit because he's not paying me for shit. But we roughly average around 400. Yesterday we had more than $610 US dollars.
All right, good deal.
So we're doing pretty well.
That's not bad.
I can
working for a living.
What he does
for a living.
You know, I'm just looking at Jay Gray's sweater there. Pull up Jay Gray's sweater.
What he does in 3 hours.
No, not Mike the Snake. Jay Gray's sweater. Look at that. Doesn't that look like when you're on a website, you need to make a payment, and it says, "How many traffic lights do you see in this picture?" select all the pictures that you can see traffic lights in.
Yeah. Mrs. Dodger said the same thing yesterday to me.
And then you click, and then you click the pictures, and it says, "Wrong. Try again."
Yes, the traffic lights are
a trick with you.
an unfortunate addition to that picture. That look beyond the traffic lights. The traffic lights.
There's a V-shaped formation of clouds.
There's a V-shaped shadow with.
Yeah, there is. Yeah.
What is a vapor coming off of the dark line? Unfortunately, you can't see the whole picture. You will see more of the setting sun to the bottom left of that
those are
picture.
government chemtrails. It's a conspiracy theory. You know,
No, it isn't. No, it isn't.
Weather modification.
It's not. This is a photograph of the
I
bloody
know.
jet Archie was on, and that's the aura coming out of it on the way to the London
There
Wash
you
Show.
go.
Oh, it's
That's what it
Archie's
is.
aura.
That's actually when he flushed the toilet every time he had to go.
Yeah,
to the toilet.
that's just the one time. That's the one time that Archie flew over Canada. Sure. No, that was the pyramid-shaped spaceship that was taking care of Archie in the sky
I see.
in 2015.
When he was at the London Watch Show.
No, on his way to Singapore for whatever.
I'm just joking. What is that? Is that a dust storm like coming in on the horizon there?
No,
Sunset. Sunset.
You still need it is sunset, yes, Sav. Mike, I still need to get you the full picture so that you can get that in full detail. It'd be nice if I get that up for everyone.
So I can make 1,000 more incorrect guesses about whatever.
Well, you'll just see how stunning the picture actually is. And what that moment was.
I see. I don't know, are you gonna do that, or just something we'll have to do in the future?
Yeah, we'll figure it out.
Yeah, cool, no problem. I want to go turn my heater off. Thermostat's broke. It's just an on-off switch.
Oh dear.
All right, you flaming bastard. That log for like. It's a fucking log for like. You flaming bastard. What have you done with my fucking steam train? Midge. The fucking neighbours on. Take a screenshot, you flaming bastard. I'm the fucking real.
I fucking got me teeth fixed, you cunt. You fucking take the fucking piss out of me because I had a fucking gold tooth. Well, fucking look at it now, eh? Hey, fucking look at it now, they're fucking... Yeah. I fucking... Listen here, I fucking borrowed these from Paul Thorpe. He fucking got these from Donny Osmond, you cunt. Just you fucking give me cheek, you bastard. Fuck you, and your fucking dog.
He's a lying bastard, he got him for fucking Turkey, the lying bastard.
Does this make you feel more at fucking home than any void, does it? Does it really? Yeah. That's solid 24 karat fucking gold there, you bastard. It's not that fucking cheap shit you wear around your shitter. Oh, Jesus. You fucking naughty cunt. Go and get fucked.
Fuck off, you flaming bastard. Go watch your fucking neighbours in your fucking OMMANEY, you fucking bastard.
We fucking finished that off. We were the only bastards used to watch that Aussie crap. Jesus Christ. That sovereign is a fuck. That sovereign is a fucking cunt. Yeah. He's a fucking cunt, Dad. Look at his fucking complexion. He's been in the fucking sun too long in Australia, the bastard. Jesus Christ. Fucking hell. Even his glasses are gone all fungusy, the frick. Oh, fuck. You can't even do your fucking hair properly. Look at that.
Midge! Pass me the fucking just for me, Midge! And then done the fucking hair!
That fucking scars where they took the cock off his fucking forehead. Jesus Christ. Fuck me. Come on, what do you... Is that the best you got? Is that the best you got? Look, I'll keep a fucking eye out for you because you haven't got any, you cunt. Yeah. Yeah.
Fucking steaming up in here. You bloody gold tooth bastard, daddy. Fuck off.
Oh, you gotta have some fun.
Come on, man.
Get on, boys.
People work hard for this shit.
Fucking hell, where's the super chats? Come on, people. Fucking hell, there's some super chats.
Man.
It's hard. It's hard, guys. YouTube is hard.
God, fucking tough audience tonight.
It's a tough audience, mate. It's a tough audience. I just have to sit back and turn my air conditioning on. It's getting a bit hot in Australia.
From floods to fire, Sav?
Actually, I'm pretending I'm American today. I'm wearing a shirt without buttons. So yeah, so you don't see me in a t-shirt too often.
Yeah. It's pretty un-American.
There you
to
go.
wear
Archie
buttons.
wanted me to wear this t-shirt. Wasp. There we go.
Okay, cool.
Pitchy.
Super pitchy.
49 New Zealand dollars. Bravo.
Hey.
All right.
Well, I love New Zealand, eh? That's choice. Yeah, well, thanks, bro. Yeah. Hey. Whoo. Oh, choice. $3.49 New Zealand. Oh, that's great, eh?
Hey, thank
That
you.
was a lot of hard work. That was a 3-minute skit that seemed like a 30-minute skit. You know.
I couldn't tell which one is which, honestly. It was they were changing places, trading places. Another great movie. Mikey, have you watched that one?
Which one?
Trading Places with Eddie Murphy.
Yes. Yes.
What do you think about that? Can we have your review for Trading Places, please?
You know, I saw that movie so long ago, but that
Super
was an
chat.
extremely funny movie.
Graham Spunker, £5 have a fine white wine on me. Well, I can't participate in that, but I think all the other 5 guys, they are white and they sure wine. So
yeah,
my mother-in-law never stops whining at me.
I don't drink, so
yeah.
I'm white though.
I tell you what, tough guys don't dance, mate. But when she's off, I'm off to Arthur Murray to learn how.
I'll do the fine white part.
Yeah, Trading Places, Mike, go. I want your review on it, please.
Eddie Murphy trades places with this.
Mike, you're reading that off Bobby Google.
No, he would have got the other actor's name.
Well, he's a prince, and yeah, I do forget the person he trades places with.
He's not a prince. He's not a prince. His name was Dan Aykroyd.
That's coming to America.
Oh, that's Coming to America. See, all right, once again,
Wrong movie.
I got it wrong. So I can't even. No, I can't do it.
It's the same actor. It'll do. Same dog, different sausage. It'll be right.
Yeah.
How about this? In the movie,
Whip that pussy, boys! Don't be pussy whipped. Ooh, 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 ooh.
in Trading Places, Dan Aykroyd's character Winthorpe does go to a pawn shop at one point and tries to pawn his watch. What brand watch is it?
What brand of watch does
Rolex?
It was a Rolex. I forget what type of Rolex, but it was a Rolex.
Sure? It wasn't. Yeah.
Oh well, maybe it's at the cops when he gets arrested and he takes the watch off and he goes one watch, looks at him, Rolex. I remember that bit. I remember the pawn shop.
Yeah. Now I remember the movie. He hooks up with that hooker chick, and she believes his story, and the two old men bet $1 that they can.
Who was the hooker?
Oh, what's her name? Oh God!
I've just asked you. Don't ask me. I've just asked you.
She was in with that Arnold Schwarzenegger movie.
Yes, she was, and it was actually her first major movie. I'll also give you that clue.
But everybody thinks she was born a hermaphrodite. And she's really tall, beautiful. No, seriously.
Everybody thinks that.
Well, it's just some gossip I heard. What's her name?
Her name is Jamie something. Someone just put that in the chat.
Jamie Opulence?
No,
Jamie
Summers?
Jamie Lee Curtis.
Megan Markle. Megan Markle. Megan Markle.
Jamie Lee
Curtis. Hermaphrodite. Megan Markle.
Jamie Curtis.
Jamie Lee Curtis. Jamie Lee Curtis. Jamie Lee Curtis is Tony Curtis's daughter.
Yes.
With Janet Leigh.
Yes. And she's beautiful, beautiful, tall lady.
Absolutely stunning. She's still fucking beautiful.
Yes. Yes. Very beautiful.
Although her latest movie, she's not that beautiful because she's made up and worked out to
not be so.
I forget the name, to not be so, but she's not put fat suits on or anything. She's actually put herself in that position to without without having to wear the the makeup and the fat. Well, she's had to have makeup obviously because
Did anyone notice the difference in Plastic's microphone today? We bought him a new microphone last week.
Yeah.
Just so we can increase the performance of the ArchieLuxury show. Just take it up one more
I
notch.
noticed it. I did notice it. His clarity and everything came through much more, less harshly, and more clear.
But he lost some of his character.
But he lost his shtick though by making him clear and precise.
Maybe.
I think it was redeemed by the fact that we could actually figure the fuck out of what he was saying. So,
well, that windbag Ben, if Jamie Lee Curtis has the cock, well, I'd be happy to turn gay for her.
Yeah. No,
Yep.
no, that's just something I heard that maybe
Either that or Nigella with a strap on. Nigella Lawson with a strap on. That's the only two people that go gay for. Yeah.
That's just a rumor I heard somewhere along the line in my life that.
So I've got to interrupt Mike.
Oh fuck! Now there's Mark Goldberg texting me for sure.
You're rude. So basically,
I might have made that last one up.
Given the opportunity, you would take it from Nigella Lawson.
Yes.
There you go.
Arnold Rusk.
You heard it here, folks.
Nicole Kidman was actually born a hermaphrodite.
Nah, she looks like a giraffe. She's not attractive at all. She looks like a giraffe.
Nicole Kidman.
Yeah.
She was great in that movie, that first movie that she did, Dead Calm. When she jumped on. She
was okay before she had silicon titties. Yeah.
Yeah. But no, I don't rate her much, I must admit. I mean, look, probably wouldn't fucking push her away, but, I might give her a night of my time. Anyway.
Yeah, wouldn't kick her out of bed for eating crackers and spilling a few, right? No?
I missed that, sorry.
Wouldn't kick her out of bed for eating crackers in bed and spilling a few on the bed, would you?
Super chat from Archie. Super chat from Archie.
She could even fucking eat in the back of my car.
She can eat crackers off the back of my back.
Well, funny.
So is that from Archie or someone who's representing Archie?
That's a representative who's got his hand up now.
Oh, good on you, Lord.
Yeah.
Just speaking of crackers, I'm just having a snack before I go on. So take it away.
So, Lord, did you have a shave before you started this morning, the super chat, and that's just grown while you're on the stream?
Yeah. If you have seen the beginning of the stream, it was smooth.
I know you got this little fucking slit between your eyebrows and your beard, just so you can barely see through it. It's not.
I think he shaves that every morning. It just grows back. Before.
Hang on, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I was wrong. Eyebrow. There you go.
He shaves it when he gets out of bed, and before he gets to the breakfast table, it's back.
Yeah, it's back.
It's the Bible, guys. It's the Bible.
Plastic. I didn't mean that movie. I did actually say Dead Calm.
I wouldn't kick anybody out of my bed, so let's just move on. Yeah, that's pretty much true.
Yeah, Plastic's right there. Nicole Kidman's first movie was BMX Bandits. She did as
I never even heard of that movie, to be honest. That was before I came to Australia.
Yeah, that's all right. It's Sirocco probably thinks he's got it mistaken with BMX Bangers.
Good one. Good prick.
All right, I got to go and have some lunch. It's rude to eat and drink on camera, so I'll see you later, lads. It's great to hop on. Wishing Archie a great safe return to Australia, and great to hear all these trips and stories. And gentlemen, thanks for looking after the house while he's gone. He hasn't asked me to call in and make sure anything, but it's just nice to stop by and say good day to all the lads. So
take it easy, Sol.
Thanks for taking the piss out of me. Thanks for all having a fun and a laugh. That's what we're all here for. It's just like a big club.
Sov, as Plastic said, when I'm back in Australia and whenever it is, the four of us will go have lunch.
That's right. Yeah, great. Yeah, fantastic. Sounds good. All righty, man. See you, lads.
Okay, bud. Take
All
it
right,
easy.
see you. When yeah,
Well, I mean,
that's
Mike
some funny shit there.
Didn't you basically say
What's
that? Didn't you basically say that you wouldn't say to a man or a woman at this point?
It depends on how hot the man is.
Oh my God.
Diego, for example.
Well, I've seen some transvestites that were so hot, man, they were almost irresistible. You understand? I used to run a porno shop in Seattle for 2 years. Okay, so there were a few that walked in that damn near considered, but yeah, no, never gone that way. And at this point in my life, I don't even think any one of them would take me.
Yeah, Mike, you do strike me as the kind of person who has tried everything at least twice. So I don't know.
First time was a mistake, and the second time because he forgot.
At least once, but there's a few things I have not tried, and and then again, I've tried a lot of things that most people haven't ever tried once. So that makes me special. But no, I'm not bisexual. I'm trisexual.
Okay.
You'll try anything twice.
I try it. I try every time.
So what you've actually just said is, yes, you have tried.
Sure. Okay, busted. I'm busted.
The reveal.
You got me.
The reveal has happened.
You got me, man. All right. Whatever.
It's one of the biggest unboxings on ArchieLuxury live stream has gone without a super chat.
Without, yep.
Truly
No super chat needed.
I like that. Unboxings. Nice dig.
Exactly.
It's an interesting analogy.
It's like, oh, look what we have here.
Nice dig. Hey, man, at least I can laugh at myself.
Is that
I've
King,
had a
OC?
lot of fun tonight, guys. It's been a real one. But it is time for me to go and put some food in my belly and check my sugar and take my medications and make sure my little doggy's okay and do all that domestic type shit that happens beyond the real life, which is this stream and the Archie verse. So I'll bid you all a fair evening, day, morning, night, whatever it is for you in your part of the world.
Mike, this has been great. Thank you for your participation. And again, please take good care of Scooter for us. We pray for her. We love you, and we love Scooter.
Of course,
Thank you.
Scooter gets the best of care always, and I love you guys too. I love everybody. You're my outlet to the real world at this point.
Mike, before you go, Loose Tooth had dropped a chat while you were gone earlier, and it was for you to say your tagline, which is, you remember that one, the early one about Tim?
It's the one that you have to say something to Tim.
Oh, about fuck you, Tim.
You said it.
That one.
You heard it here first.
Yeah. Well, we already know that's me just saying I love you, Tim, in Archieverse language.
Mike did it for the community. Mike did it for the community. Thank you, Mike.
Of course, anything for the community. Even trying sexuality.
Hey, as people are shouting in the chat, we love on this platform. We love everyone. We especially love gay men, and we love Tim Wright. Never forget that.
Sure. Yeah. Oh, I can't wait till if Archie makes it to Vegas, I'll make it to Vegas, and hopefully make it to San Francisco. Tim's supposed to make it to San Francisco. So
that's Mike. Whatever happens in Vegas stays in Vegas.
Stays in Vegas. There you go. That'll be my chance, man.
You can
Just go crazy.
That special connection with the pontiff. Why not?
Yeah.
You know,
oh man.
Everything once.
I'll need to borrow that bottle of Vaseline that you got there, though.
It's right here. I always have it right by the computer for some reason. It's here.
Yeah. I wonder why you always got that handy.
Well, I actually use coconut oil because that's much more natural. But this is a prop. But I have coconut oil right here as well.
All right. Well, I'll send you my address sometime. You can send me that little bottle, and when we do the Vegas thing, I'll make good use of it.
Of course, please. Or you can go to your nearest Trader Joe's. They have a nice tub.
Yeah, they got the tubs, the big tub. You just scoop it in like peanut butter, right? And splat.
You can look. What other?
We just got a bit too much information, then, Mike.
No. I mean, I want to help elaborate here, because what other magical substance do you have that you can use to cook, to fuck, to please yourself? It's mind-blowing, guys. Coconut oil is just about
coconut oil, olive oil.
Olive oil, if you're into Turkish wrestling kind of shtick, for sure. Yeah, I'm more interested in women, but again, we love gay men. Yes.
Yeah, well, olive oil works.
WD-40.
WD-40, yeah, for sure.
Good for arthritis too.
Yeah,
apparently.
All right, guys. I'm gonna see you guys later. You guys have a great night. Okay.
See you, Mike. Take it easy, bud.
Night, Mike.
Take care, Mike.
I'll see you guys tomorrow.
For sure, Mike. Can't wait. Yes, speaking of WD-40, you will remember how Archie was trying to work that gasoline chainsaw. So if you would like to watch in the remaining time we have any of the Archie classics, please send in your super chats and I will be happy to put it on. And in fact, we will leave the panel on as well. And we will try our best. I will try to adjust here the volume, and we can even live commentate, as give you some play-by-play. So please, send in your super chats for questions, for legendary replays of Archie classics. Otherwise, I will try to convert OC from a douchebag Rolex collector to a vintage Rolex collector with the time.
Please try. It'll be easy.
Can I suggest, and I don't know if it's available, and it was a very recent thing, but I love to see the Archie exploding at Blondie again. That was just that's a very, very recent, but such a classic.
That's a modern classic, as they say. It's very recent, but it deserves its place in the pantheon. It's already canonical. It's canonized.
Yep.
Sirocco, as part of the panel, I respect your wishes, but I would rather get a super chat for it.
So obviously, yeah. I'm hoping that someone will super chat. That was just a suggestion.
Let that stay as a suggestion. Archie explodes on Blondie is an option. I know you already have some vintage Rolexes, and I know you have the power to make things appear if I ask you kindly. Could you show us one of your vintage Rolex watches?
Actually,
super chat, Lord. Sorry to interrupt.
Super chat.
GB, $2. Lord, you're doing a hell of a job as fill-in host. Thank you. I have great help from all the friends here, the usual suspects, and everyone else. Mike has been here since the beginning. Marcelo dropped by. Sirocco, Sovron, Danny, OC is here, Jay Gray is here, Plastic and ABC and Green Room did their shtick. It was just beautiful. Sorry, OC, you were.
You know, Lord, almost all of my vintage pieces are in the bank at this time, but I do have a picture of one that I know is near and dear to your heart. I wouldn't call it vintage, but
this is a Day-Date Oyster Quartz, right?
Day-Date Oyster Quartz, also known now known as the Sir Michael Caine.
Man, the man is so cool that they named him Caine. Can you believe it?
Yep. So that is one of the pieces. That's a 1987, and the reference is 19018. You did a whole show, and by the way, Lord has not only done an amazing job hosting this show for the past several days in Archie's absence, but he's doing it for absolutely nothing. But in return, let's show him a little bit of love. He does have his own channel, and he is making his own content. And so shout out to Lord Hellespont V, and maybe drop a link to your channel. And if you guys have it in your good graces, head on over there after the show and subscribe.
Another super chat. Did you get that, Lord?
Yes,
Justin Forge.
Justin Forge from Canada, the official currency of ArchieLuxury, $279. Archie explodes.
And our resident author, by the way.
Great job.
I'd like to plug Justin's.
What's that? Sirocco, say it again.
He is our resident author. JustinForge.com. Anyone want to go there? He's written a book. I bought it and read it last week. My style fiction.
Awesome.
Good book. I enjoyed it. Very well written.
Right. So Justin Forge, I think we can count this for Archie Explodes on Blondie, $279. Since he didn't specify, we can take that liberty. And then we will go back to talk about some oyster quartzes, Sir Michael Caine, on which I did actually a couple of videos already, one short and a longer live stream where I tried to talk about the consequences of auction results, especially when they break certain kinds of ceilings on the secondary market. But let's watch a modern classic. Yeah, go ahead. I still need a second to pull it up.
Okay, cool. And I was going to say, I do have another piece with which you're familiar. See if you can zoom in there.
It's a king or queen? King Midas?
Yep, a King Midas.
Oh my God. Nice. You chose all the unique pieces that are no longer in production. That's a good idea.
Yep, King Midas is one that very few people like in the Rolex world because of its asymmetrical case. But if you actually look at the history of that piece, it's the heaviest Rolex ever made. It was the most expensive Rolex ever introduced at the time. Just a lot of firsts associated with that watch.
And speaking of movie stars, it was Christopher Lee as Scaramanga wearing that in The Man with the Golden Gun. It's the Bond villain watch.
Cool. Didn't know that. Never noticed.
And it is one of only 2 Rolex models that's numbered. So it's a numbered edition. And the second model is one that I'm actually having shipped here as we speak, another rare model.
Before you jump into the video, it also has a very special presentation case, which I hope you have as well.
Yeah, unfortunately, I do not have the presentation case. It sucks. Yeah, I know.
Yes, guys, check that out. We will get back to that. I will show you the presentation case. But for now, let's enjoy, thanks to the generous contribution of Justin Forge, Archie Explodes on All Over Dancing Blondie.
We did that one there. So I got to tell you, this is what I would do, man. Forget the Aquanaut. I don't think the Aquanaut's that great.
Make me not big, please.
Let me show you. I'm going to bring it up on the screen now. Just 1 minute. Just be patient. I'm going to bring up what watch I would buy for you if you were my girlfriend right?
Can I be not big all the time?
This is
Hi,
I'm
yeah,
changing
you
it.
be
Just
big.
hang on.
Are you in charge of this?
Here we go. There we go.
No.
What do you think of that? Seamaster Aquaterra, mother of pearl dial diamonds, beautiful.
I like what I have. That's better.
That's fucking gorgeous. What's wrong with that?
No. I
What?
want which one do I want?
No, what's
your
wrong
name,
with this
Bondage?
watch? What's wrong with this?
She wants the black
I can do way
ceramic
better. I want
30.
that
She
No, but
wants the
what's
black
wrong with this
ceramic.
watch? Can I ask you what is wrong with this watch?
It's shite. I want the Protect one. The ladies.
No, but seriously, what is wrong with this watch? Seriously,
That
I'm
has the
asking you.
diamonds on the lug.
This has got diamonds.
Here, listen.
How about
I
this?
can get you any Patek you want. You just
How
tell
about
me which
this?
one you
What do you
want.
think of this one here?
Just the
It's
plan.
rose
Help
gold
me out.
with diamond. What's wrong with that?
Which one do you want? You just tell me.
Now, Tim,
I want the Protect.
you gotta have my screen up. Look,
Do you
I
want
tell
the
you, this is what
perpetual
I would get you.
calendar?
Just
This
the
is
plan.
what I
And
would get
want
you,
the moon
okay?
phase. I need a moon phase.
No,
Why
this
do
is
you
what
need
she
a
needs
moon
right
phase? Can I ask you that? I don't understand any
She's
of this
into
stuff. Look at this.
horoscope.
How about this? The ladies. Look at these ladies.
No,
Beautiful.
hey,
Look at that.
she wants
No.
the Patek 4947R.
I don't want it. I don't want it. It looks like
You
my
know
mom's
what?
watch. Like
You know
my
what?
mom would wear if she were alive. No,
You know what might be the answer for you?
I don't like it.
I'll tell you what might be the answer. Why don't you get a fucking job and stop sponging off people? That's what I would do, because to be honest with you, if a woman said to me, that I want this or I want that, you know what? Get fucked.
What?
You know what? I'm telling you honestly, you're a fucking parasite. I'll be honest with you. I'm fucking sick of you. You're a fucking money hungry fucking grub. You know what? Fuck off. I don't even like you anymore. I don't even like you anymore. You want a paddock? Fuck you and a paddock. You know what? You fucking paddock. Fuck you and your paddock. Fuck me dead. Why don't you get off your fucking ass? Get a fucking job. Fuck me dead. Fuck me dead. You know what? Get
He's
a
joking.
fucking job.
He's
You need to get a job. That's what you fucking.
I have a job.
Your fucking world. Fuck me dead.
Bitch.
And Tim, you fucking move the camera once more. I'm gonna fucking ban you, you stupid cunt. I'm fucking. Did you press the fucking thing? You're out.
He has said it. He has said it.
Seriously, you have got fucking too much fucking oomph. You know what? You don't fucking deserve a thing. Your fucking soul is horrible. Okay?
Oh,
No one's.
did Sean PayPal?
I'm fucking telling you the truth. You yourself. I don't know what the fuck your problem is. You are what's wrong with American women today in society.
Is he yelling at me still?
No,
Really?
he's yelling at Sirocco.
Archie,
He's yelling at Sirocco. I'm just going to be
Rock,
honest with
Malcolm,
you. and your crowd, this
$2.
is
Archie
100%
explodes.
true.
Seriously, what the fuck is wrong with you? If you get an Amiga, what's wrong with an Amiga? It's not good enough for you? Well, what the fuck have you ever done in your life? What the fuck have you ever done in your life? What the fuck have you ever done in your life? Tell me this.
I'm not allowed to have an opinion. It looks to me like things that my mother wore, and we didn't have the best relationship. You want to get into that? Like,
Yeah, I wonder why. Maybe she wanted you to fucking study. Make something of your life.
okay, thank you.
Is this the watch you want? Oh,
Diego,
Archie.
get off the fucking stream. You're out of here too. You know what? Fucking greedy, nasty, fucking person. You know what? Don't fucking buy her anything. I wouldn't fucking buy her nothing. You're an idiot.
I 100% agree.
Seriously, what the fuck does she want? What the fuck does she want?
Everything.
She's between you and me. She's the wrong side of 40. Do you understand that? You're actually quite handsome.
Wow.
Archie was.
Like, they can't fix that.
He has foreseen everything. He first he promised to bang Timmy, right? Which is a promise he's now fulfilling, if you know what I mean.
Yeah, instead of banning Tim, he wanted to bang him.
And then, you know, again, it's prophetic. It's prophetic. So much that we can learn from that video. But hey, we love gay men. We love women. We love everybody on this channel. We don't endorse the misogyny that was method acted in that clip.
That was acting, and it didn't stem from anything in Archie's personal life. There's nothing from his background or history that contributed to that at all. It was only the events and circumstances of that situation right there that caused the explosion. There was absolutely nothing historical that triggered that reaction, which is why that was so funny. Actually, like, if you asked me to compare that one with Archie explodes on the restaurant guy for charging him $7 for the extra water, and the stream carries on with him with the restaurant owner on the phone, that is a pretty good one too. I don't know if we would need a super chat to support that though.
Yes, and by the way, that was, you know, with all these interesting references for sexual orientation, that was about a salad not properly tossed, by the way, if you remember the script, OC. That's why he got so angry. That's why the pontiff was pissed.
Pissed. Part of the script.
Yeah, the reverso I have is the same one as the pontiff. It's the grand date, which has the big date, you know, 8-day power reserve and an exhibition case back. So for a super chat, I'm happy to bring it out. I still have it somewhere around here. Tim's new nickname is Reverso. Look, I mean, you know, we welcome everyone in the Reverso squad. You just have to make sure that you backstab someone who is very near and dear to you, just like I backstabbed Marcelo. You have to pay something to get into the club. You have to betray someone who is near and dear to you, which I'm really still curious about the pontiff story. He says he has this whole script about the 40th, you know, birthday and whatever, but he must have paid some heftier price for his Reverso. I kind of have a clue about what Diego paid for his. Same thing with Joe Farmer. But it's a big club. We welcome everyone. We love everyone. So, OC, on that note, can you tell me how you came to acquire these particular pieces and not just any other? And because you said that you don't necessarily consider the oyster quartz a vintage, I also want to hear more about your cutoff and what you consider to be, you know, properly vintage Rolex from your perspective, and why oyster quartz falls out of that spectrum.
Yeah, well, I think there's generally two ways you can think of vintage. It's something that is like when I was growing up, when I was in high school, Led Zeppelin was considered classic rock, you know, but Led Zeppelin had only been around 10 years prior to when I was in high school.
Fuck me dead. When I was at high school age, Led Zeppelin was still fucking just coming out and playing.
Right.
Fuck.
I mean, so, but maybe in the 70s, the Rolling Stones were considered classic rock, but even then, that was only 10 years removed from your adolescence. But I think there's something to be said that vintage should be maybe 20 or 25 years old at least. I'm not sure if that even applies now, because the Rolexes from the 90s and 2000s are every bit as modern as the ones that you can get today. So I think you have to really look back to the 50s, 60s, and maybe even in 70s to find models that you would consider vintage. I don't know, Lord, those classic subs, those 5513s and the classic Daytonas, those are all pretty much 60s and early 70s, right?
Yes and no. We were just talking actually earlier when Doc was here.
Super chat.
Huge 199 back in OC day. He was pumping the Mozart.
That's right. I am that old. Yeah.
When it comes to look, one of the easy ways of telling, for someone who's just starting out, in the Rolex world, it was to say 4-digit. We get to 5 digits, it's no longer vintage, right? But of course, you have 4 digits, like the sub, like the no date sub, like the 4-digit Daytona, that have such large production spans where you have so many different iterations that are entirely different from each other, and one would be very close to the iconic vintage appearance of that watch, like for example a 60s 5513. This is the no date 2-liner Submariner. But you would have something from around 84, 85, 86, where you have a glossy dial, where you have white gold surrounds, right? Where you still have tritium lume, and you have this cracked spider dials, right? Because of the particular lacquer that was used to create those glossy dials. Are these two watches really the same reference, right? Of course, they carry the same reference number, but are they the same watches? So, Justin, welcome to the show.
Hello, thank you.
Rota.
Super chat.
JustinForge.com.
It's I just learned this fact about you, Justin, but I can kind of hear in your voice and in your power of narration that you have that gift. So
You're very kind. Thank you, Lord.
I
Thanks,
look
Rocco, for the plugs.
You're
Appreciate
welcome, mate. You are most welcome.
So when it comes to me, for me, again, of course, since at least the 70s, right? 72 is when Osvaldo Patrizzi established the watches and clocks department properly in Antiquorum in Geneva, right? And that was really the spark for all these bigger auction houses like Christie's and Sotheby's picking up the theme and actually presenting and auctioning off wristwatches as precious objects to be collected. So there is a scholarship, and that scholarship has a common sense. That scholarship has a certain consensus, and that roughly places us in mid-80s, right? When Rolex was, first of all, industrializing certain of their production methods, right? That switched to white gold surrounds in steel models, and again, matching material surrounds in precious metal and two-tone models. That was actually easier to produce. That made the dials easier to produce because the lume was easier applied within those surrounds. So switching from naked lume plots to white gold surrounds in steel, using increasingly to the point of exclusivity sapphire crystals. The tritium stays for until we bleed into 2000s, but nevertheless, 84, late 83, late 84 is really more or less the cutoff. The nipple dials disappear from two tones and precious metals. So for
you, it's a combination of aesthetics, but also introduction of new innovative features that made the watch.
Features of industrial production, especially when the number of production increases as well, that is the consensus, right? Which doesn't mean it's the truth. From my personal perspective, I think for a watch to be at least called neo-vintage, right? You probably started hearing this about watches from the 90s and even late 90s and early 2000s, because now they're older than 20 years old, right? That's another way of saying that's vintage. older than 20 years old. If you ask my personal opinion, I think tritium lume, right, even when it is under a sapphire crystal, that can justify someone calling a watch neo-vintage. But if you have a no-holes case, sapphire crystal, luminova material on the dial, for me, even 20 years from here, where those watches, if I'm lucky enough to be alive, if I'm fortunate enough to be still living, 20, 30 years from now, even watches from early 2000s, for me, you know, from my personal perspective, which doesn't count for shit,
are still not vintage.
But my opinion, it would never be vintage because it has luminova, it has sapphire crystal, and it has a no-holes case. So for me, that can never be vintage Rolex. Neo-vintage, I understand a little bit. It's still tritium lume. That aging and patina it gains against the black dial, it's a very special look that we associate with vintage Rolex. So I understand that, but properly, it needs to be plastic crystal, tritium lume, holes case. So anything and everything before 84 for me is surely. But of course, precious metals had their sapphire crystals before, right? And you can tell us a little bit about
you never know, Lord, what innovation Rolex could introduce now or next week or sometime in the future that makes the features that you consider modern today vintage 20 or 30 years from now. So for example, you know, you're talking about luminova and super luminova. Well, now we have chromalite. Who's to say that chromalite might be replaced with something more advanced in 10 or 15 years, or that sapphire crystals will all have, you know, an incredible anti-reflective coating, or that the Cyclops would be replaced with some other kind of under the crystal magnification, or who knows. And all the characteristics that you're describing that apply to a modern watch would now be considered discontinued in vintage. So, you know, there's always evolution, there's always innovation, and I think that's what always keeps the revolving door of vintage time-based for the most part, is because remembering back to something 25 years ago and those models being discontinued and replaced, you know, 1 or 2 generations from them, you know, can be a logical rationale for determining what is, you know, fond memories.
I think that's a great point, actually. I know Justin has been trying to get his word in, so I'm going to cede the floor to him.
Actually, he hasn't. He's been politely listening to a very deep hole of information. You never cease to amaze me, Lord H. That must have taken years of studying to acquire all this knowledge that you have.
No, but it's not just knowledge, though. It's Lord has a perspective, and he's created identity around what works for, what aligns for him in terms of how he wants to craft his collection and the ideology behind that process. And just like any Rolex collector, like some of the pieces that I have that are off the beaten path, I have because they're not popular. And then, of course, I have many that are popular. But the Midas is something, for example, that, you know, I like its affiliation with Elvis Presley. I like the fact that it's a handmade solid gold bracelet that, you know, Rolex never did. One of the first watches with a sapphire crystal, you know, more prestigious than the day-date at the time. Yet it's shunned by most people as being kind of a ugly-looking, gaudy 70s watch, and that appeals to me. That so many modern Rolex lovers don't like it.
Well,
I would actually add to a depth of knowledge is which I don't possess, but I do have about 21 years experience of just owning watches, buying and selling, and that is a good experience that I suppose only money could buy, right?
You know, I'll say two two things. First of all, thank you so much for the kind words, Justin and OC. I'm not sure if I deserve it, but thank you. There are two things I think that will always apply to vintage. Again, there will always be a consensus, and that's why I think it was really valuable, OC, the perspective you have introduced, as certain innovations and the introduction of certain production techniques are implemented by Rolex. The perspective will change, and perhaps certain features of the contemporary line today will look like vintage from a certain future perspective. And I'm sure consensus will continue shifting. I was being a little capricious there when I said, and I don't expect that again. If I have anything, it's that hardened perspective, opinion, self-righteousness, whatever you call it, after years and years now of looking into these things. For me, again, a no-holes case, sapphire crystal, Luminova dial, Rolex will never be vintage for me. But your point is absolutely valid. And the other thing I wanted to say is, OC, the fact that you actually stayed on, I think, after Archie basically dedicated 2 full videos on you as a douchebag Rolex collector is really valuable, because if you didn't stay on, if you didn't hang on, we wouldn't actually know that in addition to having the entire, contemporary professional line at retail, you also actually reached out to this, these much less popular and resented even Rolex models and made them part of your collection. We would never know that if you didn't stick around. So I'm glad you did.
Well, I'm not here to impress anybody, actually, but I'm here to provide entertainment value when I'm invited to join, and I do that for Tim. I do that for other people as well, and I'm lucky if they want me on to share my perspective. And in the audience, I know gets a kick either way, whether it's pro or con, and that's totally fine with me. The more negative the comments, the more I actually enjoy it. I love living rent-free in the heads of audience members. But I love watching over time how, I don't want to call them trolls. They're not trolls, but they're adding value to the show through the chats. I love watching when the comments start becoming less personal and they start asking actual watch questions. And I've seen that happen time and time again with different audience members and panelists over time. What they think is a perception of my personality or my style or whatever becomes a form of odd respect, and then they start asking my opinion on certain things, and there's nothing more gratifying than that.
Can I actually ask a question to Justin? Justin, I heard in another context your journey in Rolex that brought you to SD43, the Sea Dweller with red writing. And I know you switched from an earlier Sea Dweller to that model. I want to hear a little bit more about that. And the question I have in my mind is, I know the proportions of the watch were important to you, but did the red writing and the kind of nod to the vintage / the original Sea Dweller that Rolex made with that gesture, did that play any part in your decision?
Well, a good memory, by the way. I remember recounting this story several weeks back, actually. This all started back in, let's call it 2001. I had an Omega Seamaster 300. That was my first, air quotes here, fancy watch. I almost fell over when I saw the price, but I had to have it. That was the Omega 25318000, I believe, the Bond watch, right? And when I got it, I thought, oh my God, that's too big. I gotta send this thing back, right? But anyway, I hung on to that one, and then I decided if I ever get this promotion that I've been kind of looking for at work, and it was a big one, I decided I will reward myself. I don't know quite how I'm going to pay for it, but I'll find a way. And I remember on my birthday, I got pulled into the office and I was offered that job, and I kind of went, my feet didn't even touch the ground on the way out, and I says, I'm almost heading straight for our local Rolex AD. And what they had under the case was a no date sub, and I was actually kind of thinking, do I want a date, or is this the simplicity of the no date just fine? And I thought, oh, the other one's about $500 more at the time, so I grabbed that no date, and I wore it for a few years, and I absolutely loved it. To me, it's darn near the perfect watch. But you know how things go. I always had one eye on the sea dwellers as opposed to the subs. They had a little bit beefier bracelets, beefier links, a little thicker in the case, but that's fine. So as soon as I got a chance, I, let's call it, swapped it out, sold, repurchased one. It was used, and it was in excellent condition, by the way, just superb. And I thought, this is the last Rolex I'll ever own. One and done. I love this. But then I started, again, you look down, you know, you ever do that? You look down at your wrist and see what time it is, and you roll it, and you kind of, you look at something else, and you go, I got lost in the beauty of the watch, and I don't know what time it is. So you do that enough times, and you start seeing how that watch really looks on your wrist. And I got to the point where it's half, I don't want to say boredom, but I wanted something a little different. And I really found that the 40 mil Sea Dweller was just a pinch too small. My wrists are about 7 1/3 to 7 1/2 inches, and the top of my wrist is kind of wide and flat. It's not a round wrist, so there's a bit of real estate to occupy there. So what I did was, as soon as the Deep Sea came out, I was smitten. I thought, look at this. I absolutely must get that. And I walked into my AD one day, this is many years later, and I just mentioned that I was going back down to the Caribbean just on a cruise and was going to have a look at these. And the sales agent, who I got to know over the years, pulled out a collection of a James Cameron, Deep Sea Black, Sea Dweller 43, and a Batman. The Batman was spoken for, the James Cameron was spoken for. At the time, ironically, I thought the Sea Dweller 43 was a little smallish. So I looked at that, the black, and wow, this is it. Looked over at my wife with those longing eyes. She says, just do it. Just do it. I know. Yes.
Quick pause, Justin. Mike David, 20 New Zealand dollars. At what price is a 1994 16710 Coke good buying? From original owner, all papers, tags, links, not polished, serviced in 2011. If you ask me, if it is under 15K at this moment, in the way you're describing it, it's unpolished. You are getting it from the original owner with a full set. Anywhere up to 15, it's still a good deal. 14, better. If you can get it under 13, you are basically running away with the watch. I have seen people sell naked watches around that time, or at least try to sell them from, you know, anywhere 15K to higher, and a lot of times they weren't even in decent condition. So if you can, I'm talking about USD, by the way, my apologies, I can't convert to New Zealander. So I would say if you get it from anywhere from 12 to 13K USD, it's a steal. Anywhere under 14, you still got a good deal. I wouldn't pay more than 15 for it. But hey, if you're smitten with the watch, you know it is the original owner, you know it's not polished, you can assess that situation. That's a beautiful, beautiful watch, and it's only gonna go up. If they end up introducing a Coke, you know those prices are shooting up and you will regret it. So it might need a service, but anywhere under 14, you have a very good deal in your hands. USD. What say you, OC? Do you have a
no good advice, Lord. I don't have anything else to add to that.
All right, back
just
to
just to the long. I'm getting the vibes there that my story is going on a little long, so we'll just
no, not at all.
Wrap that up.
We always interrupt with the super chats. That's
no. Yeah, that's fine.
Justin, don't worry about the chat, mate. Don't worry about the chat. We all get that stuff.
Let me.
I
just,
know. And it's not weed; it's LSD. Just so we get it straight.
Jumping off of that super chat real quick, and just to derail your story just a little bit. The Coke super chat brought up a good point, and that is a lot of people spent a lot of time focusing on the color of these GMT2 bezels and the speculation around what the next ones will be, and please come up with a new version, a ceramic version of the Coke bezel. Even though we already have a Pepsi that's blue and red, we already have a BLNR that's black and blue, yet people still clamor for different colors, and they really, really want to see a revival of this black and red combination. Is that just irrational longing for something from the past, or is there really such a incredible demand to see that specific color combination again?
I'm gonna be very selfish. It's because honestly, I do a lot of self-reflection when it comes to my choices. Sometimes I make the choice, you know, I shoot and ask questions later, so to speak. But it's, for me, it's really brand loyalty for Coke, and I haven't drunk a single you know, soda pop in the last decade and a half.
Hey, Lord, can I just interrupt? I know you're. I'm just thinking. You know, it's been fucking ages since anyone's been super chatting. We've been going 5 hours, 1 minute and 44 seconds.
This is in response to super chat, sir.
Yeah, we're carrying on a conversation based on a super chat.
Sorry, but that super chat was quite a long time ago. We need some more.
No,
we're doing this for Archie.
2 minutes ago, but we do need more, of course.
Yeah,
we always need more. So, and it's also selfish because I had the root beer when it was not cool, when it was a tacky two-tone watch. And I stuck with it, especially in the way, you know, similar to the way you stick with King Midas and Oyster Course Day Date. And when they introduced the new model, basically the prices doubled in overnight, let's say, right? You know, I'm exaggerating a little bit, but the reintroduction of root beer into the modern line of GMTs had something to do with it. In the same way, I just want a pat on the back. Having just bought my Coke GMT, and I got a very good deal on it. If they reintroduce it, I know the prices will suddenly jump up. And, you know, I just need a reason to feel good about myself. I've been miserable. So.
Gotcha. So So, but you're not one that wants Rolex to release a new version of the watch just for merit's sake.
I'm actually quite the opposite when it comes to that. I like the fact that Rolex constantly does something slightly different. I want them to keep the family resemblance, but move on to something else. I really don't want them to reintroduce everything as we know it. Do it under Tudor if you like, and I do appreciate Tudor. I started the show with Tudor today. But I actually quite like where Rolex has been going since the early 2000s.
Thank you for answering.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
I wouldn't mind adding something to this Coke Pepsi thing. I've always liked the Coke bezel better than the Pepsi. Obviously, it's personal preference. But let's go talk about colorways here for a second. I've been very sensitive to whenever they've how do I put this? Changed colors or suddenly swung to one particular, can we call it fad, or color? For instance, let's look at I believe it was the late 90s or something like that, when everybody decided orange was the color to get. They put it on the face, they put it on the strap, they put it on the bezels, they put it on like the dials, the hands. It was just everything orange, right? Your Seiko Monsters, your Omega Seamasters, your Planet Oceans. It got a little much. And it's especially noticeable when everybody starts falling in line, just follow the leader kind of thing. Then they went to the color green many, many years later. Obviously, Rolex, I guess they started, it's their color. And then other people just eventually fell into line or felt they had to fall into line, and they started doing it. It just gets a little, I don't know, obvious and too much. And then, of course, the Tiffany blues, right? And then you have some of the big players actually going to the variations of the, again, air quotes, Tiffany blues.
You're talking about the watch industry in general. You're not specifying Rolex.
Yeah. No. Okay. And then, most notably is the Panda kind of phase. We've got obviously the Daytonas and this, and all of a sudden the Tudors and the Hamiltons, and there's one other one that doesn't come to mind. Everybody just has to feel that they got to do this, right? Is there not enough originality? I understand that. Hey, look, this really has piqued people's interest. Let's do that. Let's make that. Like the latest Omega series that they just came out with is a perfect example of it, right? I'm glad that they made some of them. It looks kind of cool. But everybody's eventually do they run out of ideas? I know it's a rhetorical question.
I don't think it's a matter of running out of ideas. I think it's responding to market trends, and no manufacturer wants to be left not having color options or dial options that are perceived as desirable at any particular time. So why would it make sense for, if Omega has market research that shows that everybody else is launching green dial watches, and those watches are successful and people are buying them and enjoying them and liking them, why would Omega say, hey, let's not introduce a green dial Diver 300M? That would be silly.
Can I also say something, not necessarily to defend or even explain a certain brand, but Justin, you write books, so you will probably identify with this. When it comes to especially the movie industry, right? How many movies do you get to watch with genuinely new ideas on an annual basis?
Okay, that is I guess, a good parallel.
Everything is a prequel, sequel, reboot, and whatever else, remake. You know, so it's our general cultural stasis. It's our cultural inertia. It's not just the watch brands. I think that's the problem. We have been stuck for quite some time as a civilization, as it were.
You can't argue with that. Stories, scripts are very, very formulaic. Believe me, I know this, and it's basically the three-part play, right? A lot of them based on Greek tragedy kind of thing. I get it. But as far as something like this goes, you can make a different design, a different color. Look at the Gerald Genta designs. I thought those look fantastic to me. Anyway, I like it.
Which one?
I love this.
Which one? Which one?
I'm a big fan of the 5711s, 5712s, that kind of thing. I love them for their simplicity. Maybe I might be going on a limb here, a little avant-garde compared to what the general watch industry was used to. I'm not sure. But yeah, just do something of your own liking, something that follows your own DNA, so to speak.
Speaking of Janta, my favorite is the Royal Oak, and it's the 50th anniversary, especially on April 15. The Royal Oak will be officially 50 years old. I'm gonna do a stream about that on April 15, by the way, on my channel. So that's my favorite Janta design. There are a lot of interesting stories about how it came about. So I'm looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to talking about it.
What is it about the 5711 that you find so appealing?
That's a good question. I do love the.
That was a dog. That was a dog for decades, right?
Okay.
It was just for Italians. Just for Italians.
It's actually what I individually like. How do I put this? Individually, the pieces of the watch themselves, I don't find particularly overwhelming. But when you put it all together, they are greater than the sum of its parts. I like the hands. I like the horizontal ribs on the dial.
What is it? What, I don't mean to interrogate you, but like I when I look at that watch, there are certain things about it that I notice and I like. There's certain things I notice and don't like. So if you mention something specifically, forgive me, but I'm gonna probe a little bit deeper because I want to know exactly. If you say you like the hands, for example,
yeah,
what specifically about the hands do you like? Because I can tell you something about the hands that I fucking hate.
Okay, perfect. I don't look at it as an interrogation. We're just having a
we're just having a conversation. But
Sure,
I think it'd be good for the viewers to kind of like I want to dive deep into some of the rationale for some of your assertions.
Okay. I used to, and I still do love the Flieger types. Okay, a lot of them would have either broadsword hands or the syringe type hands. And
Lord, pull up a picture of a Nautilus if you can.
Anyway,
Lord,
what's up?
Can you pull up a picture of a Nautilus?
Of a
5711? Yeah.
All right. I thought everyone had it etched in their minds by now, but let's see.
No, but let's look at it. Have it face to face with our eyeballs.
Yes.
Go ahead, Justin. I'm sorry.
Yeah. Let's see. So yeah, that's kind of a dial that I just grew accustomed to, like especially in the chronograph mode there. But these hands are so different. They're rounded. Again, it all boils down to simplicity, right? Especially if you just look at the three-hander there, the 5711. And by the way, I'm no expert on this stuff. Hey, I'm
No, nobody's.
kind of
It's just opinions. It's just opinions. Nobody's
yeah,
an expert on anything, right? It's just what you look at and what you like, and that's
right.
the beauty of it. So here, I'll tell you what, when I see this watch, when you mentioned the hands specifically, I'll tell you there's something about the hands that irk me, and why I would never own this watch.
They're too
and
short,
that is,
right?
No, it's actually not the length of the hands. It's actually to me, the hands and the indices should be in alignment, stylistic alignment, right? Because the hands are there to tell time. They move around the dial, and the indices are there to mark key intervals around the dial, every 30 degrees, from 12 to 1 to 2 to 3. And when this watch was designed, and even into modern interpretations, the hands are rounded, as you said earlier. They're curved, so they have curved. They're almost long ovals, right? And the indices are not ovals. The indices are rectangles with sharp edges, right? Even along the 5 and the 7 and the 2 and the 10, you have kind of these sharp edges to them. So to me, I see just a dissonance there, something that doesn't quite fit between the hands melding together with the indices to create a cohesive story in that dial. So that's just me. It may not apply to anybody else. I may be the only person on the planet who sees that and says, I don't like that, and that's totally fine with me. But to me, I think that is a design flaw. I'll call it a flaw, because to me it is, that there isn't creative alignment, creative cohesion between the indices and the hands. So that's my take.
I understand and appreciate what you're saying. That said, this obviously was designed on purpose. It was no accident. They didn't realize, oh my God, we've made, like you said, long elliptical or oval things to mismatch and stuff. I think it's done on purpose so as to not get too boring. You don't want to make everything oval. You've got this kind of, I don't know what the shape is called, just it's not elliptical, it's not oval, but the case, the shape of the case itself.
By the way, I
yeah.
don't think it's a coincidence that OC is wearing a shirt in Tiffany blue. Just to mention that. That's part of it.
I know I'm getting triggered just looking at it. No,
this shirt is being auctioned off at Phillips tomorrow.
Okay.
Mr. 432.
And you know what else I do? I love the ribs, just the horizontal ribs.
I do like the horizontal ribs.
Yeah, I like the hour indices. I like the fact that there is not just one piece of metal there. There's an outside border and an insert, if you will. I like the 9 o'clock and the 3 o'clock extensions out from under the case. It just provides some form of symmetry there.
It does.
And the bracelet is nice, but and of course the color. I like almost every color that those things come in. It's nice.
Yep. And I'll say one other thing about the case and the face of the watch that I think is interesting, and that is even on the Royal Oak, the crystal is round. You think of a Royal Oak and you think of these octagonal case, and and these screws, the white face, the white gold screws on the bezel, and you think in your mind you're thinking that it's octagonal, right? But it's actually not. The case is, but the crystal is a perfect circle, whereas the Nautilus is not. The Nautilus is not round at all. It's not square. It's not rectangular. It's actually faceted. So if you look at it very closely, and to me, the faceted crystal connotes more sophistication and more just something that's harder, even though it's not technically harder to produce a crystal that isn't a circle. To me, I equate that as more luxury, because it is not, it's something that they have to get perfectly consistent every single time.
Yep.
Yeah, and
It's
while
not easy to make.
yeah, and while with modern techniques, I'm sure it is possible to crank out tens of thousands of them to be perfect with very little error rate. The fact that the design is still, from the early 70s, and that they had to create every single crystal perfect, and they're not circles, that to me is, I think, what makes this another element that makes this a statement piece from the 70s.
I would love to hear what you think of the Bulgaria Octa, or whatever it's called.
You know what? Did you actually have the chance to try it on, Justin?
Oh, I'm sorry, me?
The Bulgari, the Octa
Oh, no.
finish.
Okay.
I mean, did you ever get the chance to try it on? No. When I first saw this watch, in photographs, in advertisements and all these editorials, I detested it. I still don't love it, but once I actually went in and tried it on, man, does that watch just blend into your wrist? It wears so well, and even in steel, it just feels like as if it's not there. Now, I know some people precisely hate that feeling, and one of the reasons that some are just never into vintage watches is precisely that, right? Because they think, vintage watches, vintage Rolexes, etc., are very flimsy, and they have stretched out, limp thick bracelets, etc. They just hate everything about it, right? Whereas this is exactly what I love about vintage. So when I actually put on this in steel, in titanium, of course, you can expect that, right? Titanium bracelet, and that is a nice monochrome aesthetic. I can appreciate that again from a distance, to be sure. But in steel, it wore so well and so lightly, so beautifully. It's the definition of an ultra thin watch. So it has a lot going on for it. I can imagine someone who is actually taken by the shape, and we can take a look at it if you guys like, and OC can pick that apart as well and ruin it for everyone who actually
Ruin
likes
it.
the audience.
Absolutely ruin it.
But it actually, it taught me the lesson once again to not discount or not fall in love with an actual material object just from two-dimensional pictures. No matter how good your screen is, you still need to handle these things. You still need to, move them around, put them on your wrist. Hey, walk around with them if you could. Spend a day with them if you have the privilege, before you make any final judgments.
Right. I think that goes with a lot of watches. I've held I never really cared for the root beer. I mean, looking at catalogs or just seeing them on the internet, but I got a chance to hold one and wear one at my AD there, and it's completely different. It looks much, much nicer in person. I think a lot of watches are like that, as an example.
Super chat from Stephen Monash.
Oh yeah, I was translating, your elevated conversation to Australian dollars. Oxley High, more monosyllabic.
We'll try.
Grunt, thanks. Next. Hug.
Oxley High, I hope you're all getting the reference. This is Archie's high school.
And by the way, on this Nautilus, I do like the bracelet. I think the bracelet is well designed. I love the polished center links in the middle. I like how they kind of taper down in size with the bracelet, and I like it.
OC, let's flip the script, if you will. Tell me what one of your favorite watches is, and I'm not going to be tempted to pull apart. I'm just curious as to what you find is just wow.
God, that's really tough. I mean, I like. I'm a big fan of symmetry. I like Daytonas from the 70s that don't have lume on them, but they have regular stick hour markers. I like generally the Datejust and the Day-Dates from the 70s and 80s that don't have the and it's funny because Lord and I were having a conversation about what is the most iconic Rolex model, right? And then we were talking about how, you know, the image that's portrayed at Wimbledon and the US Open, there's this the iconography that you see is a fluted bezel, a crown, and loomed hour markers around the bezel, you know. But when I think of an elegant, classy dial, I actually think pre-loom, to when you have, you know, just regular metal index markers. So
do you have a specific Daytona reference that I should pull up? Markers that you were talking about?
Maybe it's a 6264 or is it 6234? I'm not an expert on the early Daytona model numbers. Maybe it's a 6264. That would be, you know, white. Maybe it's a white dial Daytona with black subdials with stick indices.
With stick markers, right? Yeah, Rolex.
Yep.
And you said you prefer the white dial?
Yeah. White dial with black subdials. That's the one that everybody refers to as the Panda, so we'll take a look at that.
Just going to interrupt. I'm going to head out. Time I
Rocco.
had a bit of a sleep. Talk to you guys later.
See you, Rocco. Take care.
It was
See
nice
you
to
guys.
see you, man. Take care. Is this it? I mean, this has the...
Yeah, I'm not seeing your screen.
But-
Hold on a second. Sorry.
Is this it?
Yes, it is, as a matter of fact. That to me is probably my favorite Daytona. There's a lot of aspects to it that I like. The pushers without the screw down crown, that beautiful silverish dial. I like the indices, and I'm a big fan of the way that the text on the subdials is, versus modern Daytonas where the text goes in a circle around the subdials. To me, that just adds to the complete illegibility that everybody complains about. To me, this is a perfect Daytona. I don't think it gets any better than this. I don't think I don't know if this is rare. This is not considered a true Paul. No, I don't really care about any of that stuff. I go by what I think looks the best, and to me, this is the best looking Daytona dial.
I mean, I think you
of all time.
You still have to pay about close to $200,000 for something like this. So it's not a watch.
Wow, it's beautiful. I will agree to that.
Yeah, I mean the modern Daytona has things that I hate about it. You know, it's I hate the indices on the modern Daytona. I hate the text on the subdials. I don't like on the steel versions how the subdials aren't filled in. I don't like screw down pushers. But these are all people have their opinions. They say, well, it's for this benefit or that benefit. But for me, it's just my one single opinion.
Is it the form over function argument, or you think it's silly to have to unscrew something to quickly time something?
It's the way they look and the form over function. It's both. It's actually both. I think the pushers look better without the screw, and they're not necessary.
Right.
Yeah, I mean,
that's nice.
Yeah, just the bracelet and the domed crystal, is enough for me to fall in love with this watch.
Also the way that the 3 and 9 subdials are in perfect alignment with the 3 and 9 hour markers, which the modern Daytona isn't. As you know, that when they moved to the modern movements, those 2 subdials moved up on the dial, so they're not along the same exact horizontal plane as the index markers. They're actually above it, and these are all things that I'm a little OCD, I guess.
Yeah.
But to me, like, look at all the openness on the dial here that you don't have with a modern Daytona.
The original OCD.
Original OCD in the house, yeah.
Let's euphemistically say you pay particular attention to detail. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that, because so does the manufacturer.
Yeah.
Most of the time.
Yeah, so that thanks for asking. This would be like a perfect watch for me.
Beautiful.
And by the way, and there's Speedmasters that come really close to this. Modern Speedmasters that come pretty close to this, actually. That there's actually one a Speedmaster that's a special edition Japan version, I believe, from 2020. That is one of the few Speedmasters with a white dial and black subdials that looks darn close to the best version of the Speedmaster that I would get if I ever got one.
This is the Tokyo 2020 model, you mean?
I think that's what it's called, yeah.
Let's see.
And to me, like this is a more Daytona. This is a better representation of a vintage Daytona than the Rolex Daytona is. For many of the reasons that I talked about, right? Like, you look at this, and this is what we were just looking at 2 minutes ago, right?
Super chat quickly. $9.99. Lucy Love Alvarado just bought an Omega Seamaster World Timer in rose gold and leather strap. Got a 10% discount. Quick review on it, please. Let me pull it up. If you want to start, please don't hesitate.
I'm in rose gold. Omega Seamaster World Timer in rose gold. Yeah, you have to pull it up so I could take a look at it.
Of course.
But I'd love your comments on this too. By the way, I know you're multitasking, Lord.
Mm-hmm. You mean the Tokyo 2020 Speedmaster?
Yeah, in direct correlation to what we were just looking at from that vintage 6264.
I actually yes. Before we switch gears to Lucy Love Alvarado's super chat, I actually am pretty fond of this entire release. And it's really hypocritical because I'm one of those who constantly complain about, oh my God, stop with the limited editions and special editions and this and that. But this, with each one representing an Olympic ring and everything, it just touched something, I guess, in me that I appreciated this particular release. So each and every one of these 5 Speedmasters, I like something about them. To be honest, again, my favorite, which might be an oddball, would be the one with the burgundy bezel, or red, you might say. The one that has kind of like an all steel, like all silver kind of look, with a little touch of red. Again, just aesthetically, I don't think it's something that I would ever get, but that idea of sandblasted gray dial that goes so well with the accents on the 5-link bracelet. I just love it. But when it comes to specifically this Panda design, it has the look of a very much of a vintage chronograph. Of course, the dial is much more stupendous, so to speak. Speaking of big words, right? Like you said, there was an openness to that Daytona dial.
Yeah. And this one, the subdials are shoved together, but it's
right.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't want to be that harsh to say it's shoved together, but it certainly does not have that openness and that space and that freshness and relaxed feel that the vintage Daytona does. That being said, though, I think for those who like white dials, and I'm actually not a huge fan. The only white dial sports watch that I like is the Polar Explorer. I think this could be a great option. I don't actually like Panda chronographs, so yeah. But I do appreciate this whole collection because it actually has meaning. It's they made a specific.
There was thought behind it.
Yeah, there was clearly, at least this time they did a limited edition, not just for the sake of being the dedicated timekeeper of the Olympics, but they thought about the 5 rings and came up with something that actually fit that timekeeping function and represented all the 5 rings.
Even this picture, from a marketing perspective, is a phenomenal picture because it, if you place the Olympic logo right over that, it would just completely overlap it perfectly.
Right.
I mean, the 5 rings.
Mm-hmm. And there we go. This is Lucy Love Alvarado's new watch. Seamaster Aquaterra World Timer on leather strap in rose gold.
Very, very nice. Beautiful.
It is nice.
Honestly, I actually kind of like this. I think that something like a world timer executed in precious metal, it just sounds right. And I've always had a soft spot for leather strap for what are supposedly integrated bracelet watches, right? The way that you have this half end link where the leather strap latches onto. I like that look. It's kind of, it's supposed to be a dress watch, but there's like a little nod and wink there to something a little sportier, a little more dynamic, perhaps a little more active. And what better watch than a world time to do that kind of gesture?
Yeah, what size is this?
Say it again.
Do you know how many millimeters the case is?
I think it's 43, but let me double check.
Wow. That's pretty
yes.
Pretty big for one of these. I would love that size, by the way. 43 mil is just my sweet spot.
You're right. The Sea Dweller 43 conversation that was unfortunately interrupted, but yes.
That's okay.
Absolutely.
I'll put a bow on that in the end.
Please.
For being such a big watch, and for the bezel is relatively thin. It's not a very thick bezel, which means the dial is really probably quite large.
Mm-hmm.
It does still look like there's a lot of stuff on there, which you would expect from a world timer. But it looks like they could have had that they need even more room. They have so much the cities around the perimeter of the dial, which is pushing the indices in, so the indices don't go all the way out to the edge of the dial. And when you push those indices in, it creates the illusion of a smaller dial. And then you also have the date window, which again is not pushed out towards the edge. It's in right up against the world map, whatever you want to call it, the inner ring. So it all has the aesthetic impact of scrunching things closer to the center. And I wish it were somehow the opposite, things being pushed more to the edge to take advantage of that big size.
Well, I will try to counter that a little bit. I think actually that to me seems to be an intentional aspect of the design, because at the end of the day, the centerpiece of that dial is the world map in the middle. And I think everything kind of is designed to shrink things down and put that globe in the center. All the indices, of course, point right to it. So I don't think I mind.
I can see that. I can see that too.
And of course, like, the cities need to be on a sort of rehaul that you can cycle through. I don't exactly know how this particular movement works, so maybe Lucy Love Alvarado can enlighten us on that. But so for the index markers to cover that, I don't know how you would resolve then the problem of the complication without bringing it into a bezel, without exploding it onto a bezel.
Can you flip it over one more time just to see the size of the movement?
Of course.
Yeah, so I think that's it. Is that the movement is a little bit small for the case.
Right.
Yeah, that's what it is. I do like how the bracelet fits into the case when you look at it from the front. How it has that little notch and the bracelet also looks quite elegant and luxurious. It looks like a good quality leather, and the stitching looks nice.
I love the contrast stitching. Actually, again, plays beautifully against the pink gold for sure.
Yep.
That wouldn't be a quick release or anything, eh? That little button.
I'm not sure. Let's see. 1 second. I mean, I don't
see why they would, but
I don't think it's a quick release. But it's exposed enough that you can easily remove it. And I know there's a model, but the same model is also offered with a pink gold bracelet as well. So they should be interchangeable, technically speaking.
Yeah, and these are 25,000, 10% discount at the dealer, so 22,500.
Yeah, and then you add the tax, so basically it comes to that price out of the door. I'm assuming.
Right.
Well, that's not chump change.
No, not at all. But I mean, that being said, I do like it. And the Patek World Timers now, even with the guilloche dial, not the cloisonné, which has the actual gold outlined drawing of the world map,
are what, minimum 50,000? More than that?
Yeah, I mean, even the guilloche one now, I think, has gone over 30K easily. I don't even remember the exact price range, but someone probably can correct me in the chat. But this is really a bargain compared to that. No, it's over 40K now. The guilloche white gold, 5130G. Let me put it like this, and this is the straight line one. Let me.
Yeah, Lucy Love, did you consider anything else? I'm just curious. I mean, my natural intention, not to poo-poo your purchase, is to always kind of look out on the landscape and see, okay, what else would she might have considered for this price range? I mean, is there a JLC, for example, that has a world timer that's comparable that you might have looked at, or what was it about this particular reference that you fell in love with? So we can understand, your thought process. But yeah, it's a great piece. Congratulations, for sure.
Yeah. So thoughts on the Jaeger LeCoultre Reverso? I love it, by the way. Come
It
on.
seems like every day someone mentions the Reverso, and man, am I getting sick of it. Lord, you must be sick to death of it, because literally every day someone says, "Tell me about the Reverso." It's like,
hey guys, just for a little bit of super chat, I will bring it out again. I have had my eye on some ultra thins in precious metal. That has to be my next purchase. I would never get tired of Reverso, because we were talking about just the value of actually examining these watches. That was the watch that I always admired from far until I started watching Archie, and until I saw how passionate, how enthusiastic, and how mad he really is, how madly in love he is with his Reverso. And that was when I said, I have to go out and see if I actually like these on my wrist. And the minute I started, handling one, just that cheap party trick, right? Just that swiveling case that allows you to flip it around.
you're doing the patented Tim Wright thumb swipe, by the way, over the crystal.
I don't have the royal touch like the Pontiff and his main homage brand Tim Wright has. I have no such powers.
Speaking of party tricks, I would love that watch even if it didn't have that. In fact, Archie's version that he has, I think, is among my favorite.
Yeah, and we missed Lucy Love's additional follow-up comment there, but there was one before the super chat, Lord, that I think you need to pull out the gun.
I will read both. I pulled this up for now. I will find the other one, and if it's not too long, I will just read it out. 43 millimeters, yes. And then she says it's not a quick release.
After that one.
Any other world timer is way above this in terms of the price range. This is a heck of a deal for the movement, for the complication. I agree. It's anything by one of the recognizable brands is basically twice that price tag, potentially more. And then finally we come to the next super chat. We are grateful for you, Lucy Love Alvarado, $9.99 again. I've pretty much 30 plus Rolex, every brand out there, and love precious metal. This isn't the first world timer, and after researching, this one caught my interest, and I pulled the trigger. A rare piece. Congratulations again.
Yeah. So Lucy Love is a heavy hitter watch collector.
Can I
just
say this? Wear it in good health. OC, take it away.
No, we're in good health. But the other comment that she gave, which puts this in context, is that she is close to 1.5 million in watches.
Okay.
And just loves Omega. So listen, if you have a $1.5 million watch collection, you can pretty much buy whatever the fuck you want. And
you don't need to explain your choices.
Yeah, and the fact you're even asking us to comment on it is just a delight for us. But you don't certainly have to justify anything, and I know you're not. But your love for Omega and your love for watches is absolutely unquestioned, and that must be an unbelievably phenomenal collection. Just I can't even fathom what it would be like to have that amount of watches.
Yeah. Look, we all want something different, and I think that's why I love the Reverso, and particularly that Reverso in my collection, because everything else I have in terms of I have the 2 Seikos, right, and then I have 5 Rolex, which all have the oyster case at the end of the day. Right?
You're going to keep talking about the Reverso after we have a collector who has a $1.5 million collection here.
I mean, Reverso. My other watches can't hang with a $5 million collection.
Lucy, do you have a Reverso in your collection? Please let us know.
But for me, that's the thing. It's so different from it. Not only do I have all these round watches and Seiko divers and whatever else, they're all oyster case, basically. Everything else that I have in terms of luxury watches, that's it. And I have three-handers, simplistic designs, LA Meth Witch. Thank you. $1 Australian. Thank you so much. And not yet, Lucy Love Alvarado says.
See, and what does that tell you, Lord? What does that tell you? What does that tell you if someone has spent 1.5 million on watches and I still haven't gotten around to a Reverso yet?
Can I finish? I'm sure.
Yes, of course.
I'm sure she doesn't have King Midas either, which I actually like, and I'm not gonna shit on just because I don't like you. The thing is, I like three-handers. I like oyster cases basically, but this watch somehow I caught the bug, and it's mostly the Pontiff. Again, all thanks to him.
I thought it was Diego.
It
really
has,
Diego.
No, it has this asymmetric dial because I got it before Diego. What are you talking about? It has this asymmetric dial that I didn't even know that I could appreciate. Right? I like a no-date sub. I thought I was a fundamentalist, and suddenly I see this thing with the power reserve. Who fucking cares? Why do I need to see that on the watch's face? But I love it. Like, that confusion in the dial that somehow comes together, it just makes me appreciate that watch more. Everyone wants something different. So I'm glad, Lucy Love Alvarado found it.
I like your word confusion. There can be organized confusion. It can be asymmetric, non-harmonic, balanced. I don't know. We'll see if you're into industrial design at all. You sound like you do or have studied it, but you do seem to have very narrow focus on how do I put this?
It's a very myopic focus on very.
No, myopic is the pejorative, and I don't want to get into that. But you know what you hate, and you know what you like. I'm guessing you hate more watches than you like.
Well,
is that possible?
Oh, I think it's easily possible. Easily possible when you have hundreds of brands and tens of thousands of different models, for sure.
Smash 199. OC, sorry for stirring the pot with Forb. Bad joke.
Oh, that's from weeks and weeks ago. Off on Smash, don't worry about it. Inside joke, don't worry about it.
My face is a brutalist piece of design, that's for sure.
And Lord and Justin, it's been a pleasure being on. I got to give you the 5-minute warning. I'm turning into a pumpkin, and I don't know how long you've been doing this, but I'll stay on for as long as you want me. But ideally, I will leave you guys in the next 5 or 10 minutes.
We are crossing the Rubicon, so to speak, nearing 6 hours, which will be my record on the ArchieLuxury stream. I have done longer streams. I've done longer streams for free on Marcelo time, and this is actually my pleasure.
I love real cars and chronometers. Real cars and chronometers comment. The OC and Lord are proof that Israelis and Palestinians can get along with absolutely no knowledge about our ethnic background whatsoever. But if we can get along, we can solve the Middle East issue, right?
Well, I mean, I'm a Jew. I don't assume anything about anyone, and I love Palestinians, free Palestine. So I guess we could provide peace in the Middle East.
Yeah, that's something on which both of us can agree. We want peace in the Middle East.
Beautiful thoughts, guys. Beautiful.
All right, last chance for watch questions. Make them a doozy.
Guys, this is the famous Larry David enthusiasm, Palestinian chicken.
Yeah, I see that.
Yeah, guys.
Hey, It was really nice meeting you online.
Very nice meeting you
Nice
as well.
chatting with you.
You guys
Yeah.
didn't have a chance to talk?
No,
before
no,
this?
I don't know Justin. So,
Okay.
but I like your. I don't know exactly what model that is, but it's like a BMW Roadster, right?
I think it's a. Don't quote me on this. 575. It was called the Elvis as well.
Oh, cool.
But absolutely gorgeous.
So
And
I
it's
think
ice
they're running
blue.
for.
I love ice
Yeah.
blue.
Justin, you had promised to loop back into the story, and maybe we can, you'll repeat the story some other time, but maybe you can tell me if that line of red writing had anything to do with your choice or not.
It did. It did, because it does distinguish itself mildly from others, and it does hark back to one of the original designs. And I always disliked the Cyclops until I needed it, and now I love it. I love the lugs. I love the case. I love the bracelet. It goes from, what is it, 22 down to 19. Correct me if I'm wrong here. I love the proportions of it, and the size and the weight is for my wrist perfect. This is the one I'm sticking with.
I think, for me, I love the Sea Dweller 43, first and foremost, because to me, it's the most well-proportioned watch in Rolex's current professional line among the current models for sports watches. All the elements of the case shape and size and design you talked about check the boxes for me. I was talking with OC about it, and since the 50th anniversary, since they brought it out in 2017, I have been looking for ways to not buy it, and I just couldn't turn this one around. So 5 years on now, I've decided I finally need it. I need to get it. And for me, of course, the idea that it actually harkens back to the first Sea Dwellers in 1967, which were actually single red line of writing. And I have had a lifelong, my hunting life, right? I had that quest after a double red Sea Dweller, which is, of course, very, very much desired by a lot of vintage watch lovers, 1665 double red. But those are well beyond what I would like to spend on a single watch at this point. So I have resigned myself to this fate, and I'm actually very happy about it. And I think I want to get it. And when it comes to the Cyclops, for me, it's actually a non-issue when it comes to Sea Dweller 43, because it was a technicality that it wasn't part of the original design. There was just no way for them to produce a domed acrylic crystal that could also accommodate a Cyclops under those particular conditions of pressure. Since we are not dealing with vintage Sea Dwellers anymore, since this is a current contemporary model with a sapphire crystal that is quite flat, why bother? Cyclops does belong there. What big difference does it make? I never quite understood. So for me, it's really a no-brainer. For anyone who likes Rolex dive watches, Submariners, Sea Dwellers, all the way from Comex, to prototype Sea Dwellers, to double red, great white, so on and so forth. I think this checks all sorts of boxes, and it's so well proportioned and sits so well on the wrist.
Well said, Lord. Full agreement.
Guys, If you have any last-minute questions, or if you want us to play an Archie classic as we bid you farewell, please don't hesitate to send in a super chat. Don't forget to upvote on your way out. We have hit the mark of 100 votes, but we can always get more. I think right now we have 139 likes, but why not more? Hoff on Smash, $199 US, ST43, perfect balance of overbuilt luxury diver.
One more super chat here.
Awesome. So guys, it's been a pleasure and a privilege to host the show while the Pontiff is gone. He is coming back next Wednesday. Until then, you're stuck with me. You're stuck with my co-host, Mike the Snake, the original OC, Sirocco, Plastic, Sovron, ABC, Green Room, all these wonderful people of the community who joined this collective effort to keep this going, to sustain this stream, and to make sure that the big boy comes back home to a fat check, revitalized, re-energized by the recognition, praise, and respect he has been getting in London. With that said, I will post the link once more to my own channel. I haven't produced a lot of content, of course, since while the Pontiff is gone. I dedicate all my time and resources to this stream. I will come prepared to talk about a number of topics in the remaining few days. But I have a lot of streams lined up on my channel. Check them out, or the already available content. I'm actually talking about Coke GMT Masters and GMT Master 2s in particular, and what to look for in the secondary market on a live stream tomorrow.
Followed by a 4-hour marathon on Grubel 4C.
Absolutely not. No offense to those of you who like the independents and micro brands. More power to you. We have all kinds of space in the Archieverse, as long as you recognize that the Pontiff is your supreme, unquestioned, unconditional, unblemished, innocent leader, inimitable. You are welcome to this channel and everywhere else in the Archieverse. Thank you, guys.
Okay.
Subscribe to Lord's channel. He's been doing a great job.
Sorry
hosting these
to
streams.
interrupt, but I don't know if anybody read the Hoff on Smash super chat out loud.
One
SD43 is the perfect balance of overbuilt luxury diver. Thank you, Hoff on
but,
Smash.
but OC, can we hear it from you too? Because I know you love SD43 as well.
No, I have the SD43. It was the first Rolex I ever purchased. It is perfect. It's the case that Rolex designed after they realized that they messed things up royally with the Super Case Submariner when that was introduced in 2000 or whenever it was. So they quickly went back to the drawing board, said, listen, we need to create a watch that has more elegant proportions and does a better job reflecting what we actually want that watch to look like. And they came out with the Sea Dweller 43. And then a few years later, in 2020, then they modified the Submariner to be a baby brother reflection of the Sea Dweller 43 with the new 126 series.
To wrap it up, can you read Hoff on Smash's super chat?
Yes, SD43, and you can record this, play it back a million times. The Sea Dweller 43 is the perfect balance of overbuilt luxury diver.
Amen. All hail the almighty Pontiff. I promise you, Hoff on Smash, I will do a stream on 1655 Explorer 2. I actually received a question about that model from Maldives, Love Maldives. So I promise I will do a stream on that as well. And since you got it in before the end of this month, it is absolutely for free. So I thank you all. Goodbye for today. I will see you at the same time tomorrow. Thank you, guys.
Good night, guys. Good night to everybody on the chats.
Good night.
Bye-bye.
On the next episode of the Archie Luxury live stream, will Archie make it to the London Watch Show? Will Tim Wright survive the upcoming attack on his life? What will happen to tea and tickers? I really can't tell you. You're just going to have to tune in to the next episode of the Archie Luxury live stream.